Good morning, good morning, good morning, amazing law nerds. Good afternoon, good evening, and replay crew, love you. Good to see you. Today we are back in court in Vegas for day 2 of Nevada versus Keffe D, Duane Davis. And yes, there's a flowchart of everybody's, government names versus their monikers, handles, nicknames, whatever you want to call them. Yesterday we got off with, opening statements. I really appreciate how clear both opening statements were. I think the prosecution did a good job of streamlining their presentation so that the jury didn't get bogged down in the weeds. I'm already in the weeds because Keffe D's book is just in my brain, so I'm already in the weeds, but the prosecution did a good job of not getting too deep into the weeds and giving a good overview of what that puzzle is going to look like at the end of trial, who the players are, and answered some of the questions about the fact that everyone else in Keffe D's car, the car that shot into Tupac's car and ultimately killed Tupac, everyone else is deceased. And I think they made it very clear that, hey, this is who was in the vehicle. They're all deceased. Keffe D's not. This is how we are handling this case. He was the aider and abetter, not using those words so specifically, but he's the one who ordered the hit. He's the one who handed off the gun. He's the one that encouraged. And when we get into jury instructions, you'll see that language about the participation needed. And then the defense came in with also a good opening statement and a good theme to the case. What is fact and what is fiction? And went through the things that are known as fact and then said everything else is fiction. And then at the end said, and you know what? My client's really well known to be a bullshitter. My client's known for his bullshit. Guy's doing this, but you can't really trust what he says. He's a big fish story, gonna be a little bit of a lying liar that lies. He likes to bullshit. And I think for the defense to try to get out ahead of Keffe D's own words, which are going to be the strongest part of this case against him, corroborated by other evidence, we hope. Well, it's an interesting strategy to be like, most of what my guy said is fiction. I like these attorneys so far. Things have run interestingly until we got bogged down in an interview at the end of the day, but I don't think that's either the attorney's fault. It was recorded, right after the killing of Biggie. We heard a lot of name dropping during, not name dropping in the sense of people are doing it just because they're names. We heard a lot of familiar names yesterday. We heard about the investigation into Tupac's murder, into Biggie's murder. We heard that apparently there was a Hummer containing MC Hammer. There was a Hammer Hummer. Apparently there was a Hammer Hummer. So we heard about MC Hammer and others. So we talked about, some people whose names will be familiar, some won't, depending on the age that this case is finding you. We also heard that Tupac spoke to law enforcement when he was taken to the hospital and was asked if he could identify those that shot into the vehicle. And he was like, nah, we'll take care of it. So I think at that point, because he was speaking conscious and going to the hospital, I have to wonder if everyone thought that he would pull through this. And then, of course, he passed away 5 days later on the 13th, a little less than 5 days later. So we saw some of the initial investigators, a lot of issues with the investigation, issues in that the lead investigator, or the first lead investigator that testified yesterday, I thought was really credible, great memory, and was like, we had some concerns about Compton PD, which was disbanded in 2000. And there were people getting into his case files on his desk, so he had to start locking them up. Reports went missing. He had to start saving things onto floppy disk. They explained what a floppy disk was, just in case anyone didn't know, and the precautions that he was taking, but that everything was getting leaked to the media, that there was a photo of Tupac on the autopsy table that didn't come from law enforcement records that ended up out in the media. He doesn't know how that ended up in the media, but the, outside forces interceding and then the lack of trust. And then in opening statements, we heard that apparently LAPD also didn't really trust Las Vegas PD. So we've got Las Vegas Metro and LAPD and Compton PD. And we've got all of this going on. And apparently LAPD sent like a fake gun, or not a fake gun, but a non-matched gun. And we're like, hey, Las Vegas, we think this gun might be the gun that matches. And we're like, wait, there was a fake, like a planted piece of evidence, but not really planted in the sense that it was meant to be part of the case, but like testing to see who was leaking stuff. So some really interesting undercurrents going on between law enforcement, and there's a whole subplot, decoy gun. Thank you, Brittany. That's the better word, a decoy gun. We've got all of the stuff going on between law enforcement, and then we've got the East Coast, West Coast, bad boy records, death row records, all of it popping off, and Compton becoming incredibly violent during this period of time with a lot of retaliatory shootings back and forth. But, you know, after the shooting of Biggie, Keffe D left in not his car. That car still belongs to GM. And they went to Jerry's Deli in Marina Del Rey and got some foodie food. So, you know, we're in for an interesting day. I think we're going to hear the B-side of that interview. Emily, you said B-side. Yeah, it's on a cassette tape. It's the interview is on a cassette tape. We're going to hear the B-side today, and then we're going to get back into the rest of the prosecution's case. Thank you all for understanding. I had some appointments that I needed to take care of this morning, but my shoulder's feeling a bit better, and that is I'm really happy that my shoulder's feeling a little better. So if you see me just sitting here, my shoulder's been bugging me. Everything's been bugging me. It is. Isn't it getting older is delightful. But I've driven across multiple states, back and forth way too much, and moved a kid into college. So the body is just like, ugh, we're a little spicy, but I'm feeling better. So thank you all. I know I wasn't necessarily anticipating when this case would start, and everything else with life, just lives. So thank you all. All right, we're going to zoom as much as we can through today, and we're going to get going. So let's roll the intro, and we'll fly to Vegas at some point, but let's roll the intro and let's go to court. Law nerds, we're in trial. Day 2.
Bring the jury.
For all of you just popping into this case today, the court estimates this is going to take about 3 weeks of evidence. It took them less than a week to pick the jury. This judge has been decisive, and it's just like, what do you need? Handled. It's been really nice to see. Very much so far like the judge. The attorneys have seemingly worked well. The prosecution I think the questioning could be smoother, but then again, we've sat through Lally. So while I think there could be some ordering of questions that's a bit different, I'm not going to be too critical because it's been easy to follow. So let's get into it. Let's get to court. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time, so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. All right, it's time to get to court. We are on trial day 2. We are going to go right back to this courtroom. Keffe D is in a different suit. It's funny because yesterday I still haven't gone through and had a chance. I had to take my car in for service yesterday. It's a very long story, but
in, State versus Davis C377.
I didn't have a chance to tab
Anything
the
you need to address
photos
outside the presence of the jury
yet.
Not from the state.
But we will.
Okay, let's bring the jury in.
Stand for the jury.
They're just like, no, we're good. Now, at the end of the day yesterday, there were some technical difficulties that everybody was sorting out. I don't know what those were. I will look for media reports and see if we have any. It's probably too inside baseball, but there were some media. They were looking at cameras and what the cameras could see or couldn't see. And so they were trying to just sort that out a little bit. But we didn't see that this morning, and they didn't put any of that on the record this morning. So we are coming in as everything is coming in. Jury's coming in. We'll fly to Vegas after we do that interview because we got to do the B-side of that interview.
I hope you had a restful evening. We are still in the state's case in chief. So at this time, I'm going to turn to Mr. DiGiacomo. Who's your next witness that we're going to be calling?
We're going to finish that recording and then call a witness.
Okay,
DiGiacomo's the one with the beard. And I will probably put this recording at 1.25. They do put a transcript on the screen. It's hard to hear Keffe D. He's mumbling a little bit, but his attorney does a really good job of jumping in. And of all the interviews we've seen where an attorney has taken their client to be interviewed, this attorney has been like, no, we're not talking about that. No, we're not talking about this. No, we're not talking about this. And has consistently reframed to LAPD, we are here to talk about what he saw, what he did, and to clear those things up. But they were also delightfully evasive. It was clever. I guess I understand why law enforcement was frustrated, but I was somewhat impressed by the cleverness of not wanting to say who owned the car. Of course, Keffe D was running quite a lot of cocaine during this period of time. So forfeiture being what it is, nothing was really in his name. So he's like, who owns the car? He's like, GM. Because the car wasn't paid off yet. I'm like, oh, okay. I see you. And law enforcement's like, well, you know, if we're just unsatisfied at the end of our interview, then what are we to do? And the lawyer did not say, well, I guess you're never going to be satisfied. The lawyer is like, look, we're here to help you within parameters. What he didn't say is, my guy doesn't have any obligation to talk to you. Why don't we just walk out of here right now if you're going to have that attitude with us? So it was interesting to see the restraint of the attorney, but also when law enforcement started to get frustrated, it's like, he could just walk. Like, what are you doing? So it's interesting to see. All right, let's get back into this interview. We'll get to 1.25 if we need to. Cena said, Emily, didn't the attorneys in Murdaugh? Oh, they went to the Murdaugh interview. They didn't do shit in the Murdaugh interview, though. Murdaugh's lawyers didn't do anything. But Murdaugh is a lawyer. But Murdaugh's lawyers didn't do anything in that interview. This lawyer is actively shutting things down.
Okay, I'll go back and ask you a question again. While you were there in the parking structure and you heard the commotion of people running to be south on Fairfax or back in towards the parking area, did you recognize anybody that my concern is that may have been further north on Fairfax on the side?
They're like, let's try this again. Did you recognize anybody? His lawyer already said he's not going to tell you who he saw or who was there. He's only going to tell you what he did, but okay.
May have seen the shooting or heard.
We're going to try this again.
Anybody that you saw?
I seen running.
Yeah.
They was standing there with me. Keyshawn Johnson, the football player.
Okay.
And Ricky Bell, the singer.
The athletes. Okay, he's going to talk about the athletes.
They were with you, or they were?
They was standing there with me. He was waiting on his.
Oh, they didn't run around the corner. They were with you anyway.
They was waiting on the green Benz. This green Benz to pull up. Then my car came out the hills, and we just drove out.
Okay. Yeah, but you made sparks come around the corner. You didn't recognize anybody that you might know, singer or anything, actor.
They've already talked about Diddy. They asked him about
the pictures that were taken inside.
Suge, and he was like, I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, I was on those pictures with him. I had on the blue jumpsuit.
You know, now that I see you in person, because my impression you were like 6'2".
Tall guy.
Yeah, right. And,
thought you were bigger.
Yeah, I did. Well, no, that's why I said. Now that I'm looking at you, I think I do remember seeing you in those pictures.
Yeah.
Are they talking about Keffe D being about 6'2", and I thought you were bigger? I mean, he's probably taller than Banfield. All right.
I don't know if you want to answer.
1.25, we go.
Did you see anybody with the stereotype considered a gangbanger dressed down in like that in the party? Okay.
It's not
outside the parking lot.
Detective, it's not that kind of party. Nobody's coming in there with like a bandana and sagging pants. It's not that kind of party. Everybody was dressed well. Okay. Sure, detective.
Or either parking your car, coming to, or going back to your car in the parking over there. Okay. Not yet.
I just wanted to verify some things too. Okay. In the parking structure, you see some people running towards
Also, not to immediately pause and go back to the book, but Keffe D does say in his book that he wasn't some little street gangbanger, that he was a gangster. And as a gangster, he's not running around in sagging pants. He's like, no, we are in designer clothes. We are elevated. We are not some street level kids, sir. So he was talking about his Versace more than once. He name dropped the exact type of suit he was wearing, how much money he was dropping at Gucci. Yeah, he's like, no. Couldn't be me. We're in designer. Tailored.
You know, coming in from Fairfax. Holland and stuff.
So, and you, from there, are you in your car this time, or are you outside?
I'm outside.
Are you near your car?
No, they was pulling up cars. Everybody's waiting on.
Oh, okay, you went for valet to bring your car up, correct?
Right.
Okay, when the car comes up, I mean, when was the first time you heard that Biggie had been shot? Was it there in the parking structure?
In the parking structure.
What people were saying, Biggie's been shot, or did any particular person tell you?
Yeah, they were just running. The crowd was in it. The whole crowd. Biggie got shot. Biggie. I said, what?
This is exactly what he said earlier in the interview.
Then you were directed by as you're leaving, directed by a police officer to turn right as you're coming out onto Fairfax.
He directed every car that came up out of there. A tall open.
Okay. You left.
Emily, why are they just going through and rehashing the same thing? Because the lawyer has absolutely shut down every other avenue of questioning. So the detectives are just circling back to the one thing, hoping it will kind of branch somewhere else, and it's not, because the lawyer has kept this interview fairly narrow. So yeah, it's very repetitive of what was said yesterday.
Going down, did you go all the way through Wilshire Boulevard?
No, I went made a right.
You made a right turn on Wilshire? Okay, so you're northbound Fairfax you made a right turn? So it would be eastbound then, or westbound?
Eastbound.
Oh, okay, that's right. Eastbound Wilshire. Okay. Then, did you go all the way down Wilshire, or was there another turn that you made?
On the bridge.
Did you make a left or a right? Right. A right on La Brea?
Why would they have taken the 10? Would they have just taken the 90?
10?
Yeah, went to the lane.
10? So went to 10 freeway?
Yeah. Oh, they're coming down from LA. I mean,
Okay, and you went
okay.
directly to the marina to go eat? That's you, Wendell,
Wonder Mike.
and Wonder Mike. Jerry's Deli. Okay, you were at Jerry's Deli, about what time were you there?
Jerry's Deli was great.
About,
What time did I get there?
Yeah.
So good.
Oh, it was
I was on the, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
At the South Side Slater in, West Jonesboro, that's her name.
Well, you and I were speaking with some
That's right.
attorneys. I think, Mr. Fall, you were there.
Probably so.
Fred and I were talking about homicide investigation.
Yeah.
I think you were there.
Yeah, I think so.
This is now the lawyer and the detective talking
I
about
was just searching my mind.
where
And your son
they're going to
went
school.
elementary school with my son when you lived in Phillips Ranch.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
How-
I remember seeing you there.
That's true, that's
yeah.
true.
You no longer live in Phillips Ranch now.
No, yeah.
That was years ago. That was
Yeah,
like
yeah.
91 or
That's
2.
quite
something like
right. I still have a house there, though.
that. Oh, you do?
Yeah.
You rented out? Or?
Yeah, I didn't sell it. I have family members leaving.
Okay, just about what time do you think you got to, what time did you leave the parking structure approximately, do you recall?
Oh. Oh, you know, I was watching the watch.
Okay, you said you arrived at the party.
I wasn't
about
watching my
11
watch,
or 11:30.
obviously.
You were inside the party for about an hour. And
Hey,
then
detective,
about-
what time does Jerry's
Okay,
Deli
so
close? Why don't you work backwards from there?
that would either make it 12 or 12:30. And when you left the party, so, and okay, driving time from there to Jerry's Deli, they were right around what, 1?
Just about 1.
About 1 o'clock, you would you say?
Yeah.
1 a.m., okay.
I'll say about 1:30.
Okay, between 1 a.m. and 1:30?
Yeah, about 1:30. 1:30.
Okay, and how long were you at Jerry's Deli?
An hour.
Went all through this in the other part of the interview.
About 1 hour, so that would make it at this point,
I got home about 2:30.
okay, well, that means if you were at the deli about 1 hour, it
As
would
the pool man, Cantor's is just further away.
2 a.m. to 2:30.
Yeah.
Cantor's is
Okay.
great. Cantor's is
Now you
just
gotta
further
drive from the
away.
marina. Where you went
I
straight
got
from
one
Jerry's?
mic off in the same
Okay,
area.
okay, then you dropped off,
Wonder Mike.
Wonder Mike.
Yes, Detective.
In Compton.
Wonder Mike.
And then, I'm assuming Wonder Mike and Wendell lived pretty
Yeah,
close?
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Wendell. In Compton. About what time, would you estimate that to be? If you left Jerry's
I
Deli?
got home about 2:30.
Okay.
2:30.
He's like, I don't know, it's late.
2:30.
We got home late.
Approximately 2:30.
Yeah, all these.
I'm gonna watch it over
Yeah,
and
they're all possible. All the times out front.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And when you got home, was there anybody up, like your mom or brother or sister or girlfriend or her mom?
Her mom came over the door for me.
Okay, so Paula's mom opened the door.
Yeah,
Was she up already, or was she,
How does he know?
you had to knock on the door?
I rang the doorbell. Yeah, I had on blue sweats and blue jumpsuit.
Okay. And then,
Blue and with the white, you know, the Michael Jordan jumpsuit we got, the blue one. You know what I'm talking
yeah,
about? Yeah.
okay, when she opened the door, did you talk with her? I mean, did you tell her anything about the events that happened, like Biggie had been shot or anything?
Did you tell her why you were waking her up at 2:30 in the morning? These are the important questions. We still don't know what anybody ate at Jerry's Deli.
She's 73 years old, you know.
Oh, so,
Yeah, you know.
so
When they rap music, huh?
No,
she was the only one up at that time?
Yeah,
Okay. Would you go head straight to your bedroom and go to bed?
yeah.
Did you talk with anybody between the client in the house? Did you speak to anybody, either in person or on the phone at all when you,
When I talked to Paula, I told her that Biggie got killed.
okay. You and Paula.
Well, how did you know he was dead?
Okay. So you told Paula?
Say Biggie got killed. I don't know whether he got killed or not, you know.
Uh-huh.
So, did you talk to anybody else besides Paula?
Yes, us two.
Okay, Wonder Mike and Wendell.
Yeah, we was like, dang, that's right. You know,
Okay, from the time you were at the, was about ready to leave the party to the time you arrived home, the only people you talked to were Wonder Mike, Wendell, Paula's mom. You may not have said anything to Paula's mom. Okay, and then you talked to Paula. Was there anybody else that you talked to?
but before we left, Keith John said he was going to some other party. I'm going home.
Okay, which party was that?
He's like, I'm going home.
You know.
I don't know what party that was?
Yeah, after there was a
Did
shooting,
he
what
try to ask
exactly
you
what
to
you're
go
doing
to
is
that,
going
or-
home.
No, he just said he was going to the party. And I said,
Which party was that? Was this another
another
after party?
Yeah, another after party.
Okay, do you know who held that party? Was it a star that had the party, or?
I don't know. Is that some mansion or something? I don't know.
At a mansion?
Yeah.
And where at?
And up there where the matches be. In Beverly Hills or Hollywood, whatever. I don't know. He just said,
It's at some mansion. Well, where is that? I don't know. It's where the mansions be. I don't know, man. Beverly Hills, Brentwood, Hollywood Hills. I don't fucking know. I was going to bed. That's the best answer ever.
he's going to a party.
Okay, and you had no idea where that party was?
No, he wasn't going to the party.
I don't mean to rush, but I do have another appointment downtown at 6.
This attorney, man, he's like, hey guys, if you're just gonna ask the same questions over and over, can we be fucking done, please?
Okay, if we want to talk to Keith in the future, we'll call you.
Sure.
And also,
Yes, sir.
I have a Keith's sister-in-law, her name is Gina Davis. She said that police have been going to her house, knocking at her door, looking for her, and she has nothing to do with this thing. And she expressed
Yes.
she expressed concern about, what getting around her.
Wait, which Gina Davis?
I told her,
Where does she live? Let me ask you a question.
I said it didn't know about it.
No.
What?
So I said,
She
I'm
didn't-
check with you guys. If you
Davis,
guys want to
what?
it's not.
Oh, Cooper's over there?
Yeah, he's been over.
Okay, Norwalk and Long Beach aren't the same.
sure.
Oh, no, Norwalk?
Yeah, it's in Norwalk.
Long Beach or
I think
Norwalk.
that's Norwalk.
Have you talked to Detective Cooper? You know,
Yeah, I talked to him on the phone, he said,
What?
we know you ain't did it, but we think you can clear up the air or something. I said, man, I can't do it. No,
when was that? When did you speak with Detective Cooper?
that was, the day that you were in over our house.
Different Gina Davis.
You were there when, you remember y'all there?
Yeah. Oh, you talked to him?
I called him every day.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah, now the point with Gina Davis is that, I told her I'll check with you guys. If Detective Cooper goes there looking for her, she's not going to talk to Detective Cooper. I want Cooper to know that. If someone wants to talk to her, just call me.
Okay.
I'll make her available.
Okay.
But if someone goes there without,
Right.
being clear, she's not going to talk to her anymore.
Okay. So we have 15 people working on this. And I
Yeah, but I was wondering-
This is the lawyer. He's like trying to sort out other business.
All I did was her.
Okay.
Years.
The first one thing we'll get, let's get it. Okay, this is northbound up here. This is the museum right here. This is the parking structure. This is Fairfax going north. This is the street. You said you were going south on Fairfax, then you pulled into the parking lot when you first got there?
Legal term, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You can take a look. I'll take it right now.
Just said that he's not a traffic cop. So
I'm ready to do it, right? Okay, you mentioned turn in here.
Yeah.
And you said, was it valet park?
Yeah, it was,
Okay, you
the
come out-
valet pulled up in here and the man was waiting right here with the valet.
Okay, so you get out here.
They're
and you
showing
go
them
to the park.
There's a lot of people
either
there.
something drawn. It sounds like they're showing them something drawn on paper about where you were
Now,
going.
when you came out the same way?
Same way.
Okay, down this door.
Down, there was the stairs with the rails.
Right.
We were standing right here.
Okay, when you came up, was Big E down here already?
Yeah, Biggie was in front. He was getting in their car.
Okay, they were parked here in front?
Yes.
Okay.
Both of them was suburbans.
Right, okay, most suburbs. And you know which one Biggie got into?
He got in the front one, and the boy got in the back one. Then the main.
So he's talking about which of the
behind him.
SUVs he was in.
Go ahead.
The main Prima, the little guy,
Oh,
you know,
Damien?
his little crew. Yeah, they
Right, Damien, okay, yeah. In a different car, right?
Yeah, I know some of the dudes there. I was hollering at them, whoop, and they left out. And then Keyshawn was standing over here by the cars here, waiting on the man to come. Everybody ran in here. I didn't even hear no shots. I just see the crowd running. I was like, man,
Okay, had you received your car yet?
no.
Okay, so you.
He keeps saying that he hadn't gotten his car yet. People came running towards him,
Biggie and his.
and they were saying Biggie got shot. Biggie got shot.
Not really. I just.
He got his
I
car
just
and he
just leaving.
Left.
So you saw it there and you just continued over.
Over here in my car, yeah.
Okay, and then approximately how long do you think it was when you saw them take off, that you saw these people come, cattle rustling back in there?
Between 5 and 10 minutes. It was quick.
And then, that's when everything's running around here? Okay,
Yeah.
were you in your car or are you still waiting for
I'm
it?
still waiting.
Okay.
Round and round.
How long did it take them to get your car? I'm talking about the side of the crowd on Prosecuted, egress and egress.
They pulled over Keyshawn's first, then they pulled over mine.
Okay.
We, I came together, really.
Okay, so you're inside here, and when you leave, did you go out this way, or did you?
I went out this way. And the man was standing right here, this way he was standing, waiting for people out.
Okay,
He was making sure they go right, though,
okay.
because that is an illegal turn, you turn it up.
Okay, you said this individual was a police officer?
Yeah, he was tall, about 6'4", blonde hair, real tall, yeah.
He's talking about the person that was directing
He waved about
traffic.
50 cars up out of here. Yeah.
Did you see any policemen there in the parking lot say?
He said they were doing
Had you
traffic
leaving
control.
the museum, had the shooting already gone down, or was it until you actually walked a little ways inside the parking structure?
Then when I was coming down the stairs,
Okay.
when I was there, seeing Biggie now.
Okay.
Later, they got on. Then I was over here. We was talking about football, Keyshawn.
Oh, Keyshawn time, that's right here, wait for your cars?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then the crowd came around. I was about,
How long were you standing there? When you exited that museum, how long, time span?
Guys,
From the time you-
about 10 minutes.
10
What
minutes
is
from
this
the stop
interview?
before rushing in?
Yeah, it was about 10 minutes.
Okay. Did you see any policemen anywhere around, any LAPD?
Uniform officers.
And uniform officers when you came out?
Twice at a time. We
That's all I've seen was, that's what I mean right here, the tall guy. And it was more, they was pulling up, it's coming real red, you know, coming in.
So it was about 10 minutes? Yeah, it was about 10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, it was about 10
people were-
minutes.
Okay,
Yeah, it was about 10
Between
minutes.
the time you exited
So from the time you
and
exited and the time that people started running,
the
it was
time
about,
that people were.
it was about 10
running
minutes?
into the parking structure. Then how long?
Yeah, it was
from
about
that
10
time
minutes.
Did it take you to finally get into your car and start pulling out?
I'll say about 6 to 7 minutes, 6 to 7.
6 to 10 minutes?
About 6 to 10 minutes, yeah.
Okay. And then how long did it take for you to exit the structure? Is that?
It was like bumper, you know, from,
Okay, so you're finally in your car.
yeah, then you leave.
I mean,
And then
so
you-
have to wait for a long period of time because of the.
No, not
You go to
really.
Marina?
He was pushing through pretty
You
fast.
waving them through here.
So after the crowd started moving in, the policemen were there within what, 6?
About 6 minutes, yeah. He was running in, he got killed. I'm like, Lord have mercy, you know. Yeah. I had been at one of them before, and over there in Inglewood, and they made everybody spend the night at the.
That's not how you spell Inglewood. Who is doing this transcript? It's not East Coast Inglewood. It's West Coast Inglewood. I-N, not E-N. This transcript's hilarious.
hotel, interviewed everybody that was there.
What hotel?
This is at the Price Farm.
Oh, that shooting?
Chat's like
Yeah,
Inglewood,
yeah.
always up to no good.
You
I
That was
know.
kind of strange for him to be waving people out, though. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, okay, I'm simply, again, if you need something, because I'll tell you, when I first got word that you were interested in talking to him.
And the lawyer's like, okay.
Don't talk to the police, I won't hide it, I said, don't. But he insisted that he wants to make
Get this over
I'll
with.
talk to you.
Oh, now they're going to ask about Diddy
No,
again?
I said he wants to talk.
That's why
Yeah.
we had no
Yeah.
problem with you coming down camera.
Yeah.
It was just all.
Yeah, he insisted.
I was checking out your everything. I don't know.
Yeah, he was-
What you talking about?
Yeah, Sean, talk to Sean,
What did you talk about?
He said the FBI is all over me, man. I don't want you guys catching my heat. Stay away from me.
Who said that?
So they said you were talking to Sean Combs. What were you talking to Sean Combs about? And the defendant, Keffe D, says, he said, the FBI is all over me, man. I don't want you guys catching my heat. Stay away from me. And the detective's like, who said this? He's like, Sean. The detective's like, oh shit, really? Yeah. So now they're getting into the connection with Sean Combs, I think, which the connection to Sean Combs is going to be relevant back.
Sean.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you this little C, did you talk to him?
For a few minutes.
I mean, what did you-
That's the person that slid the invitations. Send me the
Oh,
invitation.
okay, you got the invitation from Little C?
Yeah, him and a manager.
A manager?
Him and a manager.
Okay.
He got a lot of braids. You see him?
Oh, yeah.
He with a side cap.
Right.
Yeah.
Said, Combs said FBI is all over me?
Yes.
That was it.
So with Little C was just I and
Yes. He gave me the invitation. Him and
this is before you went in?
Before I went
Well-
in. Then I went up there. They was drinking. Gave me a bottle. I started
Did
drinking.
you talk to Little C inside?
Huh?
Did you talk to Little C
Yeah, I talked to
inside?
him.
What did you guys talk about? I mean, you met before, right?
He just said, how you doing? Yeah, you know. What you doing?
How long had you known Sean and Little C before this event?
Is his attorney going to jump in and be like,
A year.
A year? Where'd you
Couple
meet him?
years. He had gave an after party at Soul Train Award.
In what year?
How long have you known him?
96?
96?
One night the guy get killed at the Elray, what year was that? They got beat up.
Hey, detective, you know that one dude who got murdered in Elroy? What year was that one? The detective, 94. He's like, yeah, I've known him since about then. Okay.
That was 94?
That was the year I met. Yeah.
Okay, so that's 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Also, I love that the detective was like, oh yeah, that was 94. Because the detective knew exactly what murder he was talking about.
I appreciate, because I'd like to talk to you again, and we'll call your attorney, and you have no problem?
I ain't got no problem. Yeah.
I just want to come tell them run a little bit.
Sorry, my lights are being weird. All right, and then the attorneys are going to wrap up the interview with police. Are we almost done? Is this a different interview? No. You want another talk? Oh, okay.
You want another talk? Oh, okay.
I'm the death penalty case. So I have no time whatsoever. Friday, get access for that.
Which one?
But, I told you, I can't say this one, maybe. No. It's the only defendant you have. Otherwise, you just get the money.
Okay, they're just wrapping up. Thank goodness.
Yes, I'm at the police department.
All of you are asking me, how is this relevant? We're going to see what dots they use this to connect. The connection to the vehicle, the connection to Diddy, Puffy. He'll probably be called Puffy more in this case. And who else he knew, but also this shooting was a retaliatory shooting, and there's also been some questions about whether or not, well, there were questions about Keffe D being implicated in this, though the jury heard a stipulation that he was and is not a suspect. They don't believe he was the one that shot Biggie, but they were also talking about debts that were owed. So that's part of where we're at with this. All right, let's see what happens now that we're done with this interview. Yay, being done with the interview. All right. Look, they're going to say it's 6 p.m. The interview is concluded. I'm zoom until they're done. We're not just going to sit and listen to that. Wait, did they call their next witness? Did I zoom too far?
All right, who's your next witness?
Thomas Kern.
All right, next witness is Thomas Curve or Curry. We'll see. All right. We made it, y'all. We made it through that interview. I guess we'll see how that connects the dots later. We made it.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
Sorry, I'm still at 1.25. Let's slow this down a little bit, and then we'll see if we need to speed it back up. So far, the lawyers have talked pretty quickly.
May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
First name is Thomas, Thomas. Last name is Kern, Kern.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, Mr.
Kern,
Rico,
like
you may proceed.
Kernville.
Thank you. Sir, how are you currently employed?
I work for Customs and Border Protection at the Chicago Laboratory as a latent fingerprint examiner.
Fingerprints.
I'm going to take you back 30 years ago.
Great.
30 years ago, what were you doing for a living?
I had just started here as a crime scene analyst. I was in my first year.
What does a crime scene analyst for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department do?
Basically, it's a response to like crime scenes to recover evidence that was potentially left behind during the incident. Things like burglaries, we would go look for fingerprint evidence, maybe sometimes broken glass, those sort of things, and we would collect that from the scene and bring it back to the lab for potential use later.
Did you have a field training officer on September 7th or September 13th, I guess it is, of 1996?
I did.
And who was that?
David Lemaster. That's Lemaster.
Do crime scene analysts respond to the coroner's office
Seems dark
for
in the courtroom today.
autopsies to document the body and collect any evidence that the doctor pulls out during the course of an autopsy?
Yes.
And were you present at the autopsy?
Okay, we're going to learn what was recovered, if anything, from the autopsy. I imagine something, and that's why they have this witness here. But some coroner's offices have someone in their office that does that. We saw that in the Corey Richins case. Sometimes detectives collect it. Sometimes CSIs collect it.
With Dave LeMaster for the autopsy of Tupac Shakur.
I was.
May I approach, Judge?
You may.
I'm going to start with state proposed exhibits 44 to, looks like 56 there. Just want you to flip through those.
So he's looking at the photos that presumably he took. About things recovered from the autopsy, or things of evidentiary value recovered from the autopsy. That would be any bullet fragments, glass fragments, things like that. What I appreciate about the prosecutor, though, is we immediately know why this witness is here. I mean, we don't need to hear him flip through all the pages.
44 through 54.
But we know why the witness is
Those
here.
all depictions
Which is helpful.
of Mr. Shakur, well, his body bag, as well as Mr. Shakur.
I like that defense counsel has a different, like, lapel flower pin today. They're a vibe. The flower pins are a vibe. I liked the one yesterday. I like the one today. The flower pins are a vibe. I'm digging it.
Or during the course of the autopsy, documenting both tattoos and injuries to Mr. Shakur.
Yes, sir.
And then 55 and 56, it is two sides, I'll say, of what looks like a bullet and a fragment that was removed from his body at time of autopsy. Is that correct?
That's
That makes
correct.
sense.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Proposed Exhibit number 128.
We won't see or should not see the autopsy photos.
I'm
We might
looking
see
at
the
that.
recovered fragment photos.
Does that appear to be an impound done by Dave LeMaster from the autopsy of Mr. Shakur in September of 1996?
It is.
And flip it over here. Why don't you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury how evidence is collected?
So this is a typical evidence collection bag, and on the front there's information that you would complete and fill out that would be relevant to the investigation you're working on.
This case being 30 years old reminds everyone why it's so important to actually do all the evidence collection properly. Look how easy it was when it's done properly.
So I know that this is David's paperwork. We are assigned a personnel number when we start the job, and David's personnel number was 4243 as his first initial, last initial, and that's about here in the center of this information. When we collect the evidence, we're supposed to put a seal on the reverse, and the seal has to remain intact.
Look at that!
Throughout the investigation. That's
With
so
tape
that also
and
has
everything.
David's initial and personnel number and the date that was collected.
So it appears that nobody's opened this since David.
Signed, sealed, delivered. Collected it, sealed it, signed it, dated it, and the tape's not 30 years later and that tape's not broken. Right. If you do it right, your chain of evidence should be solid. Look at that.
Impounded it 30 years ago.
That's correct.
Judge, I offer 44
How lovely.
56 and 128.
Any
No
objection?
objection, Your Honor.
They will be admitted.
Look how easy peasy.
Thank you. I passed the witness.
And
Okay.
we're done with that witness.
Cross-examination, Mr. Sampt.
Your Honor, I have no cross.
And there's
Ladies
no
and gentlemen
cross.
of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you so much. Have a good day. You are excused, Mr. Quinn.
Hey, everybody. Good job on doing your jobs, everyone. Way to go.
State, who's your next witness?
Dr. Lisa Gavin.
Okay.
Way to go. This might be the coroner. I don't know. But it's possible. Well done, everybody. Well done. Look at how easy that is. Nope, we're good. Here it is. Here you go. And they admitted the bullet fragment into evidence. No need to pull it out and take a look. A different witness will do that, but they established chain of custody with that witness on to witness number 6. Now we won't be applauding all the police work in this case at some point, I'm sure. It just depends on who the witnesses are. The defense definitely left some breadcrumbs in their opening, so we'll see. But we're gonna applaud it when we see it.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action
All right,
shall
we're
be
on to
the
witness
truth,
number
the whole
6.
truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Good morning. I'm Dr. Lisa Gavin, Lis.
Immediately turned to the jury. Ma'am, how many times have you testified? A million. She's like, hey, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to talk to you and directly to you. Immediately turned to talk to the jury. Love it.
Agavin.
Thank you, Dr. Gavin. Mr. DiGiacomo, you may proceed.
Doctor, how are you employed?
I am a forensic pathologist, medical examiner here in Clark County.
Oh, who could have seen that coming?
We determine the the cause of death and the manner of death and sudden unexpected deaths.
So
in
she's
order to hold the position
the
that
ME.
you do with the coroner's office, do you have certain education, training, and background?
Medical
Yes.
examiner,
Explain
coroner.
that to ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Same.
I went to medical school at the University of Connecticut School of Medicine. I did a pathology residency at Hartford Hospital in Connecticut. I did a surgical pathology fellowship at Hartford Hospital in Connecticut.
Ma'am, I am sure you are eminently well qualified. I bet you would never take body temperature by using your fingers in somebody's armpits. We're going to go ahead and put you at 1.25, even though you speak at a brilliant clip. Background training and experience, I have no doubt that you have the background training and experience to do this. The thing I'm most curious about is how many autopsies she's done and maybe how many times she's testified. But other than that, yes. Go forth, ma'am.
I did a forensic pathology fellowship in the
forth.
Office of the Medical Investigator in New Mexico, and then I came here to Clark County. I have a medical license to practice here in the state of Nevada, and I'm board certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
How long overall have you been a forensic pathologist?
This September, it'll be about 17 years practicing here.
So I'm going to guess that 30 years ago you were not at the autopsy of Tupac Shakur.
No, I was in medical school.
Have you in the past had to
I was wondering if he was going to say, and I was in elementary school. Like I was waiting to see what counsel was going to say. I was in high school, but chat, this is not an invitation to say I wasn't born yet. I mean, it's okay. Some of you can. But he was like, I was, and then he moved on. But it sounded like he was going to just respond, which is funny. So she's probably testifying from a supervisor's report. There are reasons that can happen, though that would be handled at pre-trial motions.
come in and testify to your opinions as to cause and manner of death in cases where you weren't the actual examiner at the table?
Yes.
Explain why that would happen.
We have people that have retired. We have doctors that have died. We have doctors that have gone to other locations in the country.
So when you are asked to review, what is it that you get to review in order to form your opinions and conclusions?
Most often it would be the investigation report from our office. It would be the autopsy report from the forensic pathologist that did the case. It could be photographs associated with the case. Could be medical records associated with the case. Could be any consultations or the like associated with the case.
In this particular case, do you know who the examiner was?
Yes.
Who was it?
It was Dr. Jordan.
And Dr. Jordan is no longer with us, correct?
Correct. Dr. Jordan has passed away.
In addition to what the medical examiner's office.
Also, in a case where there is not controversy over the cause of death, there's no controversy over the cause of death. Tupac was shot. That's what caused him to die. The controversy is over what role Keffe D had in it. I imagine that the defense didn't fight on this very much because the defense agrees that Tupac was shot and killed. He just disagrees that his client was an aider and abettor to that. So there's also not a lot of purpose in fighting some of this stuff. So I'm going to leave it at 1.25 for now.
Did you also get a copy of the photographs taken by crime scene analysts during the course of the autopsy?
Yes.
And did you utilize those as well to render your opinions?
Yes.
I'm going to start with what's been previously admitted as
She's like, I've got my
exhibit
readers,
number
I'm ready.
44.
Same, ma'am, same.
Now, as long as you don't click that mouse, there should be a nice little arrow that comes up and you can point to it. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 44?
In the background is a green body bag, and the way that we sealed the body bag to preserve the body as evidence is we put this little blue tag through the eyelets of the zippers as they come
With the
together
number.
to demonstrate that the body was received, placed into that sealed body bag, and then received in the office with that seal intact at that time.
And then the tag.
Similarly, we also attached onto that area what will become the toe tag, the identifying marker for that particular body, that particular individual.
And if I zoom in on that, we're able to see that the name was Lassane Crooks, aka Tupac Shakur, date of death 9/13/96 at approximately 1600 or 4 p.m.
That's correct.
45.
I mean, it's not going to be hard to identify him
What are we
from
looking at, Doctor?
tattoos.
This
either.
is just opening up of the body bag, and then one of the first photos that was taken at the time that the body bag was opened, demonstrating the decedent and the condition that he was received in and the body bag.
And from reviewing the medical records that were part of the coroner's office file, did it appear that Mr. Shakur had survived his wounds for some period of time?
Yes.
I
And
will.
a lot of what we see.
I will put this back at normal speed when they get to the exact injuries, cause, and manner of death if we need it. I think this clip at 1.25 works really well. She's really easy to understand. I don't think we've covered a case where there's been significant medical intervention. So I expect that we'll hear some testimony about medical intervention because he was in the hospital not for a few hours, but for a number of days. So we'll hear some of that with this testimony, I would imagine. And then if somebody's transported to the coroner with anything that's left from medical intervention, intubation, things like that, they'll note all of that too.
On these photographs are evidence of medical intervention.
That's correct.
Oh, fuck. Emily, just keep reading. Literally the next thing that he said. It's like there's a pattern to asking these questions. Shit. I'll just keep reading, chat. Apologies.
Medical intervention.
That's correct.
Right.
046. This is a facial shot. I know there's a ruler in the way, but this is a facial shot of Mr. Shakur.
Oh, that's correct.
And then we're not going to display all of his tattoos, but there were photographs taken. This is 47 to identify his various tattoos.
Correct.
They
So we
also
can see on his.
they also put tattoos on their documentation and their drawing. They put like a little arrow to where they are, or actually a little indicator of the tattoo on the body in the sketch, and they denote all of those as well, in addition to the photos.
Right stomach there that says thug. And then if we go to 48, on the other side, it says life. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So now I want to get to his injuries. And I'm going to start with, I'll start with 49. What are we looking at here?
This is the right side of the body up by the chest area. You can see the right axilla or armpit in that region. And then you could see some of the sutures of what they call a thoracotomy incision, where they've cut into the side of the chest. And then just below that, this is an entrance gunshot wound.
And then just below that thoracotomy chest, there appears to be a stitched up area. I can move my mouse too, right there. What is that?
That's a sutured chest tube site.
So he had a tube there to help drain some of what was going on in his body.
Correct. And in the previous one that had all the medical intervention, you could see from the left side there was a similar chest tube on that left side.
From your review, were you able to determine sort of the path of this particular bullet?
Yes.
And what was that?
It entered here in the right lateral aspect of the chest, just below the axilla, the armpit, and then went across the right chest space, went across the right lung, and then ended up coming to rest in what we call the sternal notch. The sternal notch is a location is just between where your...
All right. I said as we started getting into the kind of trajectories of, because this will become relevant possibly on where they were shooting from, the trajectory of bullet pathing is going to be relevant. So I'll slow that down just a little for all of our law nerds that are not 1.25 fans. We'll speed it back up if we get back into the weeds on things.
That's a sutured chest tube site.
So he had a tube there to help drain some of what was going on in his body.
Correct. And in the previous one that had all the medical intervention, you could see from the left side there was a similar chest tube on that left side.
From your review, were you able to determine sort of the path of this particular bullet?
Yes.
And what was that?
It entered here in the right lateral aspect of the chest, just below the axilla, the armpit, and then went across the right chest space, went across the right lung, and then ended up coming to rest in what we call the sternal notch. The sternal notch is a location just between where your collarbones kind of meet up towards the center of your chest. So just beneath that, the projectile was recovered.
The nature of that type of wound, what did it physically do to him, his ability to breathe and those types of things?
So the injury to the lung would have collapsed the lung and also caused the lung to bleed. And so it was documented within the medical records that he had about 2 liters of blood in his chest cavity when they put in the chest tube to try to save him. And similarly, they ended up removing that lung to try to save him and kind of clamp off the bleeding. And then it already had multiple episodes of not becoming responsive, so he wasn't able to breathe. He was bleeding out in that area from that injury.
Additionally, I guess I should have asked this when I was back on some of the prior pictures. We're going to see a lot of pictures, or we have seen some pictures of Mr. Shakur while he's alive. We're going to see some video of him alive. He certainly looks a lot skinnier in those pictures than he does in these pictures. Is there a reason why he's so bloated in these photographs?
After they've been on the life support system, you end up not being able to circulate the fluid in the body that they're trying to give you, and so it kind of seeps into the tissues, and it makes your tissues look kind of bloated and literally bloated.
Right.
I'm going to move on to his next wound, State's Exhibit number 51. What are we looking at here?
This is the right lateral aspect of his body, so his right flank and his lateral aspect of his right thigh.
And
then his back side of his right hand is also within this picture.
The ruler, though, is identifying what?
The ruler is around the right lateral aspect of his thigh, so the right thigh on the lateral side.
Was there another entry
What
wound?
is that?
And that's an entrance gunshot wound.
Yeah.
And can you tell me the path that bullet took?
Yes.
And go ahead.
That bullet entered in the lateral aspect of the right thigh and then went upwards into the abdomen and damaged his intestines. They ended up operating there and removed a portion of his intestines, and then during that surgery they recovered another projectile.
State's Exhibit number 52, and you can see it in 51, but now the ruler is on. Oops, try that again. Now the ruler is on that lower mark. Describe that for us.
This is like the lateral aspect of his body, or his right flank. And this wound does not penetrate into the body, but it kind of causes this deeper abrasion in this area. So this could be from like a spent projectile that might have hit something else and then hit his body, so it lost its momentum to be able to penetrate into his body further. So it kind of hit this area and created this wound on the side of his body.
Were there evidence within the medical records that Mr. Shakur had received bullet wounds sometime prior to the injuries that caused his death?
He had some scars in other areas of his body that were suggestive of that.
State's Exhibit number 53. What are we looking at?
This is the back of his right hand, and on the ring finger he has an entrance gun.
I'm going to pause real quick. Spicy Foot in the chat asked a great question, and for everybody, coming back in or catching up with this trial today. Spicyfoot said, why is the autopsy and evidence of Keffe D's not being charged with the murder itself? He is being charged with the murder itself. He is not the gunman, but you can be charged with murder on aiding and abetting theories. It's similar to the Donna Adelson case. Donna Adelson isn't the one who went and killed Dan Markel, but she was still charged with murder. Though they used a conspiracy charge there, they're not using a conspiracy here because we don't have the larger agreement, because Keffe D is the one who made the call, but he's the one that made the call. He's the one that handed over the gun. So even though he is not the one who pulled the trigger, he is still charged with first-degree murder. It's just a different theory of murder. But yes, still charged with first-degree murder, even though he's not the shooter. So hopefully that clears it up just a little bit. We'll continue on.
Gunshot wound. This path goes through the hand and goes through that finger and then fractures that bone right by the ring finger area.
And then 54054. What are we looking at?
This is the exit aspect of that wound that we saw the entrance to on the back of the hand, and it kind of exits out the underside and partly in the webbing between those fingers.
Now, you mentioned that during the surgery, UMC would have recovered one bullet, and then autopsy, another bullet was recovered?
That's correct.
And so, as it relates to the autopsy, showing you State's Exhibit number 55. What are we looking at here?
This is the projectile that was recovered during the autopsy. This was the one underneath the sternal notch to which I referred earlier.
And just so the jury understands these when they get to the back room, that's the same bullet, it's just taken from the opposite side.
Yes, we take multiple angles of those projectiles. Photos of multiple angles.
Your Honor, just for the record, what exhibit number is this one?
Mr. Distracting?
56.
Okay.
Now, Doctor, in addition to not only the photographs, were there other records identifying Mr. Shakur within the coroner's office records?
We have both some medical records and some photographs, as well as the autopsy report, the investigation report, and the toxicology report as well.
Did you also have an affidavit from Mr. Shakur's mother indicating that's her son and he's dead?
Yes.
And were there also post-mortem fingerprints taken to confirm that information?
Yes.
After reviewing all of those,
I don't know if I've seen a case that I can remember where they've brought in an affidavit from a parent as part of the identification. I don't think I can remember a case where I've seen that, but I can understand the prosecution wanting to make sure that they have established that the person at the autopsy is the victim that we're talking about, and these are all the different ways that we are confirming that this is the person that we are talking about. Fingerprints, ID from mothers, tattoo IDs, etc. So I understand why the prosecutor's doing it. I just don't think I've ever seen it done and brought into court in a case like that. But again, the prosecution's going to dot all the I's.
Those records, do you have an opinion as to the cause of death of Mr. Shakur?
Yes.
And what is that?
He died of gunshot wounds of chest and abdomen.
And do you have an opinion as to the manner of death?
Yes.
And what is that?
Homicide.
When a medical examiner uses the term homicide, what does that mean?
At the hands of another.
The simplest form is death at the hands of another.
Thank you.
And
I pass the witness.
It's cross-examination for the coroner.
Dr. Gavin, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you.
All right, we're on to
Just a
cross.
couple questions. Your testimony here today revolves really around your review of the record that was laid out 30 years ago.
Yes, that's correct.
And so I have fair to say, of course, that keeping records would be very important in your line of work.
Yes.
In the event that in the future, something that you do while you're on vacation somewhere in the Bahamas could be testified to by another doctor.
That's correct.
Now, with regards to the records that you saw here, is it Dr.
Jordan.
Jordan? Was there anything missing in your review of those records in terms of record keeping or anything like that?
No, but we only took a few photos at the time of autopsy. At that time, they used Polaroids or they used film and cameras.
Oh.
And so we had few photos of the body itself. And so consequently, the crime scene analyst photos were helpful for being able to come to determination in addition to the reports.
Right.
Oh.
So
Oh. Interesting. A, they didn't take very many photos at the time, understand. And B, we took Polaroids at the time.
The way we're able to explain it to the jury today is that you reviewed the record as well as any photographs that were taken at the time of the autopsy.
That's correct.
Okay. And once again, going back again to my original question, though, is that was there anything at all in review of Dr. Jordan's records or record keeping that would have indicated to you something that should have been done differently with regard to Dr. Jordan's work?
No, nothing that I could see in my review.
Okay, and fair enough to say, though, that you're not really there to critique his work as much as it is to relay what you read in the record to a jury like the people that we have here today.
But that's fair.
And once again, a critical review of someone's record is a little bit different compared to just reading what was done and then relaying that to a jury.
Yes.
Okay. What is the difference?
I think the scrutiny that you can utilize in those kind of details may be something that becomes relevant for a particular case.
Right. So, for instance, if there was some issue, some dispute over whether or not he was given adequate medical treatment, that would be something for another day, for another topic, and another type of review, right?
That would be for somebody that actually does treatment of bodies. I'm a forensic pathologist, so I'm a medical examiner, so I review people after they've died. So that would be treatment related to whomever does that type of treatment.
Right.
Now, would you have been able to do this type of review if Dr. Jordan had not kept an adequate record of his efforts?
Nope.
It depends on what you have available for review.
Say, for instance, there's no record at all. He doesn't do a record, he does some work, but you don't have anything other than maybe the pictures in this case. Would that be enough of a review for you?
Photographs can be very helpful in terms of determining what happened to the body, and then in terms of where the locations of injuries are. Based on my knowledge of anatomy in the body, I can definitely generate opinions based on that.
Sure, but with regards to, say, his work...
She's like, I don't quite get where you're going with this. And she hasn't seen anything else in this trial, right? But we know where he's going with this, that he's trying to establish for down the road what the ideal practices are with a witness who can illustrate the issue if record keeping isn't done well. And it's not attacking this witness because she's not the one that did the records. It's a really good use of this witness to illustrate a point for later, and using this witness to show why it's so important to keep good records and maybe where there's room for questions when records aren't kept well. Really good use of taking a witness who doesn't have any reason to be defensive, isn't going to be at odds with him, to show and highlight how much it matters.
In general, outside of the fact that you could point out location of where there's entry and exit wounds, for instance, from a bullet, outside of that, would you be able to tell this jury exactly what Dr. Jordan had done with regard to his autopsy?
What he did for his exact procedures? No.
Okay. And in the event that you don't even have that, say, for instance, you're coming in here today, and the question is, well, did Tupac Shakur die of bullet wounds? Would that be something that you could just tell a jury like this without even looking at a record or photographs?
We would need some kind of record in order for me to be able to generate an opinion, or some kind of photographs for me to be able to generate an opinion.
And fair to say then, once again, that in your line of work, record keeping, record writing is critical to maintain the integrity of what you do as a coroner.
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, Gavin. Thank you.
Any redirect, Mr. Judge?
Good use of cross. Really good use of cross.
Man, Mr. Stamps suggested, and I just want to make it clear, you're not regurgitating Dr. Jordan's opinions. You've formulated your own opinions as the cause and manner of death.
That is correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
One final question based on Mr. Chacos. And fair to say, though, in order for you to do that, you have to rely on Dr. Jordan's documentation of what he did.
I relied on his documentation as well as the other documentation that I talked about, which was medical records as well as photographs.
Thank you. No further questions, John.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness?
Probably not, but who knows?
We have one more that we're waiting for.
Oh, there's multiple questions from the jury. Okay. Radar Hole in the chat said, I keep being surprised that I'm watching the Tupac trial. Same. All right. The attorneys are going to approach while they take a look at what the jury question is. Remember, if the jury asks a question that is like an improper question or an objectionable question, they won't ask it, which is why they confer with the lawyers each time there's a jury question and then present the question or a modified version of the question to the witness. And sometimes if multiple jurors have the same question, they'll kind of compound it and make it easier for the court. So the court's talking to the lawyers for that.
All right, Dr. Gavin, we have a few questions from our jurors.
A few questions from the jurors. Okay.
Were there any wounds to the head that you or Dr. Jordan observed or noted?
Oh, are they just curious?
No, there were not.
And then were all the bullets found of the same caliber?
I don't know what the caliber of the other bullet was, the one recovered at surgery.
Okay, state any follow-up based on those questions.
Do you even know what the caliber of the bullet was that was covered in autopsy?
No, I don't know this caliber.
Is that something that is not in your realm of determination?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Sam?
Dr.
Right. Because they get so damaged, it's really, really difficult to tell. But it's an interesting question. To be like, was all of this from one gun? Seems to be what they're thinking.
I'm assuming you're probably going to say I don't know, but are you aware that if any Metropolitan Police officer or expert came forward to take a look at those fragments that we're looking at now, or any other fragments that were recovered from the body?
No, I don't know.
You don't know that?
I don't know whether or not somebody did that.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you for being with us, Dr. Gavin. You are excused.
Thank you.
And you heard her answer, and I saw a number of questions about this in the chat. You heard her answer, and I'm going to move on from this after we talk about it. But you heard her say that there were numerous bullet fragments or projectile fragments recovered in the autopsy, but one was recovered from the hospital from surgery. The question that I saw a lot in the chat is, why wouldn't they have taken them all out? It might have been that they couldn't get to where they were, or there were other things that were more emergent, that removing those were not the most urgent thing at the time. And so they were, as we've heard, going through quite extensive life-saving measures. So going and getting the rest of that bullet fragment out is not their primary concern. So that's why a medical professional might make that choice, because other things needed to be handled first.
Next witness.
All right, next
Just
witness.
before we call the next witness, I have in my hand State's Proposed Exhibit number 59, which is a certified copy of Marion Suge Knight's medical records from UNC that night.
Any objection to the admission of those records, Mr. Sam?
No, you're not.
All right, those will be admitted.
So they're just putting in Suge's medical
I
records.
apologize, I don't know his name, but he is the custodian of records for MGM.
He had a graze wound.
Okay.
I wonder if we will hear from a doctor now that those are in, if that's the next witness. But I guess we'll see. He had a graze wound.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
All right, next witness.
May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Michael Ingram, Michael Ingram.
This is witness number
Thank you,
7.
Mr. Ingram. Mr. Jackman, whenever you're ready.
Sir, how are you employed?
I work as an investigator for MGM Resorts.
Oh, not a doctor.
What area at MGM Resorts
Video?
do you have a certain job responsibility?
I have responsibility over surveillance and security surveillance and investigations.
Were you requested?
The shit this man must have seen in his line of work and probably still sees in his line of work. Can you imagine? Can you imagine dealing with security for all of the MGM resorts? That's probably a lot.
To come here to authenticate some video that was collected well back in 1996 from the MGM.
Yes, I was.
And have you had a chance to see any of that surveillance?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Did MGM keep a copy as well?
Yes, they have.
Okay, so you reviewed that.
Yes.
Judge, I have in my hand stage proposed exhibit number 115, which is that video I'd offer.
Any objection?
I wonder if they
No
have like a
objection.
separate
Okay, that'll be a
division
minute.
that deals with like the tables and the floor
So I have
versus like
3 different
shenanigans.
camera views, more than 3 different files, I'll call it, that we're going to talk about. But back in 1996, can you describe the type of surveillance system we're
Okay,
looking at?
counsel, can you please stop saying way back in 19... Counsel! Feel attacked.
How is it, what medium was it originally reported on?
At that time, it was recorded on VHS.
Yep.
And did MGM reuse tapes every so often?
Yes.
And so when you reuse tape, did you lose quality each time you kind of reused it over and over again?
Yes, the quality deteriorated.
So unlike today that's digital, some of these views that we're going to watch
Are
gonna
rough?
be pretty hard to facially identify anybody. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Great.
So I want to start with, actually,
I like that he got out ahead of, hey, some of the quality on this is shit, but there's a reason some of the quality is shit.
I have this marked next in order.
I need to switch it over.
And
I
I
know.
just remember if it's at the top or the bottom.
Chad is like, wheel out the VHS player and the
There's 2
TV.
blues.
Yeah, like the substitute teacher wheeling in the TV cart. Just wheeling in the cart, strapped down to the TV strapped down to the cart with the VHS player. Just wheel it right in.
I'm going to show you the stage proposed exhibit number 144. You recognize what that is?
Yes, that's the MGM Grand.
Is that currently the way the MGM Grand looks?
The general layout of the casino or the hotel, yes, it's the names have changed and stuff, but
Okay.
the property is the same.
So we don't know if this is from 1996 or if it's from 2002, 2010, one in the last 30 years, but generally the layout's been the same.
Correct.
Put this up, ladies and gentlemen, the jury.
Your Honor, if I could,
Oh, I moved to bit 144.
before we move to admit, can I just ask a couple more questions of this witness with regard to this particular?
You'd like to voir dire on this issue?
Yes, please.
You may.
I'm just going to reiterate that I like this judge so much. Do you see how easy peasy that was? Your Honor, can I ask a few more questions? Oh, you'd like to voir dire this witness for some more foundation to admit this exhibit? Sure, go right ahead. Easy peasy. So we're going to hear the defense attorney asking questions. This is not cross-examination. He's taking the witness on voir dire to ask more foundational questions because the witness in his testimony said this is essentially the layout of the MGM, but it hasn't really pinned down that this was the MGM during that time. How do you know these videos are from that date? What's the rest of the foundation there? And the court's going to allow him to do it. So this is not cross. This is voir dire the witness in front of the jury.
Sir, with regards to the photograph that's been marked as proposed state exhibit 144, can you tell me if you can read the locations that are on that particular map?
I can read most of them. There's one that's a little fuzzy to me.
Sure. In terms of your review of the surveillance video from the MGM, fair to say that what we're about to see would indicate where the camera location was, including the name of the area that would correlate with what you have up there on the map?
As a general rule, yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll have no further questions.
Any objection then to the admission of it? It'll be admitted.
That
State
was
you may
quite
proceed.
quick. Minnie said, can they do that in front of the jury? It depends on what they're voir diring about, but when it goes to foundation, they absolutely can. So yes, they can. And his foundational questions were, okay, are these locations correlated to this thing? It was a few cleanup questions. So before the exhibit got admitted, there's nothing improper about it because it's not laying more foundation isn't voir diring into an area that might not come in front of the jury.
There's actually two areas on this I want to talk to you about before we show the video. Maybe more than that.
Voir dire. And there's a map.
Generally speaking,
map.
events like the Tyson-Selden fight, where would that have occurred at?
The MGM Grand Garden, which is located at the top of the screen.
Up here. Okay. We have an elevator view that we're going to see. Where is that located on this?
There's in the middle of the screen, there's three small boxes. Those
right here?
Yes, those are the elevator core for the MGM Grand.
And then if there's a camera that's going to say food court, that's kind of
not an autonomous eatery.
Looking down a long hallway. Which hallway are we looking at?
The white box, yeah, you're going to be following that basically to the Grand Garden Arena.
So when you come out of this box, you can either come down here or across the casino, essentially.
Correct.
So now I'm going to start with, if we can go back to me.
Trisha said, Emily, the cookie stand is not a part of the food court. Exactly. Autonomous eatery.
I'll pause it here for just a second.
All right.
This says
it's literally labeled food court. That's fantastic. That's why we were talking about it. The video's literally labeled food court. September 7th, 1996, 2047-11.
Food court.
Fantastic.
Promenade. So I'm just going to hold it up for the jury. Do you know anywhere where we are along this white corridor? Or could it be anywhere on that white corridor?
Specifically, I couldn't tell you exactly where along that corridor you are, but you're along that corridor.
Okay. And I'm going to stop it. Oh, maybe a little farther.
Because somebody in a football jersey is going to be easy to identify, right?
This person right here, we're going to see in some of our other videos wearing a Dan Marino Miami Dolphins jersey.
Yeah, the football jersey makes it.
But for ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that's the person that we're trying to follow. Is that accurate? Or do you know?
I do not know.
Okay.
I mean, that's pretty clear on that one. Also, wearing a jersey when everyone else is not makes it pretty easy. And we've already heard
now we have another
who was wearing the jersey. I just
camera view of this
yesterday.
long hallway. From this, can you tell generally where in that hallway it is, or once again we're just somewhere on that white hallway?
It's the food
somewhere
court.
along that white hallway.
And well, he just flashed.
That.
So let me stop it here. On these VHS tapes,
Well, that looks like the elevator
would
bag.
flash between different hallways.
That technology was in effect during that time frame.
Called multiplex back in those days.
Correct.
So sometimes we jump from camera view to camera view,
It would jump
trying
around.
to capture what we're trying to
Jump
capture.
around.
Correct.
Jump up, and get down.
We can see the 13 on this jersey right here with the gentleman walking behind him.
In the like Where's Waldo stripes, which is also helpful. The stripes in the jersey are helpful.
Now I'm going to take you to 115B. I don't know why it did that.
Lawyers
All right,
fight
we're
with
going to use a different program so we don't
technology.
watch it sideways.
No, we don't want to watch it sideways, counsel. We don't want to watch it inverted. We don't want to watch it sideways. We don't want to hear whatever that noise
I'll
is.
turn my volume off because there's no volume. Now this is that elevator.
Hey, look at that video. I mean, look at that carpet, but look at that video. It's in color.
Core that we saw. We switch over. To
Those cameras pan.
Over to you? You mean the dot cam?
Yeah. So as opposed to those other views that were somewhere in here, now we're down in the middle of these four, and there's a tree in the middle of these four.
Correct.
Is that tree still there?
No.
And unlike the other camera, this one is a movable camera that goes back and forth.
This one is
Correct.
like, okay.
Yeah.
So that is a tree in the middle there.
So this one starts at 2043 or so, and I'm going to jump forward to about 2047. This is just people walking through that elevator area, correct?
Correct.
He's literally zooming. He's like, zoom.
Close enough. We'll start at 2046-33.
Wait, I wanted to see what her outfit was. It looked cute. Damn it. This camera is not helping me out. With the black dress and heels and the neck. Damn it. It was so 90s-rific. I loved it. And it went whoop, just panned right past it. I know. I wanted to see the outfit. That camera's just on a swivel then. Like it gets focused, the color and the light adjusts, and then it pans away. It's so annoying. Who's typing next to the mic? Are we just... Council said this was close enough, but... Wait, that dress is kind of great too. There are some great fits for fight night, man. I think that was a wedding dress that just walked by. Eventually, we're going to get to where the fight happened. Like, not the Tyson fight, the other fight, where Baby Lane got jumped. And that happens on this video by the tree. I don't know why we're so far back in time from that, but... Council did say, oh, well, it's good enough. So here we are. Great Good. I turned that down real quick. The courtroom's already got the ick. Fantastic. It's going to be a great 3 weeks, everybody. The panning back and forth is just... Great. Emily, why are we watching this? Because something's going to happen. Eventually.
Stop it just here for a second to orient everybody.
To the tree.
So the camera, is it being operated manually by a cameraman so he can stop it on something that he's looking at?
He can stop it at a location, but that movement that you saw was just the camera in rotation, just scanning the area.
But if it now stops and focuses on someone, there's someone in the control room that is able to stop and go, hey, something's going on. And
Yes.
okay.
Well, that happened quickly. And I guess there's nobody in the control room stopping it because the camera panned right away. And security went chasing after people. And there's still just a bunch of other people walking around unbothered. Well, that was quick.
Tell her yes, as of right now.
Yeah, you're focusing in on security, who's still by the tree. Everybody else seems to be basically gone. You've got security all standing around talking to each other. That's helpful. However, there is somebody sitting down. That's maybe. I think there's somebody that they're talking to that's sitting down. It's hard to tell. A lot more security coming in. All of the participants, except maybe the victim, have all gone different
The
directions.
gentlemen in white shirts, are they security guards, and the gentleman in tan shirts, Metro Police?
Yes, sir.
So for the actual fight, it panned away in like 30 seconds. But for law enforcement showing up there, they're just locked in. Helpful.
Pause it there for a
Oh,
second.
there's the football jersey and a lot more
Once
security.
again, it appears that the victim of the beating was wearing that 13 merino shirt.
Yes, sir.
So that's Keffe D's nephew, Baby Lane, who was wearing the jersey. Baby Lane was in the car later that night. He is since deceased, as is everybody else that was in the car, except for Keffe D. And as the prosecution talked about in the opening statements, there was an incident at the Lakewood Mall where Baby Lane started stuff and grabbed somebody's death row chain, whether they snatched the chain and kept it or whether they just grabbed it and didn't keep it is still a matter of that's in dispute. But there was a incident at the Lakewood Mall predating this. Then everybody rolled out to Vegas for the Tyson fight. Baby Lane was by himself in the hallway. So the group that Suge Knight was with of Death Row Records jumped Baby Lane in the hallway just a few hours before, not even a few hours, just before Tupac was shot. And then Suge and Tupac were heading to the 662 Club when Keffe D and their car was leaving the liquor store because they had waited for Suge and Tupac at the 662 Club and had waited there for long enough that they were like, fuck this, we're leaving. And then they saw Tupac on Vegas Boulevard, and that's where the shooting happened. Nina said all this over a chain. Not really over a chain. It's more complicated than that when it comes into respect and the history between, well, there's a lot of history between Suge and Keffe D, but the history between them, then you start getting into the record labels and the money with Bad Boy and Death Row and who's running with who and who's disrespecting who in whose neighborhood. But they will have gang experts to talk about it. The chain was part of the circumstances with particularly Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, but there's a lot more to that, if that makes sense. And we will hear more about that with gang experts, because that's a huge factor in this case. So we're still watching this video with sheriffs and like white shirt security standing around talking to each other, like a lot of them. I don't know what else is going to come up on this video that we're going to take a look at.
2055 or so.
Maybe we're going to stop now. Good. And we did.
And then our final view, this may seem somewhat obvious, but I'm going to give you this when you watch the cameras. After we're done, I'm going to ask you generally where those people that we see leaving the area of the elevator after the fight, where they go. This is 115.
They beat up Baby Lane because he grabbed the death row chain at the Lakewood Mall
So is that the
a
main
week or whatever
casino
prior.
floor outside the elevators?
He had disrespected them, and they responded to that disrespect. That dead ass looked like Suge. Sure did. That you could see him on that camera angle. What casual. I imagine the angle on the floor that we're at now, it says it's the cage camera is going to show them, passing back by. This is definitely not as clear as the last camera. And you can see how many are in that entourage. That is a big entourage getting out of there. And you could see Suge, and I don't know who was on the other side, both had their hands on Tupac's back and were kind of leading him out or guiding him out. But that is a big entourage of people. And now there's a lot more people heading that direction.
Those doors that they appear to be exiting, can you generally tell me where that leads out to?
That is a lot of people moving out.
The Lion entrance?
Oh, I bet there were a lot of you are saying, I wonder if some of those are just people trying to get a glimpse at Tupac. I bet there were. Not all of that is the entourage. I'm sure there were people who were just like, oh, where are we going? We're following you. And then they saw that it was Tupac and were just like, go. Yeah, 100%.
Is that anywhere near the valet?
That's the. I'm sorry, I was confused.
He's asking if that's heading towards the valet. That's what they're asking.
Out to the hotel registration area and then out to the Porta Cashier.
No, we're not back in 1996. There was a valet.
Excuse me. They're going out to the Porte Cochere. It is not just the valet. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. No, I don't know if there was an exact valet or what it was called at the time.
Thank you, sir. Judge, I pass the witness.
Mr. Stimpf, cross-examination.
Thank you, Honor. Sir, you are an investigator
And
with the
cross.
MGM, correct?
MGM Resorts, the whole company.
So it would be,
Sir, you're security with the MGM. MGM Resorts. All of it.
MGM as well as the other properties that are on the ship?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm assuming you're more than just yourself doing the investigations?
Correct.
Okay. May I have that document? May I approach on?
Yeah.
I'm going to publish this again for the jury. State's Exhibit number 44. All right. A couple questions. As the investigator, or a investigator, how long have you been doing that line of work for?
14 years.
Did you have any previous law enforcement experience before you became an investigator for MGM?
No.
And then with regards to your training as an investigator for the MGM, are you trained in how to do an investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be something that would be not necessarily law enforcement, but it would just be to protect the properties that MGM owns?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So with regards to the training that you have, is one of the things that you do in terms of training, learning how to write proper reports?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us why that's important?
Documentation for future reference. You're time stamping an event in that moment that you are investigating it.
And fair to say that with regards to report writing, it helps you later refresh your recollection if you're ever unlucky enough to be sitting in this chair facing towards these people, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In this case, you were asked to retrieve this video that was what we've all seen right now, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you have to write a report for that?
No.
Now, you had shared with us earlier that you had reviewed the videos.
Sharina said, I thought court would be packed. I can understand that. There is a lottery system that requires some early arrival at court because there aren't that many seats. for public and media. There are a number of seats reserved for family, and so those might also not be full. But here's the thing about sitting in court. When you are sitting in court like this, you can only see really the witness, the judge, and yes, you can see the jury, but you can't see the other angle. You see the back of everybody else's heads, and the mics aren't often mic'd to court, they're mic'd to the feed. So sometimes it can be really hard to hear. And when something is streamed, it's easier to see if you are not in court. So I can understand why it's not as crowded. I imagine as this goes on into later weeks, it will get more crowded. If you go back and watch almost any of the cases that we've covered together, the courtroom gets progressively more full throughout the trial.
Anything about the review of the videos that would have required you to put it into a report?
No.
Okay. And you were going to, I must have cut you off. You were going to say something. Did you want to finish?
I did not, like you said that I provided this video.
Yes.
I did not provide this video.
Okay. So, and once again, we want to make sure that we're accurate, right? So what is your role in this whole thing and what you did here?
He's authenticating
the
it.
video that we all reviewed to be able to say that it's MGM Grand's video, that's MGM Grand's location, and whatever you guys want to talk about inside of the video.
He authenticated it.
So in terms of you verifying it, was it just you looking at the video and saying, yes, that's the casino floor of the MGM?
Yes.
In terms of the
videos would have come from probably the custodian of records.
The date and time, for instance, you're just relying on what's date stamped and timed on the actual video that you watched, right?
Yes.
I mean, you don't have any other way of verifying any of the time and date in this case outside of what's time stamped on the video, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's not a trick question. I just want to make sure we're clear. Yeah, you're good. But in terms of the case itself, was there an internal number that was assigned by the MGM property specifically as to this event in September of 2000 or 1996?
I don't know that answer.
Yeah.
So when you were asked to review the videos, do you know if there were any reports that were written by MGM security or MGM investigators like yourself on September 7th, 1996 with regard to this event?
I don't know that answer.
Now, in addition to that, you were asked to look through the video. Were you ever asked to locate anyone based upon the video that you saw in this case?
No.
All right. And the way the surveillance worked back then, right? I'm assuming you weren't. That was 14 years ago, so that would have been. You were there in 2012.
Technically, I got hired in 2010.
2010. All right. So this is another. Take a step back. Another 14 years prior to you working there. We heard testimony that the recording system was all VHS based.
Yes.
If you could describe for the jury, right? So you have a control room, I'm assuming, with all these monitors that are on there.
Yes, sir.
And there's multiple people that are probably looking at different quadrants or areas of the casino.
They're looking at different monitors. Yes, sir.
Okay, and some of them are concerned with, like, say, cheating on the tables and that kind of thing, right?
That is a different team altogether.
That was my question. He's like, no, we're not part of the gambling security team. We're not part of the gaming security team. We're the other shit security team. If somebody passed out in an elevator, are people fighting? We're that side of the security team. We're not the gaming side of the security team. Fair enough.
Have your security team and you have your gaming surveillance team.
I see. So as a security team, you're just tasked with safety on the premises.
Correct.
Okay. And so in this case, when those cameras are going around, they're going around automatically until such time as somebody in the control room looks and says, oh, there's something going on right here, and then manually focuses the camera over there.
Some of the cameras, yes.
Okay. And even if the person in the room is not seeing it, sometimes they'll get a call from security saying, hey, we've got a situation over by the elevator banks. And then that would draw someone's attention to that monitor and move the camera over to that area.
Yes, sir.
Now, is
I imagine they probably now have algorithms that they're not going to talk about that alert them to some of those things, but they're not going to chat about it.
the person that's operating the camera at that point in direct contact with the security team that is down below, like in this case, in the elevator area?
Yes, sir.
So they would be communicating back and forth about whatever it is that would be going on that would be helpful for everybody to know.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, you have obviously a lot of people on the property.
Yes, sir.
Maybe you're too young for this, but I mean, this was fight night, right? Mike Tyson against Bruce Seldon.
Yes, sir.
Is that typical? Like, is that a typical amount of people on the MGM property?
In my experience, yes, that's a typical of fight night that you would have.
Right. So nowadays it's UFC or some type of championship thing with somebody, I don't know. But once again, championship level sort of thing, right?
Yes, sir.
Not an everyday.
Not an everyday thing.
All right. And obviously there's a ton of people that are there.
It's Vegas. There's a lot going on. There's always a lot of people.
We see at some point the group that attacked the individual run.
Yes,
and
sir.
they run out of the area. And I want to make sure the jury understands. So going back here to State's Exhibit number 144, the area where the attack happens is right here. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And this is right next to it. It just says elevator core, right?
Yes, sir.
Now we talked a little bit about where they exited, and you had mentioned somewhere, but I just want to make sure I'm clear as to where that would have been. Can you tell the jury where they exited?
From what I
That's a good
observed,
question.
Sir, just to let you know, you could actually take that mouse that's right there and just move it around.
When he's on the dock cam.
It says pork
They
kosher.
can, but
Sorry, I'm eating peanut butter crackers because didn't have lunch because appointments and streaming. It says pork kosher right there. You see where the tree is? It says hotel guest registration area. It shows where like the VIP stuff is. And then it goes down and it literally identifies the pork kosher by name.
All right. Just go ahead and just describe it, and I'll just point it out.
He appears to have traveled initially after the altercation. He appears to travel north up into the
They
casino
travel
area.
through the floor and around. Yeah.
that area,
Around
and
this.
then from the
Right, because trying to find your way out of a casino is a fucking maze. It's like they designed it that way.
description, it looks like he comes back south.
Chad, I
and
know
then
that they in fact designed it that way.
turns to the
Approach that screen and point.
Oh, thank you, Madam Clerk. Yes, please. Could you just
Talk louder while you're over there.
yeah, you can get up and just point it out on that big screen if you want.
sorry about that. I should have done that.
The court interjected and said, "Hey, if you need to get up and point it on the screen so that the jury can see it, you can get up and point it on the screen."
The altercation occurs in the elevator core. It appears that he travels up.
But now we can't see it.
This location on the casino floor, and then turns here and then comes back down.
Hey, chat. This is a great example of you experiencing what happens to an appellate court if no one identifies for the record what the witness is saying. Because we can hear him saying, he went here, and then he turned here, and then he went around here. We have no idea what the fuck he's talking about because we can't see what he's doing. This highlights why it's important for jurors or for attorneys to say, for the record, the witness is looking at the map and indicating past, and then the map has a lot of words on it, past this point, around this point, and then also say it for the record. But you can see how frustrating this gets or could get just on the record. Because if you're the appellate courts just reading this, you have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. It's a really good example of that. Listen to it. It's painful. This is why you have to say, for the record, the witness is doing.
You can get up and just point it out on that big screen if you want.
Sorry about that. I should have done that.
The altercation occurs in the elevator core. It appears that he travels up through this location on the casino floor, and then turns here and then comes back down. And it appears that he goes, I would have to watch it again. I'm a little confused on the exact route. There's only two routes. You either went out the Port of Kashur or went out the Lion entrance, but I'd have to watch it one more time to be able to confirm it.
If we could ask the state to be so kind as to replay.
At one point, he passed by the cameras where the cage is. So if you could show us where the cage is, at least we have an orientation from the cage. But the defense is asking the state, can we just play it again? But you can see where the difficulty would be on the record here, because that's all really unclear.
That particular video back for the witness.
Yeah, she needs to put it back on me.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And once again, this would be 115C as in Charlie.
The video that we are looking at says Section 7 on it, and it's people rushing by slot machines, and it looks like there might be... No, it looks like all slot machines. Maybe there's a table there, but I can't tell. No, that looks like a partition for ingress egress. All right, now we're looking at Section 6. We see more slot machines. You can see Tupac clearly in that one, Suge right behind him. I don't know who's in the more white outfit. They're going past slot machines and tables, it looks like. And it looks like there's the cage on the left. Or on the left in how we're looking at it. All right, tables. This is the video coming from the cage, looking out as they're coming towards. Tupac's in the front. Suge and the other guy in all white are right behind him. And now they're walking away from the camera. Quickly. We're now on the pit camera from pit 3. It looked like there was some camera flashes going off. Did you guys see that? It looked like there was a camera flash. I wonder if that's when people are starting to be like, wait a second. Shit, that's Tupac. Because now it looks like there's a bunch of non-entourage civilians chasing the group. Yeah, and then the people following them out is starting to grow. And then they're going out the door. And now you've got also civilians just running. Like, oh shit, there's Tupac running. Not like, we're with the entourage, get to the cars and get the fuck out running. That's like, there goes Tupac running.
Did it help?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Let's show this to the jury then. Put this back up if you want to go on.
Yes, sir.
Speed panel for me for a second. Showing you again States Exhibit 44. Can you explain to the jury the path that was taken?
Up again.
Initially, it starts in the elevator core. They exit the elevator core. They enter the casino floor. They come down. They pass the cage.
Oh, there's the cage.
Pass the Emerald City. And then they're out the Lion entrance.
All right,
So
and
that's the
for the
other
record,
entrance.
the line entrance is on the corner of Las Vegas Boulevard and
I moved me out of the way. That's
Thank you.
That's the entrance down there.
Now, with regards to how we're able to determine this, obviously it's we're looking at this particular map here, and there's names of certain parts on here. Did that help you in terms of seeing where the camera locations were?
Yes.
As well as just looking and seeing that there was a casino cage and there was, you were able to determine just based upon
And now
that
we know where the
everything
cage
was.
is. And
Correct.
I think the witness going through it in this time identified well what areas they were going through. I still think the record could be clearer, but at the end of the day, it's probably not going to matter. So the appellate court will be like, fine. So they did not leave. Long and short of it is they left through the lion entrance, not the porte cochere. That is the final answer.
Now, looking at the map again as well, can you point out for us the number of cafes that's located on the property?
Huh. I'm curious where that question's going. What, somebody was in a hurry to get a coffee?
Would reading the actual thing help you?
Yes, I think it would have.
I'm so curious why it matters.
You want the number of cafes, sir?
Yeah, just tell me how many cafes are on the map.
One, two, three.
He's counting the cafes.
3?
All right. Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm the approach.
Oh, of course. You may move freely.
Thank you. Showing you again for the jury 144. If you can just get up and point to the map in terms of where the cafes are on property in 1996 for us, please.
I'm so curious.
You have the Coyote Cafe, the Studio, I'm not sure what it is.
Studio Cafe Coffee Shop.
And I believe this is also a gourmet coffee stand.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Now, in terms of the number of people moving through the casino, obviously very excited in terms of who they think is going through the casino. Would that have been something that would have been unnoticed by anyone?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Seems like a weird question, right? But the idea behind it is that there are so many people moving through that casino. Is MGM built in such a way where you wouldn't notice that, the noise or the bustle or anything like that?
Not necessarily.
Yes.
I mean,
No, you wouldn't know.
it's the MGM. If you're on the other side of the floor, there's so much fucking shit going on. A group of people moving on one part of the floor with how loud the inside of a casino is. Interesting. I'm really curious to see if we figure out where defense is going with this. I'm curious.
Seems like a weird question, right? But the idea behind it is that there are so many people moving through that casino. Is MGM built in such a way where you wouldn't notice that, the noise or the bustle or anything like that?
Yes.
It is built that way.
No, you wouldn't notice it.
And in terms of the number of people that are going through there at that particular time, you have camera angles, right? And they're showing us where these people are going, right?
Yes.
So outside of the casino, going back down here to the bottom of 144, were there any camera angles out here in the line entrance to help us see where the individuals left and what direction they went to?
If you're going to notice, depends on where you are in the casino and what you're doing.
Not that I'm aware of.
And fair enough that there is actually cameras that are outside the property as well to protect the MGM property, right?
Generally, yes. I don't know what that was at this time.
Sure, and I'm not trying to pin you down, but the idea behind it would be, even now, for instance, there would be surveillance cameras to help protect the property.
Correct.
Now, directing your attention over here to, you had mentioned this before. What is this called here?
The porte cochere.
Okay, what is that?
Porte cochere.
It's a drop-off, pickup,
It's a covered carport that you can drive through. It is a carriage entrance. It is just a fancy way to say the carport. It is a porte cochere. I love that a number of you in the chat said I had never fucking heard the phrase porte cochere until Heather Dubrow, Miss Fancy Pants herself, was like, oh, just pull into the porte cochere because she built a porte cochere at her house. Right. It's a drive-through carport. Covered. It would be covered. Covered is a central feature of the carport.
Taxi line, limo service, it's basically everything for the guests arriving to the property.
Arrive and leaving at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. And fair enough, once again, there should have been or would have been cameras as far as you would believe in the hotel registration area as well as this Port
Cochere.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
He's adding an extra syllable to it.
There would have been cameras there, at least now there are.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, do you know what MGM's policy is with regards to events that occur on property where
Chat, no,
police
it's not a
officers
Sally
request
Port.
video surveillance to be captured?
Not a Sally Port.
Yes, I know the policy.
Okay, what is the policy?
The policy when police request video is they submit a what we call an admin subpoena with the date, time, and kind of information that they're requesting, and then a member of either security surveillance or gaming surveillance will put that video onto a portable drive of some sort and provide it to the police.
Right. And with regards to that video surveillance, is it the entire property?
No.
Okay.
Not in the guest rooms?
What typically is requested of the police officers and what's typically protected or is saved by MGM?
That's not what you asked. Huh?
Situations dictate, but whatever they're initially requesting, if they're looking for a physical altercation, that's what they're going to get is the physical altercation. We don't provide, a 24-hour movement of the persons. It depends on what they're requesting.
Right. So in this particular guard, you have an individual dressed in a Dan Marino jersey that at some point leaves the elevator area. Recall that?
Yes.
Now, do you know if there was ever a request to follow that individual through the casino and maybe off the casino premises just because he had been involved in an altercation with some other people?
I'm not aware of any request.
You don't have no further questions. Thank you, sir. Appreciate
Okay.
it.
Redirect.
All right.
Mr. Duffel.
Redirect.
You mentioned one, you didn't know if this was 1996 or not, correct?
Correct.
You also said you weren't sure whether or not there was a report written by security.
Correct.
Can I show you the time and date stamp? Or the response?
That document generally look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And that indicates the accuracy of the times on the, generally speaking, on the video that we have.
That
Yes,
would
sir.
be from the custodian of
Read
records.
that description to yourself.
They're doing that to refresh his recollection, though if he doesn't know that, his recollection might not be able to be refreshed, because he's like, okay, I mean, you're showing me that. But that might also be in evidence already. And if it's already in evidence, then the jury has access to it. I don't think anyone's concerned that the time and date stamps at the casino video are inaccurate. And there's not been a suggestion in this case of that. He's sure reading the whole thing. I do appreciate that. He's like, I'm on the stand under oath.
You can,
Counsel.
there's more. But,
Yes, sir.
I'm reading it.
Based upon reading that, are you comfortable that the Coyote Cafe was present in 1996? Yes. And the report, does it indicate that Orlando Anderson was trying to, this person in the 13 was attempting to push past security into this cafe when he was attacked?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
Any recross based on that, Mr. Sanders?
And I'm sorry, sir, I forgot your last name.
Ingram.
Ingram. Mr. Ingram, the report that you just read, did you author that report?
No.
Now, in terms of the report, fair to say the report is basically reflecting what's found on the videos that's been provided by the state.
I'm sorry, I lost track. What?
The videos that we watched earlier.
We're on
is that
recross.
what's in the report?
Yes.
So, in essence, the jury can see the report for them, or see the videos for themselves to determine what was happening in terms of actions and what people were doing, right?
I don't know if that's completely accurate.
Because
There are
it's hard to
things that are
see.
in report that are written by like eyewitness that you can't see on video.
Oh.
Now, the report itself, do you know who wrote it?
I do not.
Do you know if that person had the same training and experience that you have here today talking to this jury?
I do not.
And in terms of the report itself, is it a standard report that would have been drafted back in those days?
Yes, sir.
All right. And there would have been somebody who would have supervised that report, I would assume, and reviewed it?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who it is in this document?
Who the supervisor?
The supervisor is.
I don't know who the manager at the time was.
All right. Once again,
Fair
not
questions.
You were 12, right? Okay.
Yeah.
I have no further questions.
Counsel.
Mr. Sam said that only what was seen on the video
Redirect.
was in this report, but there's actually a description of what Mr. what the person in number 13 was doing before we could
Counsel, if you keep doing that, I'm just going to start yelling, Mr. Anderson. Like, counsel. But sir, it wasn't you. I mean, you were like 12. We're on redirect with regard to this report.
what Mr. what the person in number 13 was doing before we could see it in video, if you read the first.
Yes, he.
Yeah, but some of that, if he didn't write the report, and that is a third-party eyewitness account, not just what's on video, but if the report's already in evidence,
Yes, sir.
the report's already in evidence.
This is a document that appears to be authored by somebody who was present
That might have come through custodian of
confronting
records.
Mr. Anderson from security as he was trying to get into the Coyote Cafe when he was attacked, and then we see.
Counsel's now giving way more information. Objection! Is this a question? Or is counsel testifying? Do you see how much more information the prosecutor's putting in this question?
And confronting Mr. Anderson from security as he was trying to get into the Coyote Cafe when he was attacked, and then we see on video kind of the remnants of that attack, but not the beginning of it, correct?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I'm just going to object to that question.
Yep.
Well, he opened the door with that question by
Leading?
saying,
What's your response on leading?
"Oh, that's the leading? Oh, okay. Read the first 4 lines of the report. I'll rephrase my
Okay,
question."
so it's
Because it was, in fact, pleading. And just the whole answer was in there.
sustained. You may rephrase.
Read the beginning of the report.
On Sunday, August 7th, 1996, at approximately 8:50 p.m., this officer was in the elevator core when I noticed a BMA wearing a sports jersey force his way past the officers.
Your Honor, at this particular point, I'm going to object as this is hearsay, and there's no exception to this particular statement being brought in.
Isn't it already in evidence?
Your response on that one?
2 things. 1, he opened the door by claiming this report only says it's that. 2, it's a report generated at the time by the person who witnessed it, and it is a record of the MGM.
Business records isn't going to get you past the second level of hearsay, though. But let's see how it goes. This is, I think, our first real, actual discussion about evidence at all. So I'm here for it. Because if this report's not already in evidence, you might get past one layer for business record, but not to what a witness told the person that then put it in the report.
Your response on that one?
2 things. 1, he opened the door by claiming this report only says it's that. 2, It's a report generated at the time by the person who witnessed it, and it is a record of the MGM from MGM in 1996, all of which would qualify for admissibility.
Yeah, maybe approach.
Sure.
And they're approaching. Yeah, I don't know if business records is going to cure all of the problems that they're going to have trying to get this in. I also am curious to see, because now Orlando Anderson trying to get into this cafe seems to be somewhat relevant. But Orlando Anderson's deceased. I don't know if the person that wrote the report is still a witness that they have access to or not. So there are potentially some problems there.
All right, overruled. This statement is not being offered for its truth. Instead, it's being...
So they've decided that it is not being admitted for a hearsay purpose. It's not being admitted for the truth. It's being admitted for another purpose. Okay.
All right, overruled. This statement is not being offered for its truth. Instead, it's being offered to rebut the idea that the only thing that the report contains is viewable on the video, and the jury is to consider it for such.
Okay.
You could just, I guess, start over. Start at the beginning there and stop at the point you get to this person in New Jersey getting attacked.
On Sunday, August 7th of 1996 at approximately 8:50 p.m., this officer was in the elevator core when I noticed a BMA wearing a sports jersey force his way past the officers. Chelsea, I can't read the first name, Muniz Roberts, at the North Key checkpoint by Coyote Cafe. The unidentified BMA was questioned by myself and Officer... your screen went black. Oh, sorry.
It went into sleep mode.
Mm-hmm.
Lawyers fight with technology. Did you hear him under his breath say, "I love technology"?
Your Honor, maybe approach again while Mr. Jacques was working on technology.
With Mr. Claus? Okay.
Yes.
I'm curious as to why the Coyote Cafe matters so much. It might not. It might just be one of those things where counsel are stuck on the thing, but the defense started asking about it in their cross. They started asking how many cafes are on this? Where are the cafes? So the prosecution didn't ask about it at all on direct.
Go ahead. I think you were an officer whose name you couldn't quite figure out.
So I'm curious to see how this develops.
The unidentified
during this
BMA
trial
was questioned by myself and Officer Gamba on the side of Coyote Cafe. The BMA was very uncooperative on answering our questions. While questioning the BMA, he continually kept looking over his shoulder towards the North Key checkpoint. It was seconds thereafter when I noticed a large group of BMAs force their way through the North Key checkpoint. The large group of BMAs, approximately 20, were running right in our directions. As they got close to...
He's reading a security report. It probably is handwritten. He's reading a security report from 1996 from MGM Security. The first individual they're talking about is Orlando Anderson, who was uncooperative. Uncooperative. Was not an unidentified, right? He doesn't want it. I'm not saying anything. He just wanted to get the fuck out of there. So this is that recitation.
Close to the BMA that was being questioned, started to run south towards the elevator core. Around 5 or 6 BMAs from the group caught up with the single BMA, grabbed him, punched him, and knocked him to the
floor, ground.
That's probably far enough. Okay. Thank you, sir. I have no more questions.
Okay, Mr. Stamp, anything else based on that?
Any further cross?
No, Your Honor, but with regards to my discussions with the state, I'm going to move for the admission of that particular page
Sure.
that was read into the record.
Any objection by the state?
I don't. There's a second page. If
Put the
you
whole
wanna
thing
read
in.
it all first and then make a decision as the first page or both pages. Is it bad? The second page?
Mention it all.
At least page 1 will be admitted. Page 2 is still up in the air. But would that be next in line for the state, or do you want it as defense exhibit, Mr. Sampson?
This will be defense exhibit B, Your Honor.
Okay, so that'll be admitted as defense exhibit B. We'll hold tight to see if you want 1 or 2 pages.
I really
How many
like
pages?
how smoothly
Potentially
this
2, but
courtroom's
right now,
Okay,
operating.
yeah.
let my clerk know.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So nothing further.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury for Mr. Ingram? We do have at least one.
Okay. We've
Okay,
got a
can I have
jury
the parties
question.
approach?
The parties are going to approach before they answer that jury question. I'm going to zoom. While they approach, we can't hear what they're saying at sidebar, and we'll see what the jury has to ask.
A question from one of our jurors. Do you know where the person or officer who wrote the report at MGM from the security team witnessed the person in the Jersey by Coyote Cafe?
Huh?
Can you restate that for me one more time?
I can try, or I can read it again.
Yes, ma'am.
Where is the officer or person who wrote the report at MGM from the security team witnessing the person in the Jersey by Coyote Cafe?
Oh, on the map, it's located, the entrance, the specific.
I don't know if that's a bad question. Sorry, juror. It is a confusing question, because do they mean, did they observe it on the video, or did they observe it in person, or do they mean where are they standing when they're seeing it? So that's a difficult question, which is why sometimes juror questions can be tough. So you don't really know what they mean. But where is the officer as the person witnessing it located? It's a rough question.
Say that for me one more time.
I can try, or I can read it again.
Yes, ma'am.
Where is the officer or person who wrote the report at MGM from the security team witnessing the person in the Jersey by Coyote Cafe?
Yeah, where are they witnessing it from?
Oh, on the map,
I think they mean in person.
Located, the entrance,
or on
the
video.
specific entrance, whether it's,
You think maybe you should stand up and do it on the big ones?
Yes,
so you can
ma'am.
understand that.
It's a confusing question.
So from what I could read, the entrance into the cafe is located here. Into the Coyote Cafe, so this would be where the initial stop and talk by the security personnel would have occurred at.
And do you know where the person who wrote the report was seeing that person in the Jersey from?
From that specific location, so she...
From the
or
Coyote Cafe.
He, she, I'm not sure the exact person, but the security describes that they're at the position and someone tries to push past, in which case they approach and stop and talk at the entrance of the cafe itself.
Okay, and then as to the second part of that question, I'm not going to ask because that's not something that he would know why that decision was made. State, did you want any follow-up based on that question?
You didn't recognize the name of the author of that particular report, correct?
Correct.
And you have no idea what happened to that person in the last 30 years in their lives, whether they're alive, dead, locatable, anything like that?
No knowledge.
Thank you.
Mr. Sam?
Yes, Your Honor, just a couple more quick ones. So I want to be sure I'm clear. Did the MGM during that time period have those booths set up where you couldn't go to the elevators unless you had a room key or something? Is that what we're talking about in terms of a checkpoint?
The checkpoint is, it's not a physical location as much as it's a security position where they would check room keys to get into an area.
So if the report is saying someone was trying to push through, they're trying to go past that area into the elevator area?
No, into the cafe, dude.
I mean, where are they?
No. Security was standing near the entrance to the Coyote Cafe. Orlando Anderson was in such a hurry that he was like bumping into security to get into the cafe door. He was pushing past security who happened to be standing there. Not that security was there for a checkpoint. security happened to be standing there.
Going.
That's the direction that he travels. The security report states he tries to get into the cafe, and then when he's approached by the large group of males, he runs towards that checkpoint. So he's trying to get out or through the elevator core, down,
and then runs towards the elevators,
wherever he decides he's trying to go. But that's the checkpoint. That little looks like a telephone next. Correct. That's where he's trying to get.
All right. So, but the report's kind of weird, right? Because it's not saying that he's trying to go into the Coyote Cafe. He's actually trying to go through a checkpoint or an area.
No.
I think that's what you read, right?
No. I think he's trying to cut through the cafe to get the fuck away from everybody. And then as they're coming after him, he's trying to get past the elevator security checkpoint. And security happened to be standing there and he ran into them. What?
I would have to reread it again, but I believe he tried to get into Coyote Cafe first.
And then
Okay,
went the
so
other way.
he's going. There's a ton of people. They're all leaving the fight, and for some reason, him going into the Coyote Cafe causes security to go after him.
No.
If
He
it's
ran
closed or
into
if it's
security.
blocked for a private part, I'm not exactly sure, honestly, why they would do it.
I see. So I mean, but outside of that, your idea as to why the Coyote Cafe would not be open to this particular individual in the Merino jersey would have been because it's closed for a private function or closed completely.
Correct.
Okay. No further question, John.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Ingram, you are excused at this time.
Sorry, Judge, can I have one follow-up to that?
Oh, okay.
Or the cafe's over.
Y'all, we are living in the weeds at this point. Okay, so was security blocking him from going in the cafe? It sounds like maybe. Because maybe there was a private party. Maybe the cafe was closed. And I think the prosecutor is going to say, or maybe the cafe was full because it was after a fight and everybody was fucking hungry. Sure.
At this time?
Sorry, Judge, can I have one follow-up to that?
Oh, okay.
Or the cafe's overcrowded and they're stopping people from going in.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, now you're free to go.
Thank you, Ben.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this time we're going to take a 10-minute restroom break. During the recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected to this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll see you guys back here at 11:15. Please rise for the jury.
All right, law nerds. We got through a couple witnesses this morning. Let's see if they put anything on the record before they take a break. I'm going to take a real quick break when they take a break, just to use the restroom. It will be brief. If you don't have the Law Nerd app, now's the time to get the Law Nerd app. Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. Because it gives you the heads up on exactly when we're going live, when we're switching witnesses, when significant stuff happens in court, and also things like when we restock the Law Nerd shop.
Jury is out of the room. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Well, I'll work with the state with regards to the last proposed defense exhibit.
Okay, perfect.
Thank
Well,
you.
and then let my clerk know what pages you wanted in, or give it to her, actually.
Yes, ma'am.
You're going to have to print that out, I guess. We'll be in recess.
Okay. Let's get into a quick summary of where we're at. They're taking a quick morning break. For them, I'm going to take a quick restroom break, and then we're gonna zoom past this break and then into the next witnesses. But this morning we saw a couple witnesses that went pretty quickly. Security, starting with the last witness and then working backwards. Security, or part of the security and surveillance team for MGM Properties, all of them, was testifying about the video from the MGM that shows part of Orlando Baby Lane Anderson getting jumped at the MGM. We heard much description about, at the very end there, where Orlando Anderson's path of travel was before he ended up near that elevator bay. And then we saw the path of exit of Tupac, Suge Knight, and their entourage. And then it seemed fans and bystanders figuring out, oh shit, that's Tupac, and then following them as well, and their path of exit through the casino There were parts of that video where you could very clearly see some of the members of the party, other parts of the video not as clear. Of course, those were all on VHS. They authenticated the time and date stamps on the video before it got into the weeds. We also heard from the coroner that had reviewed the coroner's report. The coroner who performed the autopsy in this case has since deceased and is since deceased and is an unavailable witness. So the coroner did a review of the report, the photographs, and the evidence here, and then came up with their own conclusions that the cause of death was multiple gunshot wounds to the chest and abdomen. The manner of death was homicide or at the hands of another. It was interesting that she also noted that the coroner's office at the time wasn't taking as many photos and was often using Polaroids. It was just an interesting note after we heard that there was a Polaroid that was not from the Las Vegas PD crime scene team that had ended up in the hands of the media. Now, I'm not saying that that came from the coroner's office, but that is one point that possibly could come from, though there are other possibilities, of course, as well. So we went through the coroner, we went through one quick bit of evidence of a bullet fragment that had been recovered, and we've seen a lot of engagement from the jury today. Remember, this is a judge and jurisdiction that allows jurors to ask questions. And for the first time this morning, we saw the judge say, and we can't answer the end of that question and give a little explanation, which I really appreciate. And the court has asked the juror questions of the witnesses. It's nice to see, but the jury is engaged and does have their own questions of those little things that are kind of noodling at them when they're hearing the testimony fresh and get to have the court ask those questions of the witness. So we've seen a very engaged jury today, and we're at a quick morning break, and then we'll zoom. So Law Nerds, make sure you get the Law Nerd app. For those of you that have been wondering if we were restocking, yes, the app and our members got a heads up to that. I know there are still some hostile witness shirts left. I do not know how many. They have been popular. We restocked the tour t-shirts. We restocked the Facts Not Fuckery hat and the Straight Facts hat. And we did make some new pens for you because I had run out of pens and I needed more. And a lot of you had said the same. So we have some new pens for you over in the Law Nerd shop at lawnerdshop.com because I ran out of pens myself. And a lot of you were like, I'm out of pens. And we hadn't had pens from our last set. So we made a new set of pens and we restocked the previous set of pens. These are super cute. I love them. We've got our Law Nerd pen, our Hostile Witness pen, and our Facts pen. Hopefully you guys enjoy them too. Those are over in the Law Nerd shop. I will be right back. I'm going to zoom. A number of you asked what my snack was today. We've got peanut butter crackers. I probably need to grab a little bit more substantial food. And we're going. All right. Are you ready? Law Nerds, we're going to take a quick break. You will hear this noise when I'm back. We will send out a push notification, but it is going to be a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back. All right. Let's get to break real quick. Thank you, Law Nerds. Oh, and we didn't fly to Vegas. We just got right into it. So we'll fly to Vegas when we're back from the break too. We'll do that. We haven't done it yet. All right. I'll see you in a second. All right, law nerds. Let's get back to court. I hope you grabbed something to drink. I hope you grabbed some snacks. Let's see what the rest of the day has for us, because they've been just moving right along. I mean, they got into the weeds a little bit at the end there, but other than that, they've been moving right along. All right, let's go back to court, shall we? Let me know what you guys grabbed for snacks. I absolutely want to hear what you're snacking on. You saw that I've got peanut butter crackers. I grabbed some other snackies. I do still have some pickled popcorn. It might be the day for that. It might be the day for that. It really might. So, are we ready? We're going to zoom past this break. I have not done so yet, but we're going to zoom past this break and get back to court. Let's go. Gosh, those doors are...
You may all be seated.
I don't know how that doesn't drive that judge crazy.
State, you may call your next witness.
Rios?
The jury's back in, by the way, but if I'm the judge, I'm like, excuse me, maintenance? Every time we open the door, it's so squeaky. It's so squeaky. Oh, I forgot to fly to Vegas. That's right. They're calling their next witness. Well, it sounds like the witness is coming in. We can hear them. Let's fly to Vegas. Much more pleasant than that squeaky door. Much more pleasant than that squeaky door. And we still have zoom room.
When you're about to give in this act.
All right.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. And sir, if you please state your full name.
That
and then
door!
Kenneth Rios, Kenneth Rios.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. Mr. DiGiacomo, you may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Sir, how did you used to be employed?
I was employed as I retired as a Las Vegas sergeant for Las Vegas Metro Police.
And how long were you with Metro?
28 years.
And when did you start?
April 17th, 1990.
May direct your attention to September 7th of 1996 at about
This is witness number
8-ish in that area. Where were you working?
I was working as uniform patrol at the MGM Hotel.
At that time, did you learn of a situation that occurred in the elevator section of the MGM?
Yes, I did.
And did you respond over to that location?
Yes, I did.
So we got all into the weeds in that report, and we have a witness that was there or responded there. Good.
Did you have contact with an individual wearing a Dan Marino number 13 jersey?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to play a little video for you. Can we go back, Tommy?
All right, I think we're going to probably see the fight video again. They didn't replay it with the last witness. It sounds like we'll see it with this witness, and this witness might break it down a little more.
This is 115B.
So.
And, I got to play it with the other program.
That shit's flipped, counsel.
I'm going to back up just a little bit here. When you come in.
Counsel fights with technology. He's like, do. Counsel.
Start it right about here.
Lawyers fight with technology.
Let us know when you see yourself.
I see myself.
All right. And
where are you at?
Which of the three officers we have on scene there are you?
One with the dark hair. My back, well, it was dark back then. My back is towards the camera facing the gentleman that has the Merino jersey on.
I think he's this one.
Eventually, if we watch this video, you have a conversation with this individual, correct?
Yes, I did.
And at that time, did you ask him to identify himself?
Yes, I did.
How did he identify himself?
He identified himself through a California driver's license, which security had in their possession and gave to me.
Back then, this is just a fight call and he's the victim, correct?
We thought he was a victim, yes.
And so, did you talk to him about whether or not he wished to press charges or be involved? Describe that for us.
Yes, I asked him first if he needed medical assistance, and he refused. He said he was fine. I then asked him what happened, and he told me basically that a couple of guys that he didn't know jumped him. And once again, I asked him if he needed medical. He said no. I asked if he wanted to file a report, and he said no.
At that point, was he released and free to go on his way?
Yes, he was.
Later on that evening, did you learn about a shooting involving Tupac Shakur?
Yes, I did.
And then were you asked to then draft a report as to what your interaction was with Mr. Anderson?
Yes, I was.
And at that time, what name did you remember for Mr. Anderson?
It was Orlando. I remember his first name.
Mr. Anderson.
Is it anything unusual that when a victim gets attacked and doesn't want to press charges or write a report, for you not to have written a report that night?
No, it's not. Basically, if you don't have a victim, you don't
have a case.
Have a crime, as we put it, which isn't necessarily true. You always have a crime.
Case.
But if you don't have a victim, the chances of prosecution, you won't get any information, and so we don't take a report if the victim refuses.
It's only afterwards, the incident that occurs a couple hours later.
I would imagine that's particularly true if there's no apparent great bodily injury and it's a scuffle. I would also imagine that scuffles happen in casinos all the time that police might respond to, and everybody's like, we're good, just leave it be. I imagine that happens quite a lot.
Then go back from memory and write down what you recall from this incident.
Yes, I did.
Well, they were close in time.
Remember his first name as Orlando.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Great.
Cross, Mr. Sims.
Mr. Rios.
Yes, sir.
Did you review anything in your preparation for your testimony here today?
Yes, I did.
What did you review?
I reviewed my officer's report. I reviewed my memory. I reviewed also the last statement that I gave, I believe was to the grand jury a few years ago.
Okay. And I would assume that prior to your testimony to the grand jury, you reviewed your officer's report back then even?
Yes, I did.
Prior to testifying in front of the grand jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Make sure we're clear here. You wrote that report. That's in the normal course of your duties as a police officer?
Yes, sir.
No exception to, in terms of you conducting your business as a police officer, that you don't ever write a report?
No, there's some instances where I may not write a report.
Sure. Can you tell us what those instances are?
Not offhand, because it's been so long. You don't write a report for everything that you do. Everything's recorded in some way through the computer or through dispatch, I'm sure. But to sit down and write a formalized report on all my actions, no.
So in terms of all your actions, are you saying, like, for instance, if you get up out of your cubicle and you go into your sergeant's office to talk about fantasy football, oh no, that wouldn't have been back then, talk about the game between the Bears and the Chargers, we're not talking about that kind of documentation, right?
Right, I would never talk about the Bears, but yes.
Okay. And there we go. And in terms of the way, though, you would handle, like, for instance, if you're doing an investigation, or in this case, you're part of an incident that occurs, a report would be
I like the defense attorney chuckled through. Defense attorney
yes
chuckled
and
as
no.
well.
It would just depend. It would depend. Excuse me. It would depend on some factors. In this case, there was no victim. He refused any kind of help. But it was worth noting because of his involvement.
Yeah, and so the state had asked you a question specifically as to when you wrote your report. You wrote it after you got off of this particular shift. Is that when you wrote your report?
I don't recall when I wrote it, but I'm sure that my officer's report would reflect that time. But I know I didn't write it immediately after.
All right. And in terms of your knowledge that Tupac Shakur had just been shot, your testimony to the jury is that you had understood at that point that potentially a person by the name of Orlando may have been something to do with that particular case?
I don't recall if that was the reason why I wrote the report, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, because I'm a little curious. Like, how do you? I mean, there's a shooting of Tupac Shakur. How do you? Is it because you heard that there's a shooting up at Tupac Shakur? They go, wait a minute, there was an incident that occurred with Tupac on property. Is that how we get to this point?
Back then, I don't recall if that was the process that I went through to make the report. I don't believe so. I believe that there was some other officers that probably told me and suggested that I write a report because of his possible involvement.
Right. So news goes out throughout the valley, Tupac has been shot, and then you're advised, hey, there was something happening here with Tupac, just capture whatever it is that you remember, right?
I don't recall that happening that way, but for most intents purposes.
Right. Now, in terms of your report and you writing it, you're still on property when you hear that this incident had occurred with Tupac Shakur.
I don't recall where I was at the time.
Okay. Would you have ever called back to the MGM and say, hey, capture more video of, this particular incident and the guy with the Merino jersey, the night of the shooting to help them with whatever investigation could be out there? Did you do that?
Not that I recall, no.
Do you know of anyone else among the 3 officers that were there or any other officers
some of that stuff's
would
not
have done
his
something
job.
like that?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Not a his job.
Maybe they're all Bears fans, and that's the reason why they didn't do that.
It could be.
Yep. Let me ask you this, though. In terms of your this particular night, extra officers show up as overtime. They work overtime. Is that what this is?
Yes, sir.
All right. And they're doing it for a special event.
Right, because there's a fight.
Right?
Yes, sir.
And in this case, this special event was the Tyson fight.
Yes, sir.
All right. In terms of the amount of people in Las Vegas, I would imagine there would have been a lot.
A lot of people?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And it's Vegas.
We see video showing, obviously, a lot of people at the MGM.
Yes, sir.
And would it just be the MGM where the fight was taking place, or would that be throughout the Strip?
No, there'd be officers on other properties.
Yeah. And once again, these officers are on there because of the anticipated flow of people coming into Las Vegas for this special event.
Yes, sir.
I imagine there's always officers around the hotels.
Sir, I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
That's Santa Cross.
Anything further, Mr. DiGiacomo?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions
Sir, what exactly is your beef with the Bears? Who's your team?
for this witness? We have at least one.
We've got a jury question.
Can I have parties?
D. Bardot in the chat asked, question, is the defense trying to claim Orlando Anderson shot Tupac to get Keffe D off? No, because whether or not Orlando Anderson shot Tupac, which is a possibility here, there are a couple possibilities. Keffe D is not one of them. Keffe D is being tried for murder, not on the theory that he's the gunman, but on the theory that he was an aider and
I have
abetter.
a question from one of our jurors.
Gave them the gun, told them we rollin', told them what they're doing. He was the instigator, if you will. So it doesn't matter if he shot or not. Liken it to the killing of Dan Markel with the Adelsons. There's a lot of people that have been prosecuted that did not pull the trigger in that case. It's similar to that. You do not have to be the gunman to be prosecuted for murder. So he is being prosecuted on the aiding and abetting theory. Let's see what the jury had to say or ask.
After an incident like that, is it customary to not follow the people who did the assault? Is it common for everyone to stay with who you thought was the victim?
My position at that time, yes, it would be to stay with the victim because we had already radioed 2 other officers that were on scene.
Okay.
And as well as the MGM security had radioed to their officers up front. So it would have been my responsibility to stay with the victim to make sure that he wasn't in dire need of medical assistance or still wanted to file a report.
We radioed up ahead.
Any follow-up based on that, Mr. DiGiacomo?
No.
Mr. Samft?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, perfect.
Right. Okay.
With that, you are free to go. Mr.
We
Rios.
radioed up
Thank you.
ahead. I mean, can you imagine all those officers trying to get through that packed casino? It makes way more sense to radio up ahead and be like, hey, they're coming your way.
All right. State, who's your next witness?
William Heidmeyer?
William Heidmeyer.
Rare Blue Skittle said, I don't think I've seen a case with so many juror questions. Is this normal? It depends on the case and the jurisdiction. What I have found is that when there are juror questions, jurors feel very comfortable asking the questions, and so they do. It's on their mind, they're going to ask. But not all judges allow it. Not all jurisdictions have a provision for it. So it just depends. But when jurors can ask questions, they tend to, especially if they're curious. They're like, I want to know. I'm curious about this. So if jurors can ask questions, they tend to ask a lot of questions.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this
All right,
action
next
shall be
witness.
the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, may I have a seat.
Thank you.
And sir, if you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
It's William Heidmeyer. William, William, and Heidmeyer, Heidmeyer.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready,
And
state
witness
your
number
name.
10.
Thank you. Sir, back in 1996, were you working here in Las Vegas?
Yes, I was a security officer at the Maxum Hotel and Casino.
And the
At the
Maxim
where?
these days is now the Westin on the corner of Koval and Flamingo?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
And it's on the northwest corner.
Yes, northwest corner.
Actually, sometime prior to 11:17 p.m., were you engaged in an investigation with some Metro officers?
Yes, I had two Metro officers with me, and we were looking for stolen vehicles. There were 5 or 6 Dodge Caravans that were stolen out of our parking garage that night.
Oh.
And where were you located?
It's a lot of Dodge Caravans.
When something unusual did happen?
Well, I was on the ramp of the 3rd floor of the parking garage on the southeast side of the property.
And while you were there, describe what you hear.
Well, the two officers, another security officer and I were standing around one Dodge Caravan, and we just suddenly heard a lot of gunfire.
Oh.
And we ran to the barrier wall that was overlooking Koval Boulevard, not Koval, Flamingo Boulevard, and that's when I witnessed what I saw.
So you hear a bunch of shots. Do you have any idea how many you
aftermath?
It sounded like a lot.
1 volley, 2 volleys?
3 volleys.
3 volleys.
Yes.
Heard. And when you say a lot, I mean to some people, can you put any sort of number on it?
I had 3 to 4, maybe even 5 each volley. It was a series of pops.
Somewhere between 9 and 15 shots in a series.
Something like that.
You said after the shots fired, you guys ran to the retaining wall.
Yes.
I assume you ducked for cover at first.
No, because I was just I was armed, so I was leaning over the retaining wall to see what I could see.
And when you look over the wall, what do you?
I assumed you ducked for cover. No, I was trying to figure out where it was coming from. Okay.
You see.
I see a line of vehicles in the left straight lane on Flamingo heading east, and there's several vehicles. There was a white Dodge Stratus at the front, a black BMW behind it, another dark car, and I believe another car, and then there was a white Chevy Suburban behind that, and several more cars.
Do you see anybody outside of those vehicles?
Yeah, there were a number of people standing outside of the vehicles in the traffic lanes.
And do you see any of them armed?
One gentleman was armed, one black male adult, very young, well-dressed. He was wearing a very bright white 3/4 sleeve shirt, black pants, and a black dress vest.
And at the time that you see him, is he firing his weapon?
No, he's not, but he does have the weapon in his hand. It was an automatic weapon, automatic pistol.
Semi-automatic pistol?
Yes.
And is he holding it down? Is he pointing it in a direction?
He wasn't pointing it in any direction. It was kind of just off to his side.
What do you see this caravan of cars do?
Well, I looked back because the Metro officers jumped in their cars to pursue, and then when I turned around, everyone was back in their cars again, and they made a U-turn heading West on Flamingo towards Las Vegas Boulevard.
All of the cars in the Caravan?
Yes.
And so you see them make a U-turn at Cobalt and head back towards Las Vegas Boulevard.
Correct.
And those vehicles, you saw the two Metro officers you were with jump in their vehicle to give chase to that Caravan.
Correct.
At the time that you're out there and you see somebody with a gun, you've just heard shots fired, is it the conclusion you originally drew that person was your suspect?
Yes, yeah, that's what I deduced at the time.
And based upon the officers following that Caravan, that's a reasonable assumption that they deduced that as well.
Right. They asked me what direction they were going. They rolled down their windows and were asking me what direction everybody went, and so I pointed to make a right and head towards Las Vegas Boulevard.
And those officers then went after the Caravan.
Correct.
Objection as to speculation.
What's your response?
Well, he watched them do it. He didn't
Okay.
testify. Didn't he testify that? Did you watch
Lay
the
some more
officers?
foundation.
Did you watch the officers go after that Caravan?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Calls
Trust
for,
the witness.
calls for speculation. I saw that shit. And that's the last question of this witness. Because he saw what he saw. It was just a very discrete period of time in that immediate aftermath.
Any questions, Mr. Stamp?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Heidmeyer, I'm going to show you it's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit number
1?
1? No. Yes.
One, you want 2?
I need both. Thank you.
Closer name, more modern. You were right.
All right.
That's counsel
I'll
talking
show
to
you
each other.
State's Exhibit number 1
Counsel's
here.
chatting with one another back and forth.
You recognize this photograph?
Look
yes.
at this
Okay,
photograph.
just to get to the point, this is
Actually, I'm glad that the defense is doing this just to remind the jurors that the jurors are local, so they probably have a better idea where this is. But I think it's helpful to go back to, okay, show me again, because he says that he was on the Flamingo side of where this happened. So show us again on the map, like where would you have been? I think it's really helpful.
Las Vegas.
Yes.
All right, and I'm just more concerned right now about the actual streets themselves. Can you just show us? Actually, you know what? If you could step down out of the witness chair and just go to that screen, I'm going to have you point out for the jury where everything's at. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Can you point and show us where the Maxum Hotel is?
The Maxum Hotel.
Was.
This is Cobalt, and that's Flamingo. Would be right about here.
Let me help you out.
Yeah, right about here.
Okay, and just for the record, it looks like you're pointing in
now we
in
have
this
the
area
record.
right here.
Well, this would be the hotel, and this would be where the parking garage was, and there was parking in front of the parking garage as well.
All right, and just for the record, I'm pointing to the north part of this would be Flamingo that I'm pointing at. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's on the north side of Flamingo.
There it is. Good
In
description.
between, what's the main streets that are in between where the property sits?
It sits on Cobalt and Flamingo. The entrance to the parking garage was over here.
All right, and so that area is where the Maxum Hotel was located.
Right, but adjacent to the parking garage.
Right, and the parking garage, once again, for my edification, is where exactly? If you could
And
just
he was
point that
in
out
the
for us.
parking garage closer
All right,
to
so
the
that
event.
would be on the north side of the property?
Yes.
So would that be behind where the hotel is?
No, it's beside the hotel.
Beside the hotel, okay. And that's where you were located with the 2 police officers?
Correct.
Now, you were investigating at that particular time stolen vehicles out of that garage. Did you write a report on your own with regards to what you were doing that night with the stolen vehicles? And
Actually, no, I turned that report over to my other co-officers at the security because I was tied up with this incident.
Okay.
Right,
I'm going to
that
zoom in a
makes
little bit better
sense.
for you here, sir, if I could.
No, I was an eyewitness to the immediate aftermath of the shooting of Tupac, so the stolen Dodge Caravan report went to one of the other officers.
Going back again.
Right.
That's hopefully more helpful. All right, so when you said that you looked over and you saw, can you explain for us again sort of where the vehicles were that you saw?
Well, the vehicles were on Flamingo heading east, and they were in, you have a left turn lane, 2 forward lanes, and a right turn lane, and the vehicles were in the farthest left center lane.
Farthest left center lane?
Correct.
Meaning that they were intending on going forward?
Correct.
They're not making that left?
No, but they ended up making a U-turn.
Sure, and once again, for our edification, this is 30 years ago, right? So you've got 3 lanes going directly east, and is that a yes?
Yes,
okay.
I'm sorry.
And then you have, is it 2 lanes that are actually turn lanes to turn onto Como, or is it just
Actually, I believe it was 2 lanes, so it would be from the facing east, it would have been the 3rd lane that they were in. There's 2 turn lanes, 2 straight lanes, and then a right turn lane.
All right, and then with regards to the vehicles themselves, your testimony was that there was a white van of some sort, or maybe vehicle in front of the black BMW.
Yeah, it was a white Dodge Stratus.
I see. Is that a van? No, that's a car.
It's a 2-door sedan.
Okay, and then behind it is the BMW.
Yes.
And then behind it are multiple cars leading back.
Yes.
And your testimony was that you had identified a Lex. Is it a Lexus behind it?
I think it was a Lexus, I believe so.
And then another vehicle, and then a white Chevy, and then it just kept going all the way down.
Correct.
So even though we're identifying these vehicles, you don't know how many vehicles were in the procession or the.
It was several. I didn't count them at the time, but it was a good 10 vehicles.
Okay. And all those vehicles are now making a U-turn and heading back towards Las Vegas Boulevard.
Correct.
You don't see the actual shots being, someone actually pointing a gun at something and shooting something.
No, I did not.
You just heard it.
Yes.
The individual that you had identified as the person with the gun.
Yes.
Did you see that individual shoot his weapon?
No.
All right, but you saw him dressed up in a relatively nice-looking sort of presentation, black pants.
Yes, he was well dressed.
Okay, vest and a white shirt.
He was dressed up. He was dressed for the fight. Everybody was dressed up in that video.
Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate
that we
it.
saw.
Yeah, you can back it there, yeah.
Well, not
Sit
everybody,
down.
but
Yeah.
so many people going through the casino were dressed up to go to the fight.
Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
No worries. State, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness?
I bet there is.
Seeing none, thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Heidmeyer. You're free to go.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I'm surprised by that.
State, you have one more, right? Before
Yes, Judge.
Okay, who's that going to be?
Dino Kelly.
All right, one more witness. This will be witness number 10. That was interesting testimony. Really interesting testimony. All right, I'm going to zoom.
Shall be the truth, the whole truth.
All right, they're swearing in the next witness. I'm going to move our closed caption back.
The truth, so help you God.
I do.
The audio's clipping a little bit. That's the feed. That's not. Sorry, I can't control that.
And then spell it for the record.
It's Dean O'Kelly, and it's DEAN_KELLEY.
Thank you, Mr. O'Kelly. You may proceed, Mr. DeJohnson.
Sir, how are you currently employed?
I'm a deputy marshal in district court with Judge Erica Mendoza.
Prior to become a deputy marshal, well, I guess you've had multiple hats. At some point, were you a Metro police officer?
Yes, I was for 20 plus years.
And approximately what year did you start?
So you worked in
September
federal court.
1991.
And when did you retire as a Metro officer?
July 12th of 2012.
And after July 12th of 2012, did you do something else with Metro?
I did for about almost 8.5 years. I was a cold case homicide investigator.
Now, well, let me ask you this. When did you first go to homicide?
In 2003, on July.
So on September 7th of 1996, what was your assignment?
I was a detective in the gang unit on one of the enforcement teams.
What does that mean you did for Metro? What's an enforcement team?
So the enforcement teams are dressed in greens, and we usually have 5 or 6 detectives together, and we would patrol known gang areas and come in contact with.
One of my speakers in my office has gone rogue and is now playing sympathy for the devil. So forgive me for a moment while I try to turn that off so I do not get, distracted or copyright struck by the Rolling Stones. I have no idea what's happening.
Gatherings that involved gang members. And then after enforcement, I did 2 years in investigation where I investigated gang-related crimes.
Before I get to your actions on this particular evening, I want to ask you a little bit about how the process of report writing has changed at Metro over the years. You have handled your own cases since the early 2000s, but you also were a cold case investigator, which I assume that means you also have experience with years and years and years before you ever even became a police officer.
Certainly.
Was there a particular way that cases were documented up until the early to mid 2000s?
I mean, I think there's been some changes over time just because of the digital age. And, when I first went to homicide, we were still using typewriters that had the little spinning ball on there and actually typing in triplicate, those types of things. Keeping our notes, handwritten in our notebook. And then it kind of changed over time. Everything went digital and we started keeping things on the computer.
And so when we're talking 96, there was multiple reports written by officers as they did things because there wasn't the same computerized systems we have today.
That's correct.
Modern day,
and now we have lawyers
is there
explain
something
technology.
called a main case report or a main officer's report related to homicides?
Yes, there is.
Explain that to ladies and gentlemen.
Imagine what Cross is going to be about.
What we normally do, and it kind of depends on the detective themselves. I mean, you probably work with people that have Post-its all over their desk, and it's a total wreck, and you have no idea what you're looking at, but they know where everything is.
Right.
And they know how it's organized. We had detectives that were like that. Me personally, I would keep everything on what's called a case management form. So from the very beginning, from the very start of when we got a call, and we're keeping notes in a notebook, all that information go into a case management form. So I wouldn't be initially concerned with an officer's report getting started at any point because I was using that management form each and every time we did something investigatively. If we took a phone call from, a witness, then I would document that on that form. And at some point, especially if you had somebody that was in custody, you would transfer all that information over into an organized officer's report, which would then have the title at the top. It would have the date and time and location of when the incident occurred.
Look at that.
Who's involved,
Multiple
who are the
reports.
suspects, who are the victims, who are the witnesses, and it would be
an overall case management report. It's like a log of everything that's happening. Who would have thought?
in a chronological order in an investigation. But initially, everything's kept just basically in the management form. Eventually, you want to get to the point where you put together all that information into an officer's report, and there will come a point in time where the individual detective would make the decision that the officer's report's final, right? You would get it signed off. It'd be signed off by your sergeant. It'd go into the case file, and then from that point, you would just basically be filing addendums as new information came in. You might
and then document some more.
Write that information down on that management form and then do an additional officer's report. That's definitely something that I saw when I went to cold case. Some of the cases that were 20 years old, every single step that detective did was a completely separate officer's report. So you get 15 officers' report in the case file. It definitely made a lot more sense to finally get to one point where we had just one officer's report covering the case.
And in your experience, is it unusual for an officer's report to be the very last thing that's generated by the detective assigned to the particular case?
No, that's not unusual at all.
I want to direct your attention back to September of 1997, and I'm going to put up really two aerials for you first of all, but I'm going to start with State's Exhibit number 1. Can we go back to me? That appears to be a aerial of Las Vegas Valley.
Yes.
And it's clearly more modern than 1996 because you can see T-Mobile over here and some other things. Is that correct?
Quite a bit different today. Yes, that's true.
I know.
And then I'm going to go back and show.
I can't imagine that they couldn't. It's odd to me that they couldn't find an aerial from 1996 somewhere. It's odd to me. I mean, maybe they couldn't, but it's odd to me that they didn't.
State's Exhibit number 2. This is a much earlier rendition of the Las Vegas Valley because T-Mobile's not there. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. And identified on State's Exhibit number 2 is where the I can't move. I can move the mouse away. Where it says Monte Carlo, that's generally where the Park MGM is today.
That's correct.
And at the time, back in 1996, there was a club called the 662 Club on Flamingo. Is that correct?
Yes, very familiar with it.
And is that referenced in State's Exhibit number 2 as well?
It is.
And is that generally in the location where it's at?
Correct.
So now I want to jump back to 1. At about 11:17 p.m. On September 7th of 1996, where were you?
We were conducting enforcement activity kind of northeast of the location of Koval and Flamingo.
And did something catch your attention?
Yes. As we were out with a couple of 2-3 gang members, we heard over the radio an officer rather excited, certainly under a stressful situation, reporting shots being fired and requesting a code red on the radio. We weren't very far away, so we cut the guys loose that we were with, got in our vehicles, and with lights and siren, we went over to respond to the area of the Maxum Hotel.
When an officer calls out code red, what does that mean? What is he trying to do?
The code red is so that no other radio traffic is coming across except for what those officers are going through. So it's trying to keep the radio traffic to a minimum. So we didn't even announce that we were en route. That's not important for dispatch or really anybody else to know that we were on our way, because we're waiting for updates from that officer or from the officers involved. So we stay off the radio. It's a sacred thing. You don't break the code red unless you really have to get on the radio.
And where do you respond to?
We responded to the intersection of Koval and Flamingo right there at the Maxum Hotel.
Chat's going to start yelling, you ordered the code red. Didn't you, Chutney? Right. That's gonna start happening.
But we went into the parking lot on the south side of the Maxum, and where we saw a patrol unit.
At some point, do you walk out onto Flamingo? Well, let me ask you this. When you first arrive, is there traffic still driving eastbound on Flamingo?
Yes, I mean, nothing's changed so far as traffic at that point, because whatever had happened was several minutes before that. So now people are still just driving by. We got to the parking lot. My Sergeant Cindy West, had inquired as to where the shots had come from, and we were able to look out into the street there on Flamingo, just west of Koval, and I saw in the headlights just little glints of light and recognized that. I spent plenty of time on a firing range, and I know what brass looks like on the ground. So we were able to determine where several cartridge cases were located in the street west of Koval on Flamingo.
I'm going to approach and show you State's Proposed Exhibit 34 to 41. As you look through those, I'm going to grab something from the clerk.
All right, they're grabbing something. This witness is easy to follow. The questioning's pretty easy to follow. I appreciate it.
Do you recognize those?
I do.
And how do you recognize those?
When we spotted the cartridge cases in the street, at the time, my enforcement vehicle was in a Chevy van, and we had a whole bunch of cones. So as we located the cartridge cases there on the roadway, we took a bunch of cones out of my vehicle and actually placed them, in the photographs you'll see it a little bit different, but we placed the cones on top of or over the cartridge cases, so the cones protected where they were located.
Wait, you didn't grab a leaf blower? You like protected them where they were sitting until they could be properly documented? How helpful.
There was at least, I know one for sure, maybe more, that had already been run over by traffic, so it was a little bit mangled. So we protected the crime scene, and we also popped a couple of flares on the
to move traffic
north side of the number 3 travel lane where the cartridge cases are located.
And this fairly, State's Exhibits 34 through 41 fairly and accurately represent that situation.
Yes, it is.
Move to admit.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admit it?
So I'm going to put up 34. And can you just describe for us what we're looking at?
Using traffic cones makes a ton of sense.
You can see the
work with what you got.
Cartridge cases are kind of straddling the 2 lanes.
I'll stop you for a second, Mr. O'Kelly.
Yes.
There's a mouse sitting right there. Don't click it. Just it'll freeze up the whole system, but you can use it as a pointer.
You can point it, but
So
do not click
these
the
two
mouse.
cones that we set up here were more or less to protect where the cartridge cases were located. These other cones are covering the actual cartridge cases in the roadway. The one that's closest to us in this picture is a bullet fragment. It was the furthest away from Cobalt. And then the other cones are all spent cartridge cases, Winchester, Smith & Wesson 40 caliber cartridge cases.
Do you know a person by the name of Dan Ford?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Dan?
Dan Ford is a senior crime scene analyst that I worked with quite a bit. We started on the department right around the same time. And ran into him several times on cases that I worked with in the gang unit investigations. We also utilized him on the RICO task force that I was on for a couple of years. And then he responded to countless homicide investigations during my career.
Eventually, does Mr. Ford leave the crime scene that was at Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard and come, and is he the person that takes these pictures and winds up collecting these items?
Yes, he is. Fortunately, Dan was already dispatched to the area of the Maxum for the patrol units that had called out on the radio the shots that were fired. They were taking a report for damaged vehicles that were there, and Dan had already been dispatched to that. So he wasn't far away when the shots rang out, and he was requested to come to that scene.
Sitting there in front of you is...
Yeah, the Dodge Caravans became a secondary issue, significantly secondary issue to all of this.
Looking at State's Proposed Exhibit number 129, do you recognize what that item is?
Yes, I do. I've seen and reviewed the handwritten evidence inventory that was authored by Dan Ford. I can see that that's his handwriting. It's also his initials and P number that are on the package for the Winchester cartridge cases.
And then
those are
there's
the
a
cases.
red seal on the back of here.
So those are the cases.
That would have been placed on by Mr. Ford, correct?
You can hear them rattling.
Is not, so it is marked up here at the top for his P number. This doesn't look I don't know, that he wrote the date on that, so 9/7 of 96. So he initialed in the top corner and then put the date down in the bottom corner, yes.
And all these blue seals are the times that the forensic
That they
lab has
opened and
opened
closed
this
it,
package in order to look at these items and potentially do some testing.
That's correct. But I do remember from the evidence inventory that Dan had indicated that these cartridge cases were checked for fingerprints at the time with negative results.
So I'm going to have, well, I guess I'll move to admit 129, Judge.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so admit it.
I'm going to have you cut this not along a seal if there's a place left to do it. I think if we cut right along there, we can pull those items out.
Oh, yeah, down here at the bottom I can. I don't think we have to go too far.
So they're opening the evidence bag.
And we just pull those items out.
And they're not showing the witness taking this out of the evidence bag. I don't know if that was part of the discussion yesterday or not. But he's pulling those out, and now they're showing it. And they are each in like little containers from the crime lab, I would imagine, is where those containers
they
come
will
from.
eventually be marked 129 G. Well, A through G.
Counsel counted on his fingers. It's very much me.
This one, which has a 14 on the top of it. And you said you remember at least one of them was mangled.
Mm-hmm. This one's flattened on the opening, opposite of the headstand. It's flattened, so it's been run over.
And there appears to be at least one more of these that has some damage to it. Several of them have damage to them. Yeah. Is that correct?
They're definitely misshapen. A couple of them are. This is actually the closest that I've seen them, because when we came out, we just put the cones right over the top of them, didn't mess with them at all. So I'm able to now look at even the primary impacts, which is significant.
Why is that significant?
Because a Glock pistol has a rectangular opening for the firing pin. It's vertically oriented on the front of the bolt face for a Glock pistol, and you can tell by looking at the primer impact that that's roughly the shape of the impact on the primer.
So that suggests to you that the weapon was a Glock 40.
That's correct.
Now, Detective, or I guess it's Mr. O'Kelly now.
Detective retired. I don't know. Deputy Marshal.
Yeah, Deputy Marshal. There you go. While you're at the scene, are you getting updates on the radio as to potential suspect vehicles that you should be looking for?
Periodically, again, that code red is in effect for quite a while, so there's not
Griffin
a lot of
says
radio
hello.
traffic that was going
He's
on.
hanging out.
The call came in.
It was muted.
Initiating the code red at 11:17. We were short distance away, and we went code. Well, we ran code, so we did lights and siren. It didn't take us very long to get there. I know that Sergeant West waited until there was a complete lull in the radio traffic and announced that we were en route and arrived at the same time, and I believe that was at 11:26. We had been there before that, so we were there before 11:20. We were already there at the scene. So at about a little bit past 11:30, we got an update on the rough description of a light-colored Cadillac. I know at some point on the CAD report it said late 90s. It had to be late 80s, right? This is 96. And there was also some indication that it was in good condition, which would say that it was an older vehicle than late 90s, right? So we were looking for a light-colored, possibly white Cadillac with two black male occupants. And there was a report that it was northbound on Audrey, which now Audrey Lane is the link, right? It's the link lane. So it's on the west side of the Maxum going north. There was some report that possibly that's where the suspect vehicle had gone.
So initial report says light color Cadillac last seen northbound on
Okay.
Audrey.
Right, with 2 black males at that point.
Do you wind up getting updates throughout the evening as to the vehicle you're looking for?
We did. I'd say it was about an hour or so, about 12:45 maybe, right around that time, that we got an update that we were looking for that same white Cadillac in good condition, but potentially occupied now by 4 black males, and was southbound on Cobalt. That made a little bit more sense to us, especially that we were out on the eastbound lanes of Cobalt, right just short of the intersection, and that the Cadillac had to have been to the south of the BMW, and it made more sense that they would have made a right turn. So that definitely clicked when we were told they were southbound on Cobalt.
Does there come a point in time when you do what's known as an ATL or attempt to locate that particular vehicle?
That makes sense.
Yes. Thankfully, because Dan Ford was not too far away, we were able to get relieved from our protection of the crime scene where the Cartridge cases were located. And
look at that. They stayed at the crime scene and cordoned it off and protected it until it could be properly documented. Weird.
I think we cleared exactly an hour after the initial code red was called. And that was the first thing that we did was we went south on Cobalt. We checked areas that we frequented in the gang unit, looking for potentially really any light colored Cadillac. I mean, the kind of the yellowish lights that we have in town, the street lights that they use for low, so it's not too much light in town. Those can kind of throw you off on color. So we were looking for any light colored Cadillac.
We'll put back up.
Wait, Vegas does things to reduce the amount of light in town because it is so bright. Maybe it's changed since the 90s. But it makes sense that with yellow-hued lights, it's going to change the way that you perceive the color of the vehicle.
State's Exhibit 1. During all this time period that you and your partner ATL'd for this white Cadillac, did you ever drive into the parking lot of the Carriage House?
He doesn't mean Atlanta,
No, I
chat.
can say that.
Attempt to locate. This prosecutor gives a lot of acronyms without a lot of explanation. But I think he did say attempt to locate earlier, but just in case.
In my 35 years, I've never been in the Carriage House.
Thank you. I passed the witness.
Okay,
That's it.
Examination, Mr. Sampson.
Sorry, sir, what's your last name again?
Counsel.
O'Kelly, O''Kelley.
Mr. Kelly, thank you for being here today. Your testimony, obviously,
we're not taking
I would
notes.
imagine before you were here, you probably reviewed your reports, whatever it is you wrote during that time period.
I didn't write any.
Okay.
Certainly, even after I went to homicide, I wasn't involved in the investigation for this case. I did review the CAD report, the computer-aided dispatch report, noting those times. I don't have that great a memory, so I'm going to have to tell you that. And that handwritten evidence inventory by Dan Ford. I have both copies right here in my notebook.
I see. So at the time you retired as a homicide detective?
I did.
And then at that point, you came back to work as in the cold case unit as an investigator.
I did, yes.
All right. Now, a couple things. First of all, when you retired as a detective with homicide, were there any outstanding reports that you had not drafted when you left?
I can tell you that and people love me, so they got a limousine and we had a big party. So as there was a limousine out in front of headquarters at 400 Martin Luther King, I was typing the last officer's report that I needed to personally finish. I was leaving a partner behind whose name is also Dean. So he was able to, tie up any of the cases that we had at that point. But I would say there were, but the ones that I knew I needed to get done before I left, I got done.
And the reason why you prioritize those ones is because I would imagine they're still open investigations and you're handing it off to the next person to continue with your work.
That's correct. It
The
makes it
people
easier
love
for
me.
them
We had
if
a
it's
limo. It's
tied
so
up as
funny.
best we can.
Right. Did you take any of your any of those cases with you when you went over to the cold case unit?
When I came back to cold case, that was the original reason that I even agreed to do cold case homicide investigation was because of unsolved cases that I personally had investigated. One in particular. So as soon as I came back to cold case homicide, the very first thing I did was go and pull Jamie Sheldon's case and bring it over to my desk. That's the first case that went there. And we were able to work, you know, I was honored to be able to work on cases like that and others that I had been a part of when I was a detective, yes.
So in terms of, just explain to the jury what a cold case is. Can you explain that?
Certainly. So a cold case is officially cold when the detectives who are originally signed to it are no longer there, whether they transferred out or they retired. If there isn't an original detective assigned to the case, it's considered cold.
So cases
right?
that
No one's assigned to it. Those cases can be handed
stale.
off to other detectives that are still in the unit. I remember, you know, when Marty Wildman left the department, he came over to me personally and said, "Hey, I'm handing Teresa Insana to you. Can you take this case on and continue to follow it up?" It's considered cold because he's gone, right? As soon as he left, it's officially a cold case. But if there's a detective who was originally assigned to the case, it's their
they're
case
still
until they're
working
done.
it. That makes
Right?
sense.
You're not going to go stepping on toes and just pulling cases and start working on other people's stuff unless
That
they
makes
asked you to do it.
I don't
And with
think
regards to the cold case,
I don't think every department assigns their cold cases that way. They might. It's going to be different departments on how they assign it. But I appreciate that. No, if you've got that case and you are still working, that's your case. You are going to continue working that case until it's resolved or you're gone. And then if that original detective is gone, then it can move over to cold case. Interesting way to handle it. I like that way of handling it.
this unit, I'm assuming there's probably two detectives who are the official detectives for the unit, and then you have investigators, retired homicide detectives that help with the investigation.
That's correct. Initially, when Sergeant Hefner, sergeant in homicide, but then came back with me at the same time. So the two of us came back, and we were on our own. Like, we had a sergeant that was assigned to us, but basically they were a signature block. We could pull any case that we wanted and work on those. The department saw, thankfully, a lot to do with the work that we were getting accomplished, where we solved 20, 25-year-old cases, and the department's able to go to the media and say, look, we're not giving up after all these years. We're going to continue to follow these cases and solve them. Because of that success level, then the department dedicated 2 full-time detectives that were still in homicide.
This cross is just making this witness likable.
And then we had, I want to say 3, 4 more cold case investigators that were assigned to us. So I think we had a total of 5 or 6 at one point, plus the 2 detectives and a dedicated sergeant to the cold case unit.
So in terms of your work in the cold case as an investigator, you're not a detective, right?
No.
So there is a difference in terms of your responsibilities versus the responsibilities of a detective.
Correct.
Because the detective would be the law enforcement officer.
Certainly.
And you are a person helping the law enforcement officer.
Essentially, I mean, we can still steer the investigation where we want it to go. We're doing interviews, we're doing those things, but say authoring a search warrant. So if we run into a situation where we need a search warrant done, it may get written by one of us, but it's going to be sworn to as an affidavit by a detective on the department who's a sworn police officer.
Have you ever drafted a report, 8 years after you started an investigation?
Well, because of cold case, yes, certainly.
But just as a police officer or a detective, have you ever waited say, years to draft an actual report on something?
I don't know what would be my record-breaking delay in authoring a report, but I'd say, if you're dealing with a case where there's nobody in custody, like you haven't arrested anybody, probably pushing 2 years before I finally said, and even reluctantly said, all right, I'm gonna close this officer's report. It's signed off because we've run out of investigative leads. We're to that point. There's really nothing else coming in, and now that's officially done. Then there could be maybe somebody calling up, or we could have somebody that gets in a jam, right, where they're now looking at serious time. This has happened to us in cold case, where now that person says, hey, I have information on a murder. So now it's completely open. Now the case is back up and running, and there would be a new officer's report started at that point in time to complete that investigation. I know where the gun is, I know who did the shooting, and now we've got a solved case after
interesting point
20 years.
Interesting
now, have
point
you ever
on
delayed
how they do their final officer's report, the organized officer report. And I think this is why the prosecution spent so much time at the beginning of direct going through the difference between like the case status report and then putting that all together in that final report that's done at the end. But the distinction of, well, if there's no one in custody, we might not be closing it out. It's interesting because I wonder how this will come back around, because we know that the defense in opening was complaining of some of the reports just not being done. Curious with that.
An officer's report after going to the grand jury and presenting evidence on that same case.
I would say that I've gone to grand jury before officers' reports are done. I would say that I've gone to grand jury before I've started an officer's report. Again, because for me personally, and for a lot of the guys that I work with, I'm not completely OCD, but certainly there's things that I need to get done, or I'm not going to be able to sleep, that kind of thing. You may feel that way, but I always get the case management form started.
Same, but for me, sir, it's the ADHD. Sometimes you got to get done what you're getting done, because if you don't get it done, you're not going to ever get it done, and you just can't go to bed until it gets done, and sometimes that sucks. I get it. I love that he's just looking at the jury being like, maybe you were late, but there's a few things I got to do. He's got a checklist.
And maintained up to date. It's going to be up to date.
So this is the other report he's talking about. So we're talking about two different reports. The organized officers report, the big report that comes at the end, and then the day-by-day case management report. And he's talking about the difference between keeping the day-by-day case management report up to date, but not writing the kind of big summary report. A really interesting differentiation after hearing the way the defense handled this in opening, because that's why this is going to be so relevant, isn't it? And he's a great witness to do that through, because he explains it so well.
A lot of the guys that I work with, I'm not completely OCD, but certainly there's things that I need to get done, or I'm not going to be able to sleep, that kind of thing. You may feel that way. But I always get the case management form started and maintained up to date. It's going to be up to date. If you make a phone call to me, I'm going to document it, date, time, phone call, right? That may not go into the ultimate officer's report because it's superfluous information, didn't mean anything.
It's his.
But I'm going to keep that record in the CMF. I might not even start the officer's report for months, and grand jury may have already happened. Now, I feel now some pressure to get that done, right? Because if I'm going to grand jury, more than likely we have somebody in custody, and I want the district attorney's office to have the benefit of a completed officer's report, although it's not necessary.
Right, and so if you had submitted it to the grand jury or done your grand jury, you're telling us at some point you could delay finalizing your officer's report.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, would you delay that officer's report until after you retire?
Well, because I still have a partner that hasn't retired, I can have confidence in doing that. We definitely did have that happen. I recall specifically a double murder that was not, the officer's report wasn't done when I left. because I knew Dean was going to be, Detective Wrights was going to be continuing on with it.
Can we call you Dean and call him Sammy? Can we just be like, Sammy, you've got this report? Or no? Is that, we got just Dean and Dean? I mean, I guess you kind of do have Dean and Dean at times. But anyway, Emily, that's way too niche. Fair enough. But also, I'm amused as Griffin has started watching Supernatural for the first time. So we get to go back through and watch Supernatural all over again because this is what we are watching as a family now. So I really appreciate how thorough this witness is about how they handle their reports.
Right, so you knew that the other detective would still be the detective handling the case through because you are now retired.
No question.
But what if you didn't have that detective there, that you're a partner? Would you have delayed after you retired to draft your officer's report?
I would not.
How about?
I wouldn't be able to do it, right? I mean, I just know that I wouldn't be able to do it. That's why when, the limo's out in front of headquarters, I'm typing an officer's report. I literally I got the officer's report done and then went downstairs. I was done. I was retired.
Now, can you explain to us, I'm sorry for interrupting, but can you explain for us a little bit about why reports are so important to you in your line of work as a homicide detective?
Reports document everything, right? I mean, you need to document your observations. You need to document evidence. And for us in homicide, or even in the gang unit before that, we did that with officers' reports. Officers' reports don't become evidence, right? Officers' reports are so anybody picking up that case file can walk through the investigation from beginning to the last part of an officer's report is conclusion, right? So it may be a conclusion as to what you believe happened and you don't have somebody in custody. It can be a completed officer's report where the case isn't solved. It's still open, right? But it's at that point when you're doing the conclusion, it's more or less your opinion. This is what we believe based on everything else that precedes it in the officer's report.
Okay. And that would, of course, help you later if you ever recalled to testify in front of a jury to recall what happened.
Oh, absolutely. That's the go-to document for somebody who's preparing for trial is that officer's report. I mean, it can be lengthy. I've written officer's reports that are 70 pages long.
And with regard to those reports and being 70 pages long, fair to say that details are super important when you're doing this kind of investigation.
They are.
And that would be helpful for you to remember details in the future, right, to write a good report.
Right, the more extensive and the more detailed your report, the better off you're going to be, the more prepared you're going to be. But in addition to that, you could be documenting things that you observed or that you knew at the time you were doing the investigation that you don't realize were important, right? So I could document something in a crime scene
that seems
that
innocuous.
Seems like it's innocuous, something that's just doesn't seem like it's that important. And then later on,
you never know. Yes.
When
you look back
maybe
and go,
a suspect's in
shit.
custody or, the investigation's further, then you find out, that one item that you made a note of now becomes important because the suspect touched it or that was the murder weapon that was cleaned up and stuck over there and nobody realized it.
Now, let's shift gears a little bit here. So you're no longer a detective. You're now working with a cold case. Have you taken on any cold cases that weren't yours to begin with?
Certainly.
And what is typically the standard operating procedure when you are starting your investigation as a cold case investigator?
So you're pulling the case file,
read the
right?
reports,
and it can be extensive, depending on the murder, depending on the case that you're looking at, can be rather extensive. Some of the cases that we were pulling had pouches in them with VHS tapes, right? There were separate boxes that had VHS tapes in them.
At least they weren't shoved in somebody's desk in a file. So at least the VHS tapes were in a box. That's helpful.
Probably may even know what a VHS tape. So, and we had cassette tapes, right? Actual physical cassette tapes.
No, don't. If you're like, you might not even know what a VHS tape is. Let me back up and explain what a cassette tape is. Let me go back to 8-track. Before DVDs, we had tape. There was tape for video and tape for audio. The VHS tape had both. That's funny. Some of you may not know what that is. Let me back up and explain a VHS tape. You don't need to mansplain a VHS tape to us. Sir, you don't need a detective explain the VHS tape.
So we had to maintain a VHS player in homicide to be able to review those things. So we had some of the archaic methods to review evidence. We would go through the entire case file, and that would give us a starting point. As you might imagine, what we're looking for in cold case, because of the advances in technology, is do we have any trace evidence that wasn't analyzed? Do we have any fingerprints that weren't analyzed? Do we have any DNA that maybe, this precedes DNA? We looked at some cases that were before I was born. Okay,
That's
it's my
fair.
65th lap around the sun. We were looking at cases before I was even on this planet. So you go through the entire thing and you try and make as heads or tails of where the detective took that investigation to that point. Sometimes that could be difficult, especially if you're dealing with one of those Post-it people, right? You're dealing with one of the ones that were writing notes on cocktail napkins and stuff and keeping them in the case file. We'd pull little notes that were like, I have no clue how this relates to the investigation at all. Don't know if they talked to this person, didn't talk to this person. Was this a witness? Was this a secondary victim? We didn't know.
He's like, it's a scrap of a thought on a Post-it. I've picked up case files like that too from colleagues, and I'm like, what is happening? Yeah, right. Fair. He's like, I have cases that I picked up before I was born. Also fair.
So we'd have to try and track those down. And some of the cases were so old that, people that we were dealing with, they're deceased.
Right.
Did you have any success with what you did on the cold case unit?
Oh, certainly, yeah. We had closed quite a few.
So when you say closed, meaning that you were able to find out basically information you needed, the suspect or whatever the case was?
Yes, absolutely. All the way through to an arrest and prosecution and conviction, yes.
And with regards to the success you had on the cold case, did any of those cases not involve some type of technological thing like either a trace, DNA, or fingerprints?
I think I'd say there was...
Interesting question.
None come to my mind that we didn't have something that was redone and reviewed and then came to a conclusion or pointed to
That's a good question for the defense.
That we were then able to go and interview.
It's a good question.
We had a couple. We had one where we flew to Toledo and we got a confession on a murder that happened here in Las Vegas because that person was already doing life without there for another murder that he had committed. I don't recall that we had any physical evidence in there that we needed. He confessed to it basically. What do I have to lose? I'm already doing life without.
So he basically was in custody ready for a murder in another state and basically
Columbus,
confessed and said, hey, I'm confessing this murder in Nevada.
Correct.
So it wasn't like you found,
We did. I mean, there's, you look at some of these case files and they're definitely pointing towards a specific person, right? Every indication is that this is who you're dealing with.
Right.
And that it just didn't, you couldn't get it across the finish line, right? And like Jamie Sheldon, I brought up earlier, I know who did that murder, but it's
right.
Whether or not there's enough to get across the finish line with that piece of evidence that's going to be where the district attorneys are willing to take that case to trial. And you're waiting for that one more thing, right? So it just stays there waiting for that one more piece of evidence to come in. And that happened with some of the cold cases where it's like, hey, we knew who this person was. I remember one specifically where we had a guy.
Look, I have complimented defense counsel's use of take a witness, make them your own. We might have gone one or two questions too far with this particular witness. This cold case detective is undermining the things that defense is going to try to argue and what he argued in an opening statement. Because defense is going to be trying to argue, hey, they just sat on this. And he's sitting there saying, you know what? You often have you can have a case file and you know who it points to the whole time, but you need that one thing. You need that one more thing to get you over the finish line. And it kind of points back to, well, we might know what the one thing that got this case over the finish line is. Not that they didn't suspect Keffe D all along, but that they needed that one more thing. And he's really giving a lot to the prosecution to work with in closing. This wasn't incompetence. This wasn't delay. They were waiting for that one more thing to take this case over the finish line. And Keffe D just published it and put that shit on Amazon so we can all read together. Right. That one more thing just connected those dots. This witness has given the prosecution such a gift for their closing. And the prosecution's just sitting there in the courtroom with like the one light shining on him, just sitting there being like, keep asking him questions. This is great for us. This guy's amazing. Don't we love him? Yes. Just, did you see the prosecutor like laid back just with the beam of light on him listening to all of this? This witness is great. Absolutely great. And he's explained this in a very good way. And I don't know if the defense is going to get very far with this witness saying, yeah, well, sometimes, you know, we don't do our jobs. I don't think that's where this is going with this witness.
For that one more thing, right? So it just stays there waiting
that one more
for that
thing.
one more piece of evidence to come in. And that happened with some of the cold cases where it's like, hey, we knew who this person was. I remember one specifically where we had a guy where we knew in the gang unit who we were looking for. And then I got to homicide and then looked up case files and saw that that person had never been charged. I'm like, how did he never get charged? We knew who it was. And we were able to then put enough together to arrest him and get a conviction.
And the arrest was because of either DNA or fingerprints or something along those lines?
And that one, no. We had video surveillance that existed at the time on a VHS tape from a 7.
I'm waiting for him to be like, no, he wrote a book. No, he wrote a book. It's not going to happen, but I want it to happen.
Fingerprints or something along those lines?
And that one, no. We had video surveillance that existed at the time on a VHS tape from a 7-Eleven. You know, back when they were recording over them every 7 days, and so it was grainy, and you're like trying to get a clear enough picture. But we were able to, and we had physical evidence at the time that existed at the time connecting him to other cases, and we were able to get a conviction on that particular case with nothing new.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm clear. So that was video surveillance with some other physical evidence that helped you solve that particular
Cartridge cases, yes.
Okay. All right, and then in terms of your work, the night of what happened here, now if I could just ask you to switch over to...
Interesting.
Are you? Does this help a little bit here about just zoning into what's zooming into where?
I appreciate the council's switching gears.
The red triangle or the red rectangle there is
Seems
where
like
the Cartridge cases are located. Near the intersection, I think the closest piece of evidence was 60 feet away from Koval, and they were out in the travel lane, probably 14, 15 feet away from the south curb.
Okay, so my question to you very specific. You mentioned a little bit ago about what potentially would be a white Cadillac traveling north on Audrey or Aubrey. Can you just, you could step out, Dean, if you want, and just actually point with you can just point at the screen from over there so the jury can see.
You can do that. So this is Koval. This is now the Weston, right? Used to be the Maxum. And this is the Audrey Lane going north. And then down in here is Audrey Street that cuts over, it actually cuts south and then goes all the way over to the boulevard. But the initial report was that we had this light colored Cadillac occupied by two BMAs that went north on Audrey. So they would have to, with the entourage that everybody had U-turned and gone this direction, they would have to follow and then turn right to go up on Audrey. There's really no way for you to get from eastbound Flamingo at Cobalt to northbound Aubrey without making a U-turn.
Okay, and just if you could stay there for a second. The other part here is that I'm just pointing again with my pen, and that would be the area where you found and located the bullets, the cartridge cases?
Cartridge cases, yeah, they're in the eastbound lane, I think the number 3 travel lane, primarily, kind of straddling the lane there a little bit, right here before you get to Cobalt.
Now, if you can describe for us the street. So on that street right there, and I'm just pointing to the part of Flamingo that's, I guess, west of Cobalt, and then before or between Aubrey and Cobalt, this area here.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a concrete divider that's in that area?
There was not a concrete divider, no. And I think now it's like those yellow plastic cones that are every 2 feet. Now separating it when you come up, because on eastbound Flamingo, there's two left turn lanes to go north on Cobalt, 3 travel lanes, and then a right turn lane to go south on Cobalt.
So, for instance, if cars are going to make a U-turn and turn around and follow, like say, for instance, a black BMW, right? The other cars could just basically just make a left-hand turn and go right back. They don't have to go in procession around and keep going. Fair?
Yeah, well, now they would be hitting all those yellow cones. So, I don't know. I don't think back then. I think you could probably just right there. I mean, it's a violation of the law.
It is.
Yes, you could certainly make a U-turn.
He's like, it's not legal to make a U-turn there, but you could flip it. There's nothing physically stopping you from flipping it and just going. It's illegal, but then again,
my understanding is those cones that you're talking about would be actually on Cobalt to prevent people, I guess it's like to stop traffic from merging or having too much lanes or traffic in that area. Do you recall that?
I know all the yellow cones because I took a fellow marshal to the airport yesterday, and the lady in the box actually took me north on Cobalt to pass that intersection. So I was able to see all the yellow plastic. They're permanent cones that are there on the road right now, dividing the.
He's like, I just drove it yesterday. So
right, but at the time, your recollection back in 1996, you don't know if there were cones up at that
I
point.
don't know, there wasn't.
Yeah.
I know there wasn't, and there wasn't a New Jersey wall. So I think you could just make the turn. There might have been a curb. There might have been a cement curb, but I don't see that in the photo, and I don't have an independent recollection of it.
Gotcha. So those cars are, if we're trying to envision the BMW getting shot at, and at some point it's making a U-turn, there's some discussion about rims on the vehicle being messed up because of.
Yeah, it's possible.
And then as it's going down, the other cars would have just either just turned around and made a immediate left.
Possibly. I know, because we never went to Harmon and the Boulevard.
they talked about the tires yesterday, the tires popping, potentially going up on the median, and that being why the rims were so damaged. But I'm not confident that the tires didn't catch a round or a partial round or something that also was caused the tires to be damaged. But it's neither here nor there. The tires were damaged. The rims were totally fucked up. But they talked about the median being there, potentially being the cause of that.
I saw the entourage, the other vehicles that had gone down there.
Your Honor, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Anything further?
Okay, here. Let me tell you what I appreciate about defense counsel. I don't think defense counsel, this is speculation on my part, I don't think defense counsel had any intention of bringing this map out and going down this line of questioning. But here's what's giving lots of trial experience for me, is that the line of questioning about the delay in writing reports did not go well for defense. It did not go the direction he wanted it to go. He remained pleasant and then tried to extract himself from that line of questioning. And instead of just being like, that didn't go well, and sitting down, which we see attorneys on both sides do. Well, those questions didn't go so well, and then you sit down on the bad question. This defense attorney, instead of sitting down on the bad question, shifted to another line of questioning, cleaned up a few other things that he may or may not have wanted to ask about. I don't think he necessarily did. Pivoted, went to another line of questioning as if there was nothing out of the ordinary at all, as if that line of questioning, all the answers were exactly what he thought they were going to be. cool, calm, and collected, moved on to another line of questioning, and then is done with this witness. He does not seem that those question and answers were anything other than what he expected, where we've seen other attorneys get flustered when they're not getting the answers they want or the answers they expect, not rattled at all. So it was an interesting strategy to not sit down on the answers that were difficult for him, move seamlessly into another topic, and then wrap up the questioning. Really good lawyering. I think he went probably a few questions too far with the cold case detective. It happens to everyone, but he extricated himself really, really well. Really well.
Mr. Jackman.
Briefly.
Catfink UK. We need pivot.
Retired on a Friday, but
we need pivot on the soundboard. That's exactly what that attorney did. He got to that last question. It was like, pivot, pivot.
If you knew when you retired on Friday,
right,
that on Monday you were going to be right back there as a cold case investigator, you wouldn't feel, or would you have felt, the need to finish that Friday before you got in the limousine?
I think I would have been okay to let it go. Yeah, that'd have been all right. And skip that part.
Yeah.
And that's the point, right? That's the point for this prosecutor. Hey, if you knew that you were turning right back around and staying with the department, would you have felt the urgency to be finishing up your report as everybody's waiting for you to go celebrate your retirement? And he's like, no, I probably wouldn't have felt the same way. Because we know that the detective that they're talking about, but not talking directly about, but talking about, came back as a civilian contractor immediately upon retirement.
There as a cold case investigator, you wouldn't feel, or would you have felt, the need to finish that Friday before you got in the limousine?
I think I would have been okay to let it go. Yeah, that'd have been all right. And skip that part.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. Has there been at least one case with you and I, in fact, where there was never an officer's report that was able to be completed?
No, Debbie Flores Narvaez.
And is there any
I like how much he remembers the names of his cases.
Report created?
No, again, officer's report's not evidence, right? It's just kind of a guideline to go through the case file itself.
It's a narrative.
There was, in the case that we're talking about, a case management form that went all the way through the investigation. So it really wasn't necessary to get to put it on trial and get a successful conviction.
You mentioned as well that old case files. You've looked at
good redirect.
Case files from before you were even born.
Yes.
You don't know if all of the reports that were ever generated were in that file or not in that file when you get the case, correct?
I could say that there were some case files that we pulled that they weren't even in 3-ring binders anymore. They were in accordion files, and there were definitely things missing, right, over time. The frustrating part of cold cases, going to pull evidence and seeing that it had long been destroyed, wasn't even available anymore, which shouldn't happen, but it sometimes does. And so, you're trying to.
I had cases that were only a few years old that had happened to. It is so frustrating. It's so frustrating. You're like, where is this? They're like, oh, it's gone. What the fuck do you mean it's gone? This case is like 4 years old. Gone.
Piece together the
so
case
annoying.
Even without some pieces of evidence that you think is crucial.
So despite not having maybe everything that the original detectives have, you don't just give up. You still try and solve the crime.
Exactly. Well, you go redo it, right? I mean, if there's indication, like again, if you got a cocktail napkin with a name and a date of birth on there, but you don't know how that was involved, then if that person's still around, you go interview them. And, we ended up doing it in cold case. We ended up doing a bunch of traveling to where we would go do those interviews and sit down with people. And, they have, being a witness to or being involved or even connecting remotely to a violent incident like that or a murder, that's called a significant emotional event, right? You're going to remember very specific details. I'm sure in your own life you've had that where something really significant.
I like him
so
a
you
lot.
can remember what you were wearing, you can remember the smell, you can remember where people are standing. So we were able to just go back and redo that interview and then put that into the case file, even though it was missing.
I like him a
You
lot.
sort of said this, but in a lot of those case files, law enforcement knows what they believe to be the story. They just don't have the witnesses to present in a courtroom to establish the crime beyond a reasonable doubt.
No question. I would say, especially during my 2
Would the prosecution have gotten into this if the defense didn't? Probably not, because you would have some relevancy objections. But once the defense went down this road, now the prosecutor is just reveling in it, right? He's just like, tell me more about the fact that you have sometimes cases and you just need that one more thing. How does this happen? Just explain this to the jury. Why it might take so long to prosecute a case. And now the prosecutor is just like, just thrilled to walk this witness through it.
years in investigation in the gang unit, also the 2 years on the RICO task force that we were involved in. We were dealing with gang-related crimes, and there were many cases where we had something happen with, we knew 50 people around, right? There were 50
Nobody saw
people
nothing.
there. And you start talking to witnesses, and everybody has the same statement. I heard shots, I ran, and the police stopped me for no reason. Right, so you don't get that level of cooperation because people are afraid, right? People maybe think because they think gangs might be involved, they don't want to say anything. They keep it to themselves, and they live with the fact that they didn't help, right? Yep. But then with cold case, we were able to come back to some of these older cases where now that that young gang member that might have had 7% body fat back then and was in his prime and was scary is now an older toothless bulldog that's
Not
resting in the shade.
toothless.
So people were
Shit. You're just Keffe D's gonna be like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? The man who's been through cancer treatment, I think twice, Keffe D. What are you talking about? What are you saying that we're not as scary anymore? Hey, Keffe D, I would just like to say, by the way, you didn't publish your book until Suge was in prison. I'm just noticing a timing quirk. It's like, right. Time passes. The people who were scary are gone or in prison or not as scary as they were. But it's funny. I like that he compared him to a toothless bulldog. Oh boy, lazing in the sun. That's hilarious right there.
and they live with the fact that they didn't help, right? But then with cold case, we were able to come back to some of these older cases where now that that young gang member that might have had 7% body fat back then and was in his prime and was scary is now an older toothless bulldog that's resting in the shade. So people are not afraid to now come forward and say, yeah, I was there, I saw it, I know exactly who did it, and I can prove it. So we were able to solve some cases like that, which was good.
And you even mentioned the situation where you read through the file, you're like, I know who did it. You flew to Toledo and he confessed.
Correct.
And that can happen in cold cases.
I know who did it. I went to Barnes and Noble and he confessed. Right.
Cases as well.
Yes, it does, thankfully.
Nothing further.
Mr. DiGiacomo, are you moving to admit exhibits 129A through G?
Oh, the prosecution is going to use that Toledo example in closing, don't you think? You flew to Toledo. He's already in prison doing some time, and he confessed. This is Toledo. This isn't fiction. That's where the prosecution's going to go with this. This book isn't fiction because that's what the defense is setting up, right? Fact or fiction. This isn't fiction. This is Toledo. This is the confession. This is the confession after everyone else is gone and Suge is sitting in prison. I don't think Keffe D thinks he's going to live long enough to see the day that Suge gets out of prison, or that Suge's going to live long enough, maybe. I don't think he's worried about it now. Right. Great witness. Some really, really helpful stuff for the prosecution came in, and a lot of it through cross-examination.
Have her mark them first before I offer them.
Okay. Was there an objection to the admission of them?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. They will be admitted, and you may mark them. Jessica. And Mr. Stan, further questions? Okay.
Sorry, I thought I was done with you before.
Bentley in the chat said, does the book say it's based on true events? No, the book says none of these other motherfuckers know what they're talking about. I was there. I know the real story. So, in some, yes, he also talks about it being therapeutic to get this off of his chest, and calls out everybody who he perceives did him wrong. So he also says that he and Suge are the only remaining witnesses to what happened that night. So he doesn't specifically say based on true events, but he says all these other bitches are lying because I was there. So in his own way, I suppose.
No worries. So with regards to the this incident, I want to make sure I'm clear here. You thought you had a suspect.
We're in the weeds.
Did you send him a letter and say you need to confess to this crime? I mean, how did that work out with the thing that happened in Toledo?
Oh, in Toledo?
Yeah.
We had put together enough of the case to know, with every bit of confidence that it was him, even to the point where we were able to author an arrest warrant for him. And then we were in contact with the correctional facility that he was in custody and let them know that we wanted to come out. They actually approached him to let him know the detectives from Las Vegas want to come out and speak with you. And he agreed, right? And he's sitting in custody for, serving life without for actually killing two people, a child and
he's putting everybody's business
the child's
out there.
father. And so, I think probably just for entertainment value alone, he agreed to talk to us. And we were able to come out there, sit down with him.
He was bored.
They pulled him out of his cell, obviously, and away from the rest of the inmates. And we talked to him for a couple hours before lunch, and then we broke for lunch, and then after lunch he told us he did it.
So you put together information here in Las Vegas that was all corroborated, right? I mean, you had information, you had evidence that you were putting together, right?
Correct.
And all that evidence pointed towards this particular person.
Did it?
And then at some point you said, we just don't have enough. We would want to hear from this guy himself.
Defense
and
is
that's
trying
when you went out
to
to Toledo to
shift
confront
this
him on it?
for him.
I think
there was
that
evidence there.
We would have been able to get a conviction without him telling us that he did it, but why not? I mean, if we went there and he said, pound sand, I'm not going to tell you. Like, you flew all the way out here, and now I'm not going to tell you that I did it. I mean,
then you got to go to
Ohio.
Ohio.
We still have gone forward.
Yay!
But it certainly, bolsters the case to have him say, yes, I did it, and this is what I did before and after, which is what he was able to do.
Right. So in the case you were developing, you had corroborating evidence here in Las Vegas.
Yes.
And this was just the final, cherry on top to actually hear him say the words that, yeah, I did it.
Agreed.
Now, the corroborating evidence you had here, though, was your investigation. I would assume that it had some physical evidence, witnesses, that kind of thing to it.
It did.
Okay. And your testimony here right now is literally, you don't necessarily even need his confession. You could have just done it without.
Yes.
Right.
Now,
that's
in
the
addition
difference
to
the
that,
defense is going to make.
Obviously, if you didn't have those things, you suspected somebody, but you don't have DNA, you don't have fingerprints, you don't have an eyewitness.
Defense is trying to fix this.
You don't have anything at all that would tie that person to whatever the crime you believe has occurred. That would mean at that particular point you don't have it, right?
I would agree with that.
Now, in addition to that, your testimony
Also,
here.
Do you notice this witness isn't fighting him? The defense is trying to fix it because the defense is going to try to distinguish, right? Okay, well, that case is different. There was corroborating evidence. They could have prosecuted it without his words. And he's going to go back to this case. They can't prosecute Keffe D without Keffe D's words. There's not enough corroboration. There's not enough evidence. But you see how the witness isn't fighting him on that? He's like, right. If you got nothing, you got nothing. I agree with that. Yep. It's refreshing to see the witnesses just answering clearly.
And I want to make sure I'm clear, you were a gang person before, and those field interview cards would be helpful if you were looking into a potential crime where someone is accused of the crime. Like, look at those field interview cards, right?
Field interview cards are very valuable. I worked bike patrol for the gang unit, and we filled out probably more FI cards, field interview cards, than a lot of the gang detectives did. That got me voluntold to test for gangs. And so, field interview cards are very, very valuable piece of information because you're contacting somebody in a non-threatening, non-arrest, non-custodial environment, and they're telling you, they're giving you information that you're able to document.
And if you could explain to the jury a little bit what a field interview card is.
So
why are we getting into
was talking
FI cards?
about that stop that we were on before the code red was called. So we were talking to some gang members that were gathered out in a neighborhood that we were familiar with gang members that we were familiar with. And so each time they're contacted, we would do a field interview card, little small, 3x5 card. This is a rights card, but just like this. It's white, and it has all of their pertinent information.
No tattoos.
Name, date of birth,
who they're with,
all height, weight,
what they're
eye
up
color,
to,
all those things.
what
where you're
neighborhood
contacting
they're in,
them,
what they're wearing,
and there's a narrative portion on the back. And most of the gang members in that type of environment would say, "Yeah, hey, I'm 18th Street. I'm like whatever, for life. I'm 18th Street for life." So you document that. That's 18th Street for life, because that's maintained in the
directory,
the gang file for a period of time until that person says, "No, I'm not. I don't affiliate with them. I'm not doing that anymore. I'm away from it." And then, if that stays consistent for a certain amount of time, then that person's no longer in the gang file.
And every time that person comes in contact with,
you use FI cards so much because by the time they get to court, most of them are like, well, some of them aren't. My friend had a defendant who his attorneys were doing a very good job of putting him in civilian clothes for trial, and he got his gang affiliation tattooed on his forehead in custody right before trial because he was mad that his attorney was covering up all his tattoos. He was going to rep that a little bit harder before it went to trial. But you use the FI cards in court because they get into court and their attorneys are like, no, they're not. It's not gang affiliated. And then they bring out every FI card and who they're with and what neighborhoods they're in and what they're wearing and what their tattoos are and what they said to law enforcement. And you bring it in over time and are just like, you just lay it out. They use them so much. And the gang members talk to them. This is what I'm doing. This is who's doing this. This is who's saying what. This is where we're at. This is what's going on in the neighborhood. They have a lot of information.
Law enforcement that a
more than you would
new
expect.
Card is generated because it's a physical thing.
A new card is I always did. It documented my stop. It documented my activity. It documented our work. It documented. Plus, it starts the time clock every time, right? So every time that person admits, every time that person's in the company of other known gang members, and then it starts that time clock so that they stay in the gang file until that time expires. So you want the clock to continue to start over.
Okay, and just one last question, and I hate hammering the heck out of this report stuff, but
yes, you do.
In terms
of
the
good self-awareness council
example that was given to you by the state, they said, well, if you retire and then
back
you
to Toledo,
go into cold case, you can continue on with the investigation if it's a cold case, right?
I would, yeah, definitely.
How about the district attorney's office? You're an investigator at the district attorney's office. Does the district attorney's office have a cold case team?
We didn't have anybody assigned to us at the time because I left in January 23. At the time, we didn't have anybody that was catching our cold cases specifically, so I couldn't tell you one way or the other.
Right. So you are testifying that Metro has a cold case.
Different turn of phrase of catch a case. This is a different type of catch a case, but I imagine it sometimes feels the same. He's like, no, we don't have anyone at the DA's office specifically catching our cases, right? It goes to whoever's trying homicides. Though the LA DA's office is more specialized. They're also a larger office than most, but yeah.
Case unit to which if you're a detective with homicide and you want to take a case with you, you could have done that, right?
Certainly.
But with regards to taking your case as a homicide detective and now working for the district attorney's office, that's not how that typically works, right?
I wouldn't know how they function with it, because I know, we put a case file together and we submit that case, it gets approved by the DA's office, and that
They assign it
the
however they
district
assign
attorney
it.
may recognize certain things that need to be cleaned up or need to be followed up on that maybe wouldn't come back to the detective in homicide. Because keep in mind, if we're working a big case, we're still catching new cases. You don't catch a big case and then all of a sudden, time out, and I get to do this, work this case. You're still catching new cases. We worked one weekend in 2003 where we had 6 murders in one weekend. So
Holy
you're up
shit.
going into the weekend and up
What
on
weekend
rotation
was
coming
it?
out of the weekend. Because everybody,
Memorial Day, Labor Day.
all the teams caught a case.
And so,
That's exhausting.
just for the jury so they understand, Metro is the police department, they do investigations.
Correct.
Once you're done with the investigation, you develop a suspect, you then
Why are we going through the difference between who the district attorney's office is and what are we,
submit that request to the DA's office and the district attorney's office for prosecution.
Correct.
The district attorney's office, on the other hand, do
You're
not
assuming
have
no one's ever seen, like,
investigators
Law and
that
Crime.
initiate cases to be charged, right?
I don't know how the DA's investigators
I don't know what they do.
I know I had contact with them multiple times over the years.
It's like they do their
Because
shit. We do
now
our shit.
we've involved the DA's office in what we've produced, because we seek the truth. DA's office seeks justice, right? So but I know there may be some incidental things that come up that an investigator will handle rather than taking it back to the homicide detective for follow-up.
In your experience throughout
Do you see how separated these departments are? Do you see how separated the departments are? Hey, we do our job, then we take it to them. Versus the DA's office and, Massachusetts State Police that are all in the same office working together. These are clearly distinct entities. We do our part, we hand it over to them. There's checks and balances there. They're not enmeshed together. They are, in fact, separate agencies. It just, A, works so much better, in my opinion, but B, it gets rid of the weirdness that we see in Norfolk. And also, the prosecutor's just sitting back there and be like, ask this guy every question in the world. We seek the truth, they seek justice. I don't know if you can get a better answer than that from your witness.
law enforcement, even up to currently, have you ever seen an investigator or the Clark County District Attorney's Office be the primary officer on a case?
No.
No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr. DiGiacomo?
No.
Any
Jurors?
questions from the jury? We do have at least one. Can I have the parties approach? Looks like we only have one.
I'm curious to see what the jurors say. I'm going to zoom through the sidebar. All right, juror question.
All right. Question from our jurors. There are 8 cones, but only 7 glass bottles in evidence. Was there another bullet not accounted for in the envelopes, or are there only 7?
What in the world? There are 8 cones in the pictures, but only 7 glass bottles. Who noticed? The jury is paying attention. I had to back up on that. I need to hear that again. Okay, jurors.
Cones. All right. Question from our jurors. There are 8 cones, but only 7 glass bottles in evidence. Was there another bullet not accounted for in the envelopes, or are there only 7 cases located or were there only 7 cases located on the scene?
Good question. So the cone that was closest in the picture, if you remember, I said that was a bullet fragment. So underneath that cone was just a piece of a bullet, mostly just the lead. And so the bullet fragment plus the 7 cases.
Any follow-up questions based on that, Mr. DiGiacomo?
Detective, you opened the 7 cases.
Great question. And a juror might not understand that a bullet fragment can be so small that they're not picking it up. He did say that there was a bullet fragment under there. It might not have been apparent for the jury or the juror that that was going to be not contained within those evidence. I love that they asked. Great, great questions. Very attentive.
He's correct.
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as state's proposed exhibit number 130. These appear to be all the bullets and fragments that were collected by Dan Ford.
That's correct. They were also listed on the evidence inventory that I've seen a copy of. I recognize the handwriting and initial and P number for Dan Ford.
So there is a separate evidence envelope that has the bullets and fragments. The envelope that was shown before only had the casings that went out to scientific testing. So he's bringing up the other envelope because the jurors are like, where's the other shit? And the prosecutor's like, here it is. We have it. Let us give it to you. Did you see how quickly the prosecutor knew where that was, though? Immediately.
Again, there's also a blue stripe on here. I'm not going to open this one. There's also a blue stripe on here indicating that they were forensically tested as well.
Yes.
Right. Though they said that there were the 7 casings and a bullet fragment, I don't think it was clear that that evidence envelope had only the casings and that there was another evidence envelope. That's why the lawyer or the prosecutor is bringing up that other evidence envelope that hadn't been marked into evidence yet.
Just don't move to admit 130.
Any objection?
And now they're moving it in.
Okay. Any other questions that you have?
No.
Mr. Stampt, questions on this question? Essentially?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, perfect. All right, you are free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this time we are going to take our lunch break. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll be in recess until 1:45.
All right, they are going to lunch. We are going to zoom. They took a pretty long lunch break today. We're going to zoom right past it. Keffe D's pocket square is matching his tie. I like both the pocket square and the tie today. Somebody in the chat was asking the name of Keffe D's book.
Jury is exited. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Hang on. Not from the state judge.
We'll be in recess. Thanks, guys.
He named his book Compton Street Legend. The legend not being the tale of what happened, it's self-referential, the legend being him. But he spends a lot of this book talking about how great he is. So I'm not surprised. All right, we're going to zoom right past the lunch break and get back into the afternoon testimony. See if there's anything they put on the record before the jury comes in, because I'm always curious. And we'll see. All right. He excels at everything he does. That's, for those of you that are new to watching cases with me, that's a reference back to the Sarah Boone case. For the newer Law Nerds, welcome. Don't forget to get the Law Nerd app. We will send out a notification when I'm going live in the morning or afternoon, depending on the day. We will send out a note when I am back from break or when key witnesses take the stand. So we will send out those notifications so you know what's going on. All right. I think I zoomed too far because I saw the judge on the bench and I backed up too much. We zoomed too far. We zoomed too close to the sun. All right, there we go.
We're back on record in State versus Davis, which is C377407. Is there anything we need to address outside the presence before we bring the jury back in?
No.
Okay, sounds good. Okay. Let's bring the jury in. Please rise for the jury, guys.
Bring the jury. Bring the jury.
Keep one of these screens on. You can't read.
All right. God, that door is squeaky. The jury's coming in. We're going to continue with the state's case. I'm going to zoom because we can.
Great. Welcome back from lunch, ladies and gentlemen. We're still in the state's case in chief. State, who's your next witness?
James McDonald.
McDonald or McConnell? McDonald.
All right. We are on witness number 11. I liked that last witness as well. James McDonald. I'm going to bust out some other snacks because I'm hungry this afternoon. Keiko on YouTube said, what is the defense's theory? That there's no evidence that connects Keffe D to this, that there is only fiction, and that his client's a notorious bullshitter, so you can't believe what he says. So if the only thing tying Keffe D to this is Keffe D's own words, you can't believe what Keffe D says.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing
there's
but
no
the
evidence
truth, so
connecting
help
him
you
to
God.
this.
Yes.
That's
May be seated.
their theory. It's not going to be easy, and then they're going to investigation. That the investigation
May I please have you state and
wasn't
spell your
good,
first and last name for the record?
etc.
James McDonald. JAMES-MCDONALD.
Hello, Mr. McDonald.
Mr. Paul, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McDonald, it's fair to say that you're here because of a court order. Is that right?
Correct.
That you didn't volunteer to come or anything.
And what does the prosecution's first question indicate to us, chat? That this witness is like, I don't want to say anything. I don't want to be here. I do not want to talk to you at all. That's exactly what that first question indicates. I don't want to be here. Also, there are times, depending on the case, where I started that way. There was another situation where I would start that way, where the witness was concerned for their own safety and they didn't want to be seen as cooperating. And so I would often start with, I subpoenaed you to be here. The police came to your house and picked you up. The district attorney's office is making you be here, and would start the questioning that way. So it was really clear to everyone that they absolutely had no choice. So it can be one or the other, but given how old this case is, I would imagine it's the former, not the later. But we'll see.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Mr. Paul, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McDonald, it's fair to say that you're here because of a court order. Is that right?
Correct.
That you didn't volunteer to come or anything like that?
Not at all.
Okay. But you were instructed by a court that you had to attend.
Yes.
I want to ask you about September 7th, 1996. Were you at Club 662?
I think this is the prosecutor
What was
that
Club
opened.
662?
It was a club that Suge bought, and we operated it. When he opened, I was head of security through the neighborhood. Just a place to go and hang out.
Do the number 662 mean anything?
Well, to the new guys, that was part of our neighborhood, 662,
okay.
MOB.
Okay, MOB. And when you say MOB, there used to be, before Apple iPhones and those types of things, when you had to have landlines and you pressed numbers, 662, there would be letters under those numbers, and M and O would be under 6. Is that right?
Right.
And B would be under 2?
Yes.
So 662 would be MOB.
Yes.
Okay.
Why does that matter? Because we are talking about mob pyrus. That's why it would matter. So 662 connects back to the mob pyru. Right. MOB.
When you talk about Suge, are you talking about Suge Knight?
Yes, sir.
How did you know Suge?
He lived in my neighborhood.
And is that in Compton?
Yes.
When you were at Club 662, you said you were head of security.
If he's from Suge's neighborhood, you know who else grew up in that neighborhood? The defendant. Yep.
Yes.
Was somebody by the name of Reggie Wright Jr. there with you?
Not at that time.
No?
No.
When was he with you?
I got out of prison in 1988. Suge came and got me in 1988, like 4 days from coming home. Started another company, Fern Hill Records, then Death Row Records came. Soon as Death Row was launched, Reggie came a few months after that.
Okay, so we're talking about the start of Death Row Records. Reggie wasn't part of Death Row Records initially, but you were.
Yes.
And then Suge Knight, was he the boss of Death Row Records?
Yes.
Okay. Was Suge from the same neighborhood?
He just said that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say Suge was. He was guilty by association.
Okay.
He wasn't from the neighborhood. He lived in the neighborhood.
That's an important
We
distinction.
looked at him as somebody from the neighborhood. When he started Death Row and started to recruit us, then yes, he's from the hood.
So I guess there's a difference between living.
There is a difference between being in the neighborhood and from the neighborhood. I'm gonna let I'm gonna let you talk. I'm gonna let you talk. I'm gonna let the prosecutor talk. I'm gonna let the prosecutor talk.
On a certain street versus being from the hood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how would you describe that difference?
I look at it, you have three different type of friends in the neighborhood. You got gang members, you got gang bangers, and you got men that just guilty by association
that live there,
living in that area.
Okay. And can you tell me what the difference between a gang member and a gang banger is?
A gang member hangs out. A gang banger handles his business, put in work, do what the gang do.
And what was your role with Death Row?
I was the guy that if something happened, Suge would have you take care of that.
He was the Olivia Pope for Death Row Records, with less government oversight. Right. Of course, handled it. I do appreciate that they are able to use a little bit of this witness to explain 90s gang life instead of just using a gang cop for 90s gang life. A lot of you are just like, why would he be testifying? Because everything he has to testify to is going to be outside of the statute of limitations for anything he would have done that he hasn't already gone to prison for. Because he was at Club 662. He wasn't messed up in what they're talking about with Tupac getting shot. So, of course, all of that is kind of under the bridge now. So, Cosita, this is a gang case. They are not going to stop using the word gangbanger in this case because that is the phrase that would have been used in 1996 for what is going on here. So we've got to transport our brains into this specific context. They're not going to change it. Bentley said there's no statute of limitations on murder, but he wasn't up in all of that because he was with Suge and Tupac. I don't think they're going to ask him anything about the Biggie stuff.
Like Snoop Dogg trial, there was.
I'm going to just back up as we get into the history of Death Row Records. For any of you that don't know the history of Death Row Records, welcome. For those of you that do, I'm sure there's going to be stuff that are is left out because of this trial, but welcome.
What was your role with Death Row?
I was the guy that if something happened, Suge would have you take care of that. Like Snoop Dogg trial, there was issues up there. I was sent up there to make sure those problems didn't happen again.
And are those problems, and I'm not asking you to get into specifics, but are those problems meaning issues with other people who might be gangbanging or might be trying to threaten folks, that type of thing?
Correct, yeah.
Or might be talking, counsel. Let's be real.
And you are somebody that Suge relied on to be able to protect his roster of music artists and other things like that.
Correct.
And after you were asked to help out with Snoop, did Snoop have any other problems?
No, we didn't have one issue at court.
Now, I'm going to ask you, fast forward
Snoop
a little
was on
bit.
death row.
To, were you familiar with the South Side Compton Crips?
Yes.
Would you say they were somebody you were in alliance with or a rivalry with?
Rival.
Okay. And would
They're
sometimes that rivalry get violent?
Anytime you're dealing with the gang life is going to be violent at any given time.
Are you familiar with somebody by the name that went by the name of Tupac Shakur?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Tupac?
He was assigned to death row.
And when he was signed with Death Row, would he also hang out with you guys?
He hung with my brother now. Yeah. Not me.
Who is your brother?
Alton McDonald, Buntry Ave.
He went by Buntry?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, during this time, is it fair to say that Mr. Shakur had an issue with rappers from the East Coast?
I think Tupac inherited the beef between Suge Knight and Puffy.
Okay, that was your perspective of it.
That's all it was.
I think that's fair.
We all fell. Some of us fell victim to it because we allowed ourselves to be a part of the BS, should I say? And that was a situation between record companies, not gangs. So technically, it wasn't our business, but when you had 20 men just fresh out of prison and didn't have a way of getting the things they wanted, getting a paycheck from Suge, we did almost anything and everything to get that paycheck.
Because everybody's on payroll, right?
Now, was there another gang that was associated with Bad Boy Records, the East Coast record company that Puffy had?
The only one I know of is South Side.
And did that escalate the tension between Mob Piru and Southside?
Yep.
At the time, there was no at war, it was peace. And when the two record companies got into it, Bad Boy went to Keffe D Davis and Suge came to us. So that intertwined everything, and we had issues.
Do you recall?
So for those of you that might not have caught that quickly, what he said is incredibly important. He's talking about the fact that Piru and South Side Compton Crips at the time in Compton did not have beef. They had peace. There was other stuff going on with different gangs, but those two gangs did not have a problem at that point in time. And then as you get the record companies involved and the money involved, then stuff started to build tension. And so you have Piru kind of working as security and as protection, like the mafia, as protection for Death Row on the West Coast. But then when you've got Bad Boy Records wanting to bring acts out to the West Coast, the beef between Suge and Diddy, if you're Diddy, you have to know that Suge is not going to have you in his neighborhood. So he went to Southside Compton Crips for the same type of protection when they were on the West Coast. But then Mob Pyru is like, but what the fuck? Why are you starting something? We don't have anything. And now you're starting it. Because now you're siding up with this dude who don't even go here. He's not even from here. And we're all from the same neighborhood. They all played Pop Warner football together. Suge Knight's dad was Keffe D's Pop Warner football coach when they were kids. They were on the same football team when they were like 7. But now y'all are going to go run cover for these fuckers from the East Coast when you're all from our neighborhood. Are you fucking kidding me? So this is why he's saying, look, we didn't have problems until this record label shit started causing problems. Right. So, Diddy. It goes back to Diddy and Suge's beef. I don't know the origins of Diddy and Suge's beef as well, but you know what we've got in the book? Their Pop Warner football team. Look how cute they are as little kids. That's their Pop Warner football team. Right. Didn't have problems until they made problems. So this man is just dropping the whole lore of what was going on because he was right there.
Any instances that you were at where there were those issues manifested itself in terms of violence?
Are you serious?
I'm backing this up. This man is so for real right now.
South Side.
All right, I'm going to back this up a little bit after I've given kind of a more in-depth to what he was saying.
I'm sure we did almost anything and everything to get that paycheck.
Now, was there another gang that was associated with Bad Boy Records, the East Coast record company that Puffy had?
The only one I know of is Southside.
And did that escalate the tension between Mob Pyru and Southside?
At the time, there was no at war, it was peace. And when the two record companies got into it, Bad Boy went to Keffe D now, and Suge came to us. So that intertwined everything, and we had issues.
Do you recall any instances that you were at where there were those issues manifested itself in terms of violence?
Are you serious? Don't ask me that right here. I can't say that.
Don't ask me that right here. Oh man, I appreciate you.
On both sides, when each neighborhood met each other, there was a lot of tension. I'd say that.
Okay. Now I want to talk a little bit about September 7th, 1996. Mm-hmm. Were you in Las Vegas on September 7th of 1996?
Yes.
Why were you in Las Vegas?
To run the security at 662. We were having issues with individuals that said that they were coming for whatever reason they was coming for and to come to 662. My job was to not let that happen.
Similar to
Keffe D's crew knew that Suge, Tupac, and his crew were going to be at 662 after the Tyson fight. So Keffe D's crew knew where Suge and them were going to be, and Suge and them knew that Keffe D and them knew where they were going to be and that they were coming. So everybody knew what everybody else was doing.
The kind of security you were asked to apply in the whole Snoop Dogg situation.
It didn't have nothing to do with Snoop Dogg. It was, everybody came, well, Suge and Bunch and them, his entourage, everybody went for the fight. My job and all of my people were there to make sure nothing funny happened at 662. So we were the fall guys. So if something happened, we was the one that's gonna go to jail for it, prepared to do that. So nobody else was gonna come up there and disrupt it in that manner. But if anybody remember that night, it was so many Metro and everybody there. Neither side could have did anything. So it was calm, it was peaceful.
So when you say there's so much Metro there, you're talking about so much Metro at Club 662?
It was police all over the place.
Now you said you were there to be on the lookout for something. What were you?
You said I was on the lookout for nothing.
I apologize. You were there.
He said he was there to make sure there was no fuckery, counsel. Don't put words in his mouth. He's not having it at all. I like this witness so much.
You were there in order to ensure there weren't any problems. Is that fair?
To make sure everything was good.
And because you had heard there might be some issues.
Correct.
And what were the issues that you were
Snoop's
concerned
not on the witness list.
Individuals coming up there, creating.
Suge's on the witness list. Diddy's on the witness list. Snoop's not on the witness list. Snoop wasn't there when this went down. He wasn't in Vegas when this happened.
Issue we was having with different sides of from with Crips, period.
Yeah. So you were worried about Crips. Not worried. I'm sorry. You were there providing security to ensure that Crips did not initiate any violence at Club 662.
Not just Crips, that nothing would happen.
Okay.
Period.
Okay. And then when you were there, was Reggie Wright Jr. with you that night at September 7th, 1996 at Club 662?
Yes.
What was Reggie doing there?
Reggie's job was to watch me and make sure I don't get in trouble. Everybody knew how I was. So Reggie, everybody else went to the fights.
Reggie was there to keep you from turning a misdemeanor into a felony, is what you're saying. Fair.
Reggie was there to watch me with the people that was there.
And I'm guessing that you were not the only person there making sure there wasn't any problems at Club 662.
I'm positive it was 30, 40 Pyrus there.
And
that's a lot
again,
of Pyrus.
That was to make sure that there wasn't any violence that occurred at Club 662.
Right.
When at some point that night, do you learn that Tupac or Suge had been shot?
That night, yes.
Can you tell me how you learned about that?
Well, people was coming back and was explaining that Tupac and Suge just got shot. Everybody was in a uproar. A lot of people started even trying to get over there on Cobalt. We couldn't leave because we didn't pay to do this here. It wasn't too long after people started coming back, like Heron came back and went to the hospital. The majority of the people was leaving and then coming back because that night they said Tupac was going to be all right. And even Suge came back with a little bandage on his head. And we thought everything was good. People kept partying.
So, and when Suge came back, you said he had a bandage on his head. But
the dude said he got shot, but he was grazed, a little scar, but nothing penetrated.
Dude said he got shot, but it was just a scratch. It was merely a flesh wound. Man, when they pan back over to Keffe D's sitting there just mad. Keffe D's been referred to as a toothless bulldog, and now this man is spilling all the business, and I bet the jury likes him very much. I bet they are locked in.
Some people would describe being shot in the head even slightly.
He described it as you're wrong.
Suge and Alec Murdaugh alike, sir. Suge and Murdaugh alike.
Right. Suge came back. You said he had a bandage on his head, but
the dude said he got shot, but he was grazed, a little scar, but nothing penetrated.
Some people would describe being shot in the head even slightly.
He described it as you're wrong.
All right.
He said he's wrong.
So when you find out, well, let me ask you this: was Reggie with you when you found out that Tupac and Suge were shot?
Yes.
And did it appear to you in any way that Reggie Wright Jr. was coordinating the murder of Tupac Shakur?
Dude. Keffe D's eyes are back and forth between the prosecutor and this witness. He's just like, who is saying what? His head's not moving, but his eyes are just back and forth and back and forth and back and forth.
Impossible.
I mean, and I say this because you're aware that there have been some conspiracy theories that Reggie Wright...
All right, let me back this up. I'm surprised that the prosecutor's going here.
A little scar.
I had to back that up.
Nothing penetrated.
Oh, I backed it up to the
Some
shade
people would
Suge
describe being
again.
shot in the head even
You
slightly.
described it as that. I mean,
Yeah.
no.
All right. So when you find out, well, let me ask you this: was Reggie with you when you found out that Tupac and Suge were shot?
Yes.
And did it appear to you in any way that Reggie Wright Jr. was coordinating the murder of Tupac Shakur?
Impossible.
I mean, and I say this because you're aware that there have been some conspiracy theories that Reggie Wright Jr. is responsible for the murder of Tupac.
And it's so not true. His father was implicated, and his father had something to do with it. Reggie Wright used to be a police officer. And here again, I've been knowing Reggie Wright over 50 years. His daddy, as a police officer, patrolling my neighborhood. He done took me to jail many times when I messed up. If Reggie killed Tupac, then death row is over with.
Right, and that's how we're making our money.
Tupac was the money source. Tupac was that guy at death row. So Reggie would have had a problem if he would have did that. And Suge, I truly believe Suge would have opened his mouth if Reggie betrayed him like that. So
Suge wouldn't have opened his mouth. Suge would have opened up his pistol. Well, would have had somebody open up his pistols. But yeah, you don't mess with the money. Interesting.
So people say what they want to say.
After that night, do you stick around in Las Vegas or do you go back to Compton?
Well, I stayed in Vegas and we left that morning because we knew we was going to have neighborhood issues, and everybody left and went back to Compton.
Why were you thinking you might have neighborhood issues?
Well, you asked me some.
Why'd you think you were going to have some neighborhood issues? Because some Crips shot Tupac. We're going to have some problems. Our territories are like a block and a half apart. And they in fact had a fuck ton of neighborhood issues. I like this witness so much.
Neighborhood issues, and everybody left and went back to Compton.
Why were you thinking you might have neighborhood issues?
Well, you asked me some. The issues that we was having was heated, and Compton was on fire at the time, and things were happening. And me personally, staying in Vegas wasn't worth it. That man in the hospital, it's time to go and protect your home front and be.
Because everybody's families live there too. Their moms and them, their families live there too. So if it's going to pop off, it might pop off at your mom's house or your sister's house or your cousin's house where your nieces and nephews are playing in the street. So yeah, they thought at that point, well, they thought that Suge didn't get shot because it was merely a flesh wound and he was wrong. But they thought Tupac was going to be okay. And so they think Tupac is going to be okay. There's no reason to stay in Vegas because shit's going to pop off in Vegas or shit's going to pop off in Compton. Of course they want to get back to Compton.
prepared for whatever happened there. You know what I'm saying? Like the other side was being prepared and was prepared to do things because Orlando got beat up in there. And that's something you don't tolerate. So you was going to get some repercussion from that and everything else that was going on. So living this life, you got to be ready. If you not, you might as well just lay down.
Now,
yep,
you weren't there for the beating of Orlando Anderson at the MGM, were you?
No, I was.
Yeah, like we talked earlier, you were at 662.
Yeah.
He explained it better than any other witness could. This is a great witness to explain this back and forth. I know not everybody understands this back and forth, but it is exactly what it is. And he's, again, explained back to Orlando getting jumped. There's gonna be retaliation for that.
Gotta be ready. If you not,
I'm gonna back up his answer. Suge Knight's face, not Suge Knight's face, Keffe D's face, the face I would get if he heard me call him Suge Knight. I just had to back this up again.
Whatever happened there, you know what I'm saying? Like the other side was being prepared and was prepared to do things because Orlando got beat up in there, and that's something you don't tolerate. So you was gonna get some repercussion from that and everything else that was going on. So living this life, you got to be ready. If you not, you might as well just lay down.
Now, you weren't there for the beating of Orlando Anderson at the MGM, were you?
No, I was.
Yeah, like we talked earlier, you were at 662.
Yeah.
But are you aware of why Orlando was targeted?
I'm aware of a lot of things. Things that was going on.
You gonna tell us?
People ain't talked about it in 30 years.
That's right.
Today ain't one of them. I don't mean to be funny, but
he apologized to the judge. I don't mean to be funny.
I'm aware of a lot of things. Things that was going on. People ain't talked about it in 30 years. Today ain't one of them. I don't mean to be funny, but here's the thing. A lot of things happened that night. A lot of things happened weeks and weeks after that night. Me or anybody else bringing up the dead is wrong.
Excuse me, sir. Are you aware? Please ask if he is aware that Keffe D wrote this motherfucking book. Please ask if he is aware. Who hasn't talked about it in 30 years? Because this motherfucker sitting over there talked all about it. And when you say bringing up the dead, he's talking about his dead homies in the back of this book and telling them that they were wrong and why they were wrong. I want to know. Ask him about the book.
A lot of people got hurt behind. A lot of things happened weeks and weeks after that night. Me or anybody else bringing up the dead is wrong. A lot of people got hurt behind this situation in itself. Living the life and how we lived in Compton is one thing. You bring back all of the guys that made it, like me, I'm 61 years old now, to rehash and relive this situation again. I told every attorney in here that tried to get me to come here, you better treat me as a hostile witness. And I think that's where I'm about to go now, because you're asking me questions. I can't answer those questions.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Then I'm not going to speak on Orlando.
You better treat me as a hostile witness. He's not been treating him as a hostile witness, but I appreciate that he's like, I don't want to talk on it. I don't want to talk on it. Nobody has the right to bring up the dead. I'm 61 years old. The living shouldn't be talking on it. Perfect day to wear my hostile witness shirt. Sometimes trials just they all just line up. They all just line up. I appreciate this man so much.
Let me ask you something about yourself. There was a rumor that Tupac had knocked you out one time.
I'd have killed him.
That would have been your response if that happened.
Oh, shit. There was a rumor that Tupac knocked you out one time.
Let me ask you something about yourself. There was a rumor that Tupac had knocked you out one time.
I'd have killed him.
That would have been your response if that happened.
Yeah, I'm being honest with you and everybody else. I said it on my podcast show. Him, Suge, and my brother. I'd have shot all three of them if he...
You have a podcast? Oh. There's a podcast. Well, damn, we're gonna figure out what that is. But somebody in the courtroom giggled when he said I'd have killed him. The thing is that's not he's actually being honest. He's not being hyperbolic at all.
Touch me.
Why?
That's how I was living.
Right. He's like, this is how I was living. If you touch me, I'll kill you. Facts.
There was a rumor that Tupac
I had to back that up again.
had knocked you out one time.
I'd have killed him.
That would have been your response if that happened.
Yeah, I'm being honest with you and everybody else. I said it on my podcast show. Him, Suge, and my brother. I'd have shot all three of them if he touched me.
Why?
That's how I was living.
Why is that?
That's what I was back then.
It's disrespect.
And so, is it fair to say that your reputation and your standing in the neighborhood would require you to do something if you're going to get punked by somebody like Tupac?
You don't have a choice, or you can't be there.
I'm sorry. We're doing some side talking. No, that's my fault. I asked, being in the life that you were, if somebody like Tupac is punking you, like by punching you in the face or something like that, you would have to retaliate, or you would lose your place in the neighborhood.
You would have to go back home and fight everybody that called you a punk. You would have to go. There's some rules that you roll with, and some rules you just got to handle. Certain things need to be dealt with, adjusted, living that life. And when I was living that life, it wasn't no ifs, ands, or buts. It wasn't no, oh, you get a pass. No, I'd have shot him, to be honest.
So then...
Right. One of the things Keffe D complains about in his book is that Suge and Diddy were not from the streets. And so the two of them, he complains that Suge went to college a couple times. The two of them, Suge and Diddy, were not living this life. They were getting the people living that life to do their dirty work for them. Keffe D was doing that work. This witness was doing that work. He said, Suge came and scooped me up. I had just gotten out of prison. So they were the ones doing that work. And you know that that's true when he said, look, Reggie Jr. was keeping an eye on me because I had the reputation to get crazy. So Reggie was there to check me so I didn't take things too far. But that's also why he was the fixer for Death Row Records. Because he was like, no, I'll take care of it. I'll go to prison for it. He said it. I'll take care of it. I'll go to prison for it. Fine. But that's part of Keffe D's beef too. It's that all of this was starting with Suge and Diddy, and they were the ones living it.
You had mentioned, I'm not going to ask you to go into any specifics, but you had mentioned that after what happened here in Las Vegas, there were issues between the neighborhoods. How long did that last for? Was it like, all right, one day we're good, everything's done, or did it last for longer than that?
No, it was tension in the air for quite a long time, until I guess both sides, and he might agree, just said, let that shit go. Because it really wasn't our beef. This was between Suge Knight and Keffe D. And people put themselves in situations, like myself. I'm guilty as everybody else. Like myself, I put myself in the situation to protect something and somebody that didn't have nothing to do with me. Right. I did it for a paycheck. I did it on some just because. I'm older now. I get it. But we did things for all the wrong reasons at that time, in them days.
Because also, the parties they were rolling to, they're hanging with celebrities and partying and all of it. So when he's saying, I did it for a paycheck and I did it just because you're at every concert, you're with every celebrity, you're doing all the things. Right.
Of course, indulgence. Your Honor, Steve will pass a witness.
Okay.
Oh,
cross-examination, Mr. Sims.
All right. Well, I guess he's got a podcast. I want to hear way more from this man. Chad is letting me know that the podcast is called Gangster Chronicles. Notice that it's not him calling himself a street legend, though this man seems to be kind of a legend by my esteem. He's Gangster Chronicles. There you go. All right. Well, shout out to the podcast, because I'm sure chat is no doubt interested in hearing more of what this man has to say, because the life that he has lived. I also appreciate he's not trying to sugarcoat it. I did it for a paycheck, and sometimes I did it just because. I'm older now. I know the difference. I imagine if you asked him, this man would have said he didn't expect to live to 61 years old when he was making the decisions he was making. So I'm very curious. I want to hear way more from him. I'm curious to see what we've got with cross-examination. Thanks, chat, for finding the podcast.
Have you ever met me before?
No.
Have you ever spoken to the district attorneys prior to
We're on
your
cross.
testimony here today?
Once.
And is that what you're referring to as the time that you told them?
Cross started in the way a lot of crosses start with, have we met before? No.
Like, hey, any attorney here is better treat me as hostile because...
Yeah, I told him I didn't have nothing to do with it.
Now, a couple questions for you, sir. This is more for clarification. So on the night of the murder, you were working as the head of security for 662.
Yes.
Explain for us a little bit about the club. Was that Suge's club or was it somebody else's club?
Suge, to my understanding.
It was Suge's club.
And when you were there as head of security, were you there, had you worked there as head of security prior to this particular night?
We did an event there once before. Yeah, same thing.
Okay. And on this particular night, was this an event like some type of fundraiser or something for police officers or anything like that? Do you recall what the event was for?
We wouldn't have been there.
Okay.
No.
What was the reason for the event?
It was Mike Tyson fight. Tyson was coming back. Tupac was supposed to perform like other people, and we was there for that.
Okay. Can you describe for us how big the club is so that we can...
30 years ago, a little bit bigger than this room.
So it's relatively, it's not like a two-story. It's not,
it's small. It's small.
All right. And in terms of the club itself, you were there and you were sharing with us that there were other people that were there.
Yes.
Law enforcement as well as I don't know, people from your side of town.
Oh, law enforcement was outside. The Metro would say, "Why y'all putting words in my mouth?"
Sure.
They were outside. We were on the inside. Wasn't no law enforcement mingling with us.
So, as far as you know...
All right, chat. I double checked, y'all. Thank you. Yes, his podcast is called The Gangster Chronicles. And his former gang name handle was Mob James. And the headline from one of the many articles I found about him was James McDonald uses podcast to steer young men right, and using his podcast to talk about not making the same choices that he made. But he's also appeared on Suge Knight's podcast, because yes, Suge Knight has a podcast called Collect Calls, because he records them from the recorded calls out of prison. So not to be confused with Suge's podcast and his book that hasn't been released yet. So his podcast is the Gangster Chronicles. Suge's podcast is Collect Call. He's been on Suge's podcast. We'll go down this rabbit hole another day, because otherwise it's gonna be a problem. But he does say early on that it was his job to use any means necessary to get their point across to opponents to death row records.
Law enforcement wasn't hired by Reggie Wright to provide additional security.
No, this was Metro posted up all over the place.
And so they were there specifically just to, harass or just send a warning or what?
No, they were there. Like when you have events in Las Vegas, everybody knows. You're going to see Metro here, every block.
Yeah.
They was posted up, which they do all the time.
But you're telling me that as head of security, you do not know or you don't believe that Reggie Wright hired the Metro officers to come
I know for a fact he didn't hire the Metro police.
Okay. Do you know how many people were on the payroll that night from your security team?
Well, y'all do paperwork different.
Y'all do paperwork different. The reason that they're getting into this questioning is because it is believed, and in some cases proven, that there were police officers on payroll for death row records. This is why it's being asked, but didn't Reggie hire Metro PD to be there as security? And he's like, no, the cops were posted up because they knew where the issues were.
Different than we did.
So, and the question was about who's hired, and he's like, y'all did paperwork different than we did, which is also funny.
You don't believe that Reggie Wright hired the Metro officers to come
I know for a fact he didn't hire the Metro police.
Okay. Do you know how many people were on the payroll that night from your security team?
Well, y'all do paperwork different than we did. Our paperwork was getting cash money. Our paperwork was what they call under the table. We had at least 30, 40 of my homeboys there. Reggie Wright Jr. and his security, his company, the people work for him, didn't have nothing to do with what Suge paid us for working. So that was two different entities, Reggie and Suge. The homies was there for Suge Knight. Reggie Wright hired his company to watch over Suge Knight people.
Right.
So his security did like the right thing. My security did what they ain't gonna do. You get what I'm saying?
I get it.
The police gonna walk you out of there.
Mm-hmm.
We gonna drag you out of there. So it was a difference, but not on the same paper.
Sure. And once again, the intent was to protect 662, right? To protect the club, protect the patrons that were going to go there, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have kind of the above board, and then the we'll do what it takes.
Now, in terms of your knowledge of what happened on that night, fair to say you weren't present when the shots had rung out.
No, I wasn't there.
Okay. And your testimony is that you had heard from other people initially that, hey, Tupac had been shot.
Yes.
And you had thought maybe other people were maybe relieved, thinking like, okay, it's not that big of a deal. He's going to be okay.
That's what came back to 662. People that went to the scene, and everybody said Tupac was talking. So everybody came back to the club saying he's going to be all right. So people just went back to, mingling.
Right.
Everybody said Tupac was talking. And we know from law enforcement that Tupac was talking. Well, not talking in that way, but he was conscious. He was conversant. So when he went to the hospital, he was talking, and they thought, yeah, Tupac's talking, he's going to be fine. So they went back to partying. That makes sense. Right.
Now, in terms of the that night, you go back to Compton. You live in Compton.
Yes.
You still live in Compton?
No.
At the time you
Don't
live in
ask him where he
Compton, you
lives.
go back to Compton, and you tell us that there was a lot of tension. Was there? Can you describe that for us when you went back in terms of what kind of tension we're talking about?
You sure you want me to answer that?
Is it going to be graphic?
No, I ain't gonna. I got to raise the word in it, but you asking me a question. I don't. And what I explained to them, I don't want to send him to prison.
Sure.
Even though we don't like each other.
Sure.
I don't want to send you to prison. So that's why I'm here where I'm at and where I am, because I changed my life.
We're watching all of that again. The look on Keffe D's face, but that was so for real. Dude, the look on Keffe D's face. Oh, man. For all of you that are listening in the background, chat, come on back. Come on back. For all of you that are listening in the background, I'm going to back up to what the defense attorney's question was. And this witness saying, do you really want me to answer that? Oh. All right, so we got to back up for that.
Right. Now, in terms of the that night, you go back to Compton. You live in Compton.
Yes.
You still live in Compton?
No.
At the time you live in Compton, you go back to Compton, and you tell us that there was a lot of tension. Was there? Can you describe that for us when you went back in terms of what kind of tension we're talking about?
You sure you want me to answer that?
Is it going to be graphic?
No, I ain't gonna. I got to raise the word in it, but you asking me a question. I don't. And what I explained to them, I don't want to send him to prison.
Sure.
Even though we don't like each other.
Sure.
I don't want to send you to prison. So that's why I'm here where I'm at and where I am, because I changed my life. I'm raising my grandkids, teaching them never to be like their papa. And here I am explaining to people what I used to be. And I'm not proud of that. I'm not proud of that at all. And you asking me questions that can hurt him.
Wow.
And like I told them, I'm trying to avoid to answer the questions that they might look at me and say, something is wrong.
Well, let me put it this way. Let me help you out with this.
He's so real for that.
So these people right here, what they want to know from you is, did you see who shot Tupac?
I told you no.
Correct. So outside of that question, right? The next question I'm asking
This witness is looking at the defense attorney and he's like, why are you asking me these questions that can hurt your dude? I don't want to send him to prison. Looking at the defendant and saying, I don't want to send you to prison, between someone who lived in the same neighborhood, who was in an opposing gang when all of this popped off, has got to be crazy for the two of them sitting there. Few from their neighborhood are still alive. And really interesting to then hear him say, look, I've changed my life and you're asking me to talk about stuff that I'm not proud of. Wow. You cannot make up what's going to happen in court. Absolutely believe this witness and believe that this witness is like, look, man, you're asking me questions that you don't want the answer to.
is, when you went back to Compton, was it like a South Side Crip that shoots a Pyru Blood, and then a Pyru Blood shoots a South Side Crip? Is that the tension that we're talking about?
Do I answer this?
That's a straightforward question. It's a yes or no answer.
Okay.
Did you see that?
When I was a part of that life.
Wow.
I was a part of that. And I was, no, because you asking something that's gonna hurt this dude. And when okay, let me stop.
And once again, I want to emphasize.
When we got back to Compton,
okay,
it was a gang war.
Yep.
People were getting hurt.
Okay.
People was being sought. People were looking for certain individuals from his neighborhood.
Okay.
As well they did mine.
Okay.
But Orlando, him, and certain other people were being sought because people wanted to kill them.
Sure.
Were being sought.
Were they the only ones?
And why did people want to kill them? Right. Why is everyone looking for Orlando and Keffe D? They're looking for Orlando and Keffe D because they shot Pac. That's why. And that's what he's trying not to say. And Keffe D is like, the tension in this courtroom. They were being sought for a reason. Damn.
People were getting dude. And when okay, let me stop.
And once again, I want to emphasize.
When we got back to Compton,
okay,
it was a gang war. People were getting hurt.
Okay.
People was being sought. People were looking for certain individuals from his neighborhood.
Okay.
As well they did mine.
Okay.
But Orlando, him, and certain other people were being sought because people wanted to kill them.
Sure. Were they the only ones that they wanted to kill?
Am I the only one up in here? No, they weren't the only one. Okay. It's his neighborhood in particular.
That's right.
But they were the main subjects of a gang war. They was in the middle, such as me.
So
they were the main subjects of the gang war. He thinks the defense attorney is going to ask him why. And he's like, bro, you really want me to tell you why in front of this jury? I don't want to send this fool to prison. Why are you asking me this? He is just like stunned.
They're telling us that people back home somehow had some type of information that said that guy, as a bunch of other people, were involved in what?
In the murder of Tupac.
Oh
okay.
my God.
He
asked him that.
Stop.
Can you focus on me for a second, sir?
Yeah, I will.
And I apologize.
Holy shit. He asked him that. Oh my God. I can't believe he asked him that. I can't believe he asked him that. The witness was right. I didn't think the lawyer would ask him that. The witness is right. The witness is afraid they're going to ask, why is everybody trying to kill Keffe D? And he did. And the witness was like, the witness is trying not to say to counsel, will you shut the fuck up? Okay, we're going to back that up. Oh my God.
Am I the only one up in here? No, they weren't the only one. Okay. It's his neighborhood in particular.
Right.
But they were the main subjects of a gang war. They was in the middle, such as me.
So you're telling us that people back home somehow had some type of information that said that guy, as a bunch of other people, were involved in what?
In the murder of Tupac.
Okay, but my question to you.
Stop.
Can you focus on me for a second, sir?
Yeah, I will.
And I apologize. I just want to make sure that we're clear, okay, for these people. In terms of that information, none of those people were there, right?
And what people you be speaking on? The people that was already in the neighborhood,
wow.
Or the people that left Las Vegas that same night Tupac was shot to go home, bare their arms, and go to somebody else's neighborhood to look for somebody? They had to pay it back.
So once again, my question to you is that the information that I'm asking about is the people that back home, you're saying were eyewitnesses to this?
How could people back home be eyewitness to something that happened in Vegas? No, that's not what I'm saying.
The people that were here in Las listen to my question, sir. The people that were here in Las Vegas, you're telling me were eyewitnesses to what
How is this happening right now?
happened and went back home. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm telling you, the people that was at 662.
Just answer my question, sir. Yes or no?
I can't
Is it
answer
a yes
that
or no?
without a what you call it. You trying to tell me to say something that you're not going to understand. If you let me explain to you.
No, answer my question.
I'm not answering nothing.
Oh, shit.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Okay, Mr. McDonald, focus for a second.
I am focused. Very.
Focus on this. My question.
He's focused. He doesn't trust your questions, counsel. Why is this the witness that counsel's like getting after? Huh.
To you is this. You didn't know what happened that night because you weren't there.
I was at 662.
Right. Do you know who that was there?
I know everybody that was there.
Okay. Like who?
He's not naming names.
Talk to your lawyer, man. This dude is tripping. I'm not going to explain that. I can't answer that.
Okay. Let me ask you this next question then. You are telling us that people back in Compton, for some reason.
He's looking at Keffe D like, seriously, come get your girl. Come get your girl. Keffe, come get your boy. With these crazy ass questions because he's tripping. He did. He just said, come get your lawyer, man. He did. He straight up said, come get your lawyer. Oh my God. No, this lawyer has a plan. I don't know what that plan is, but remember, the defense's theory of their case is fact or fiction. And the defense is trying to get to, this is what you heard on the street, but nobody saw it. Because this witness has already said he's not speaking on the dead, and everybody in Suge's car, well, it was only Tupac. Suge, well, maybe Suge did tell this witness, but I think the defense attorney thinks that this witness is not going to say what Suge told him. Because Keffe D says in his book that he and Suge locked eyes right before this shooting happened, like, you know, bulls locking horns or some shit. His analogy in the book, not hyperbole on my part. But the lawyer thinks that this witness isn't going to talk about what Suge told him. And everyone in Keffe D's car is dead. So everything this man heard was the street talking. But the street came back from Vegas and said, this is who shot Pac. Where'd that information come from? The other person that was in the car. Counsel's trying to get back to the fiction, but this is wild. Wild.
Everybody that was there.
Okay. Like who?
Talk to your lawyer, man. This dude is tripping.
Wow.
I'm not going to explain that. I can't answer that.
Okay. Let me ask you this next question then. You are telling us that people back in Compton, for some reason, knew what happened here in Las Vegas.
A phone conversation. People found out when people left Las Vegas the same night Tupac was shot, went straight back to Compton. It only takes 3.5 hours to get home.
Oh shit! Did you just say 2? Homie, they're driving 120 probably. 2 hours. Took 3 hours. Y'all moving fast.
It wasn't a problem for people to find out what happened. No problem at all.
They got on their phones, they texted people, they let them know what happened here on the night of the shooting?
Yeah. They had walkie-talkies, they had all kind of phones. They had ways to call people to say whatever. But when people left Las Vegas that same night, after they found out and got in their cars and went home because it was a situation, Pac was shot. Okay. Retaliation is a mug. Come on, man. It was for real, for real. All of this was for real.
No,
he's looking at this defense attorney being like, how does the prosecution know more about this than you do right now?
The night of the shooting, did you have a walkie-talkie? a Nextel thing or something like that?
No.
Did Reggie Wright?
I don't know what he had. I don't know how much money he had in his pocket. I don't know what he had on his hip.
But you were the head of securities, but you're telling us you did not have any type
Reggie
of
Wright, right way security has nothing to do with the gang banging security, power rules, whatever you want to call it. They had.
Wait, Reggie Wright's company was named Right Way Security? Okay.
Nothing to do with us. Okay. The phones that Suge had for certain individuals, they had the phones. Like the guy that was bodyguard for Tupac that night. Like some of the guys that was at the Tyson fight, like Suge Knight. Certain individuals had phones. Yes, they did.
Okay, so, all right, I get what you're saying. You're not there, but you're saying other people were.
Yes, I'm saying there was a lot of people
were there.
A lot of people were there at the shooting that took place.
That was in the entourage, yes.
There was more than one car. And they all knew each other.
Okay, just one final question. You're here today, and I think the state had asked this question under a subpoena. You're ordered to be here today, right?
Yes.
In terms of that subpoena, for instance, is that's the only reason why you're here is because of that subpoena?
I don't have no other reason to be here.
Yeah. In order for you to get that subpoena, you were served that subpoena back in California?
Yes.
By a police officer?
I don't know. He wasn't in uniform.
Okay. And that order required you to go to a court in California?
I had to go to court in Victorville.
And then that court in California said you have to show up.
Oh, he didn't want to come. Oh, he didn't want to come. They went and tried to quash the subpoena. And Victorville said, you got to go.
Sure. And in that court, I cussed them out and told them, you can't make me do nothing.
Right.
And in that court, they told me that I would be in attempted court. Me raising my grandkids, I'm not going to put my grandkids in the car and move somewhere so y'all can't find me. So all that running and living a different life, I ain't doing it. So I agreed to come. And I explained to everybody in here, you ask me something, I'm going to be honest about. You ask me something I don't want to talk about, you're going to have a problem. Treat me as a hostile witness. You're not going to talk to me and tell me as a grown man what I have to do up here. I'm not going to send him to prison. You are.
Oh, shit.
So the accusation now is because of the fact that we're trying to ask you questions, you're blaming it on me.
You asking me questions. If I just...
I know it doesn't feel like one of the most dramatic moments in court, but that is one of the most dramatic moments in court. Holy fucking shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. We're backing that up. That is fucking wild. I'm not finna send him to court. You are. But you had time to hide the gun, didn't you, Chutney? After you shot your father. Holy shit. I'm gonna just replay that.
Kids in the car and move somewhere so y'all can't find me. So all that running and living a different life, I ain't doing it. So I agreed to come. And I explained to everybody in here, you ask me something I'm going to be honest about. You ask me something I don't want to talk about, you're going to have a problem. Treat me as a hostile witness. You're not going to talk to me and tell me as a grown man what I have to do up here. I'm not going to send him to prison. You are.
Holy shit.
So the accusation now is because of the fact that we're trying to ask you questions, you're blaming it on me.
You asking me questions. If I just answer your questions, we gonna have a problem in here, a misunderstanding. And you're asking me something that wouldn't be good for him.
Right. And once again, I just want to look. We're just trying to figure out who shot Tupac.
Wow.
You're telling us that you weren't there at the scene.
He's gonna tell you if you ask too much. If you keep asking who shot Tupac, he's gonna tell you exactly who the fuck shot Tupac, sir. There is still some controversy if the shot came from the driver of the car or the rear passenger seat of the car. but he'll tell you who he thinks did. This witness is, I don't have words. He has been so candid, but also candid in, I'm not saying what I don't want to say. And also, I'm not trying to send him to prison. I'm done with it. We're not speaking on things for 30 years. We're not speaking on it today. He told the prosecutor that. We have not spoke on this for 30 years and today's not the day. Holy shit.
That's all I want to know. At the end of the day, that's it. Right?
Was I in the entourage when Tupac got shot? No.
Okay. Nothing else, right?
I was at 662. I mean, that ain't hard. That's easy math.
No further questions, John.
Anything further, State?
Jesus.
No.
All right, we've got one more phase and then we'll let you out of here.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing no hands. Oh, we do have one. Okay.
Please, God, let the question the jury ask what the name of his podcast is. Hi, Griffin.
Mom, are you going to listen to his podcast?
Yes.
Instead of your spicy books.
I'm not listening to spicy books at the moment, but we are very invested in Dungeon Crawler Carl.
Ew.
Don't worry about it. Hi, buddy.
Hello.
Did you need something? We're trying to finish up with this witness.
Just wanting to say hi.
You just wanted to say hi. Fantastic. All right. Anyone who's new here, EDB has 2 Audible accounts.
Oh my God.
That's a question for later. I want to see if the jurors have questions. I guess not. What's the name of the podcast? Maybe?
More phase and then we'll let you out of here.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing no hands. Oh, we do have one. Okay. Hang on one second.
Juror question.
You off?
George wants you to pet him while he's on the ottoman because that's what brother does. So George came in so that you will give him scratches on the head because that's what brother does. So you can't deny that. You can't just leave George hanging. Yeah, George was following him because this is when Travis would come in. This is where George is waiting for his human. I'm sorry, George, your human's in college. I know. I will go give George pets. I want to hear what the jury has to say. Very much. Sorry, Georgie. All right, we will zoom. Poor Georgie's like, it's just not the same. It's
Wright
not.
Jr. instructs. All right, I have a question for you.
Question from the jurors. Oh, G knows about the second Audible account.
All right, I have a question for you from one of our jurors, if you can answer it. Did Reggie Wright Jr. instruct security to not have firearms the night of the fight?
Somebody remembered the defense's opening. Did Reggie Wright instruct security not to have firearms the night of the fight? Great question.
All right, I have a question for you from one of our jurors, if you can answer it. Did Reggie Wright Jr. instruct security to not have firearms the night of the fight?
To be honest, I don't know if Reggie Wright told his people, all the police officers, not to have guns, and I don't know why. He sure didn't tell us because we had ours. And that's the honest truth.
All right. Any follow-up based on that, State?
No, Your Honor.
Defense.
I just want to clarify what the witnesses said. You're telling us that you had guns that night?
Yeah.
I just want to know. But you had guns that night, right?
Yes, we did.
All right, thank you.
All right, State. I know you didn't want to be here, but thank you for coming down.
Okay, can I say something? I want to apologize to everybody, but I find this kind of funny.
What the fuck is happening right now? Wait, how is this happening? Where the judge is not saying there's no question pending? You can't just say things. Sir, you can't just say... We can't just say things.
Thank you.
All right, State. I know you didn't want to be here, but thank you for coming down.
Okay, can I say something? I want to apologize to everybody, but I find this kind of funny. And truthfully, what you're going through, brother, is what you're going through. I didn't want to be a part of that, and I'm not a part of that. So I appreciate everything, and I apologize to all of y'all.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McDonald. You are free to go. State's next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, state's calling Reggie Wright Jr.
What? Oh boy. Miguelina, will you let the app know that Reggie Wright Jr. is going to be testifying next? Thank you so much. I don't know how to wrap my head fully around all of that testimony. That was a very, very full testimony from that witness, but I think it is going to be a long time before anyone forgets this witness looking at defense counsel and looking at Keffe D and saying, I'm not finna send him to prison. You are. That was wild. And he talked about what the gang life at that time was like a bit. Talked about the fallout after the shooting of Tupac in Compton. Talked about the fact that everybody, after Pac was shot, got in their cars and went back to Compton and said, it's like a 4-hour drive. He's like, it's like a 2-hour drive, 2.5, 3, which means they were going 100 plus to get back to Compton, but also it was probably 4 o'clock in the morning. But he said they went back to Compton, armed up, and went over to Keffe D's neighborhood and were looking for Orlando Anderson and Keffe D. And the defense kept pressing him, and he kept trying to say, fuck, man, shut up. He didn't. Those are my words, not his. But he kept looking at the defense, being like, stop asking me these questions. These questions aren't good for your guy. I'm not trying to send him to prison. These questions aren't good for your guy. Well, why were you all looking for Keffe D? Well, right. What was this fallout about? It's about who killed Tupac. That's what it's about. And he was like, well, there weren't any eyewitnesses. And he goes, man, the people from Vegas came back to Compton. We knew what happened. They knew what happened because Suge saw everyone in the car and knew exactly who they were. I'll pull up the quote in the book directly as we get into Orlando Anderson. That is some of the craziest witness testimony I've ever seen. And not good, not bad, crazy. He was A, very quick and clever. B, didn't want to say what he didn't want to say, but was incredibly, I think, truthful. Because when he didn't want to say something, he just said, I'm not answering that. Why are you asking me this? That was something. But I also think him explaining a little bit about what was going on at the time in Compton was way better than bringing in any gang detective trying to explain it. Because you brought in someone who clearly looks back at what he was doing during that time and wants to make sure that no one that he cares for follows in his footsteps. And I think he was very honest in saying, I'm not proud of that. I'm not proud of what I did. I'm not proud of the decisions that I made. And now I'm raising my grandkids. And I've chosen a different life. And now we get to Reggie Wright Jr., whose father was in Compton PD. Reggie Wright Jr. was running the more official security, the more above board security, not the we're going to do what it takes security, laws be damned. I'm buffering. Also, the come get your lawyer, absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. I really liked that witness. But let's see, because this witness got asked if Reggie Wright was involved in orchestrating the death of Tupac. And this witness was like, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because That was death row, and death row was paying all of us. You don't take it out. All right. Let's go to court. It's day 2, everybody, and oh my God. Today has been spicy, and I've never seen a judge let a witness just have a moment to clear their chest,
Right,
but
Jordan's investigating the burning smell. Anyone like smelling it?
oh,
The burning.
the court asked, is anyone investigating the burning smell? And then my feed jumped. Hold on. That's not good when the court's like, is anyone investigating the burning smell? That's not helpful. But it looks like the court goes to a break to, I don't know if it's to investigate that, but let me make sure we get to our next witness real quick. All right, there we go. I know we're on a bit of an extra delay today because of my schedule. Tomorrow is a half day in court. Oh my God. That
Jordan's investigating the burning smell. Anyone like smelling it? The burning smell.
also, I know a lot of you asked for code red. I mean, I'm torn because I don't think the witness isn't fuckery. The witness is just the truth. The lawyer's questions are crazy. I don't even know if it's audacity. It's code, I can't believe this shit is happening.
Maybe.
I guess. So maybe code unbelievable. All of you are like, Keffe D's stare is burning the
If anybody's smelling something burning, it's a burnt bagel from back there. So don't worry, we're all.
If anyone is smelling anything burning, it's a burnt bagel. It's a burnt bagel. Don't worry. Look, man, courthouses. We had notes all over the microwaves about no popcorn because burnt popcorn smell would just destroy everything. But the come get your lawyer. Oh my God. I can't believe any of that.
Are we able to? Is this good?
I think he was leaving like that to swear, and then we'll turn him off.
Okay, perfect, got it. All right, we'll have you sworn then, Mr. Wright. Raise your right hand.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
At least they moved the microphone to where he is and let him stay seated where he's at.
Reginald Lilburn Wright Jr. Reginald. Lilburn is Lil. B as in boy. URN. Wright is WRIGHT. And I'm a junior.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Whenever
you,
you're ready,
Junior.
Mr. Paul, you may proceed.
So you got it basically more. The jury can see.
Okay, great.
So I gotta be.
He's just, I'm turning that down before it beeps, but he's just moving himself so he can see the jury. Some of you were saying that the burning smell is Keffe D's eyes. Keffe D's glaring at everybody.
Sir, where did you grow up?
I'm going to zoom until, there we go. Till conversation started.
Sir, do you mind if I call you Reggie?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Sir, where did you grow up?
I grew up in the city of Compton, California. I was born and raised there until about the age of 19.
And who is your father?
Reggie
Who's your
Wright
father?
Sr.
My father is Reginald Wright Sr.
And where did your father work?
He worked for the city of Compton Police Department.
PD.
And at some point, had he risen up the ranks of the Compton Police Department?
I can't believe we're on this witness.
Lieutenant, is it, of gangs?
Eventually captain, but during most of his career was a lieutenant.
Where did you ultimately become a police officer yourself?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
I was a civilian jailer from 1985 until 1989, and then I became a police officer from 1989 until I retired in 1996.
And why did you retire?
I received a medical retirement for I have vascular necrosis in my right ankle, but that's not why I'm like this. This is a result of COVID.
After you left the Compton PD or took your medical retirement, Where did you next?
Doctor Who in the chat asked about Compton PD. Doctor Who, Compton PD was disbanded in 2000 because of the issues at Compton PD.
Work.
Well, to be honest, my last year or two of being a police officer, I was employed as death row security, head of security, and also had a private security company.
Now, was that something that was called like moonlighting, that officers would moonlight when they were off duty?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to us what moonlighting means when you're off duty?
Well, moonlighting is pretty much just working
security.
Off duty on your off duty hours, working for different companies. I worked for several companies. It wasn't just death row. I worked for trucking companies, doing security. Worked at nightclub, the Raiders Club, that was inside of the Compton Hotel. Worked several video shoots. Just extra money on the side for off duty.
Law enforcement covers, I mean, especially in Southern California, or it did. Things have changed since COVID in particular, but working security for like overnight shoots for movies, music videos, stuff like that, they always have to have security. Fire does that as well, working as fire on set and stuff like that.
PD wasn't paying good?
Guess I was really young and greedy.
Yeah.
He's like, Compton PD wasn't paying good, sir. If you're young and you got some extra time, you can make some extra cash.
And then at some point you said one of the jobs that you had was moonlighting for Death Row. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us what Death Row is?
Death Row Records is a record company that was based out of Beverly Hills, California. And, yeah.
And who ran Death Row Records at that time?
A gentleman that I actually grew up with at elementary school, junior high, and high school by the name of Suge Knight.
And when you say Suge, is that what he would go by?
I call him Suge.
So after you retired, did you, well, actually, let me take a step back. As part of your role as a police officer in Compton, were you familiar with the different neighborhoods and the members of different neighborhoods?
Yes, sir.
Was that part of your job to know what areas were associated with what gangs?
Pretty much a job, and like I said, I started in like 1985.
He knew it.
Kind of got familiar while I was working in jail, and it was something that was curious to me. You know, being that my father was active with the gangs, and it was something that was intriguing to me as well.
So when you said you grew up with Suge, did you grow up in the same neighborhood that Suge grew up in?
Yes, about 2 blocks away.
Was that considered Mob Piru territory?
That's correct, sir.
Were you so when you were growing up, were you familiar with the Mob Piru?
They came on eventually later. It was really a Looters Park, Piru area. But then, I guess when I was about in the 7th grade, which would have been like 1978, maybe a little later, 80, they started calling themselves the Mob Piru.
So they were Looters Park, Piru before, and then they transitioned to being called Mob Piru.
Well, they joined with the... I'm going to let Emily keep reading. Keep reading. They're the smaller gangs in Compton were kind of affiliating with larger chapters, if you will. So the South Side Compton Crips hadn't originally been the South Side Compton Crips. They became an official Crip set. So kind of same with Mob Piru. They were a different group and then affiliated with the Muds, or the Muds with the Mob Piru Bloods. So they were joining with larger entities.
We pretty much divided it, everything south of Rosecrans was mob, and everything north was, or the other way around. North was mob, and south were Looters area of Rosecrans Avenue.
Were you familiar with a gang called the South Side Compton Crips?
Yes, sir.
How were you familiar with the South Side Compton?
Which is also part of why putting Rosecrans in lyrics in California Love did not go over well with very many people, because then you had Pac singing about blood territory.
Compton Crips.
Well, growing up in the city of Compton, we all played sports together and heard of them, when I was playing at Kelly Park, baseball, Little League baseball, at Compton Northern. And then my time in '85 as a jailer, and then working the streets of Compton as a police officer from 1889.
Were you familiar with somebody by the name that went by the moniker Keffe D?
Well, heard of him. Had no personal interactions with him at that point, especially.
Hey, chat. We're on day 2. Has anyone identified Keffe D in court yet? Has anyone been like, it's that dude right there? Have we done that yet? I haven't seen anybody do that yet.
Law enforcement heard of him, knew of him, but I had no personal contact with Keffe at that time.
So he was somebody that was on your radar, even though you had never met him or had personal interaction with him.
Heard of him. He was mainly known as at one point he was known as a crackhead, but then later on he was known as a drug dealer, and I mainly was a gang guy, and didn't really enforce on the level of narcotics he was working.
Oh shit!
All right. So then you had mentioned that after you had left the Compton PD, you formed a company. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, sir. So, in '94, initially I was using a private security company because I was kind of in charge for security for death row called Code 4. But once I saw I was about to get retired, I opened up my own private company called Right Way Protective Services. And that didn't really get started until about 1995. But in '94, I was using another private company.
And who were your clients? Was your client just death row, or did you do anything else?
I had a couple of clients, like Honda of Pasadena, which was a automotive dealership, a dealership in Compton that they were repoing people's cars. And
you were rolling out to Pasadena?
And my biggest, 95% of my clientele was Death Row Records.
Now, tell me about that. What were you doing when you're saying you're security, or you're a security company that's working for Death Row Records or getting contracted by Death Row Records? What does that mean, actually?
It grew over a time period. In '94, it was just mainly just special events. And then I have a couple of off-duty or retired police officers hanging with the artists in '94. '95, '96, it got a little bigger. I had security at the office, at the recording studios, driving Mr. Knight around, 2 with Mr. Shakur, 2 with Snoop Dogg, Mr. Rodis, and other artists when they went to promotional events like that. So I could pretty much have about 10 officers working a day.
And when you say 10 officers, were the people that you would contract with or work for you in this world, were they largely off-duty police officers?
Off-duty or reserves or retired.
And why is that?
Because they were able to carry guns concealed, where it's not exposed. We had exposed officers at the...
Right. And from Keffe D's perspective, because he put it in his book, it felt like Suge had all law enforcement on payroll for him, so they were getting away with stuff. I'm not saying that that's not true, but part of it is also this. Like, it gets conflated with, yeah, but also they were paying off-duty cops to provide security. So there's a conflation there as well.
Studio, but mainly the bodyguards carried their weapons concealed.
And we heard...
And for the training as well.
We heard from James McDonald just before you hit the stand. Was it fair to say that there were Mob Piru gang members also around Death Row Records?
That's correct. Mob, Looters, West Side, generally Pirus from the city of Compton.
And are these gangs that are generally associated with the Bloods? Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And the Crips are, let me ask you, Crips and Bloods, are they an alliance or are they typically in conflict?
Typically in conflict. However, Death Row was...
Council! Were the Mobs and Bloods like, hello, would you like to form an alliance? No!
It was a unique situation. because one of their main artists prior to Mr. Shakur coming to the label was Snoop Dogg, who was a known Crip from Long Beach. And they all seemed to have a great working relationship prior to my arrival and even during my arrival.
Yeah, Snoop did not he was rolling 40 Crip set. He did not stop himself from doing the Crip walk. He did not stop himself from it, but it seemed like it wasn't a problem. And that might just be the difference between Long Beach, Compton, but yep.
I want to ask you about Bad Boy Records. Are you familiar with a company called Bad Boy Records?
Yes, I am.
And who, to your knowledge, was running Bad Boy Records in the mid-90s?
P. Diddy, Sean Combs, Puffy. I don't know what name he's going by today.
All right, so we'll go with Mr. Combs for now.
Inmate number 76. Sorry. I don't know what name he's going by these days. Love. We'll leave it at that.
P. Diddy, Sean Combs, Puffy. I don't know what name he's going by today.
All right, so we'll go with Mr. Combs for now.
Okay.
So Mr. Combs was running Bad Boy Record, and then who would you say his most prominent artist at that time was?
Christopher Wallace, Biggie Small.
Okay, and then was there tension between Death Row Records and Bad Boy, the Bad Boy Entertainment label?
At what time period?
Well, you tell me. At any point,
Then.
did tension develop between Bad Boy Records and Death Row Records?
Initially, when I was around in '94, there wasn't. However, some things happened in '95 that started tension between Death Row and Bad Boys.
There's a famous speech that Mr. Knight gives at the Source Awards in New York in 1995.
Yes.
Does that contribute to it?
Yes.
Yes, sir. That was August the 6th, 1995. But yes, sir. That was when he let the world know.
And then there's another incident where one of Suge's associates was killed in Atlanta. Is that right?
That was in September 25th, I believe. Yes, sir.
He has a very good memory.
Is it fair to say that your perception of as security for Death Row Records was that somebody associated with Bad Boy Entertainment may have had something to do with the murder of one of Suge's friends in Atlanta?
That was always the story that was told to us. Yes, sir.
And so, is it fair to say by 1995, the end of 1995, that there was significant tension between Bad Boy and Death Row?
Yes, sir.
And to the extent that it even involved violence with regards to Suge Knight's friend being killed.
Correct. That was the first time something escalated to that point. Yes, sir.
As security for Death Row, how did you handle this?
Well, we was always on some type of tension when it came to Bad Boys or going to the East Coast, which Suge and I continuously went to the East Coast because he had a lot of business. His distributor, the main distributor, was located out there. The big trade, like the magazines and stuff, was out there. So I can honestly say he and I, and maybe a few of his homeboys, went out there at least once a week, once a month, I'm sorry, during that time. When Mr. Shakur came home, we went down a little bit, but we were still going out there, but we didn't go as much.
And when you say when Mr. Shakur came home, at some point did Death Row sign Mr. Shakur to its record label?
Wasn't he in prison when he got signed?
It's debated how that happened, but
I'm not asking about the how. I'm just saying, did it happen?
Yes, sir. I believe he came home October the 12th of 1995.
Now,
But came home. He was not traveling. He was in prison.
Security for Death Row, were you aware that Mr. Shakur was actually out on a bond, an appeals bond from prison from New York?
Yes, sir.
And
paid for by Suge.
I believe the allegation has something to do with sexual misconduct. Is that right?
Yeah.
If you don't know.
I mean, something like that. I wouldn't call it that, but yeah.
Okay. whatever it was, there was some kind of issue. Mr. Shakur is in prison in New York, and then Death Row Records posts an appellate bond for Mr. Shakur.
They're with some other companies, but yes, sir.
Okay. And then Mr. Shakur does he move to where Death Row is, or does he stay in the New York area, or where does he go?
No, I remember. I picked him up from the airport. Me and one of my
Chad, I got a question. Do y'all want to know what happened at the Source Awards according to Keffe D? Do we want to take a minute to talk about what happened at the Source Awards with Keffe D, or do we want to wait? What do we want to do? We've already been doing spoilers. We've already gone into the spoilers. Chad is immediately like, yes, okay. It's not very long. We're gonna take a look real quick at Keffe D's book to talk about what Keffe D says happened at the Source Awards. So Keffe D is at the Source Awards. Suge is at the Source Awards. They are rolling in there with a ton of folks. Zip is there. Zip's the one that Keffe D says he got the gun from in Vegas before the shooting happened. So it is, let's see. He says they're like 20, 30 deep. Biggie has one more chance out. They were talking with each other. Let's see. Where is it? I'm trying to find it. He says it's right here. Not long after that show, the Source Awards happened, and Suge made a controversial comment. Quote, any artist out there that want to be an artist and stay a star and don't have to worry about the executive producer trying to be in all the videos, on all the records, dancing, come to Death Row. Wu-Tang and all of them were in the house deep and started booing. The beef was really with Wu-Tang, but I guess Suge had seen Wu-Tang so they went and picked on them youngsters from Junior Mafia. The beef wasn't with Junior Mafia, but Wu-Tang were the ones that were giving them a hard time. Soon after Suge's Source Awards comment, Zip came back into town. Zip must have orchestrated with Puff, quote, I'm going to be with Keffe D and them tonight, because Zip's phone rang as soon as we were rolling down Greenleaf, and it was Puffy. Hey, what's up, Puff? Yo, where's your boy Keffe D? I need to talk to him. He's right here. Man, we're about to do the BET tour. You think it's cool for us to come out there? Your boy, big CEO, be tripping. And then he starts talking about the fact that he's like, hey, I'll give you 40, 50 tickets if you start rolling. And then he said, and then at all of the Bad Boy record shows, the Crips were backstage at all of them. And then they start getting into more Suge and Puff having some more beef. But the comments that Suge made were directly pointed at Diddy. All right. So back to our trial. That's from Keffe D's book, Compton Street Legend, which is our appendix to this trial.
And we took him immediately. We went to Monty's restaurant and ate. Then we went to the studio, the recording studio that night. And from that point on, we got him into a room, took him to the Peninsula Hotel, where he stayed for, I believe, a month or two. Then he got a spot on Wilshire, and later on a house in Calabasas.
As the
Right, they're talking
head
about Pac
of
getting his house in
Right Way
Calabasas.
Security, which was contracted by Death Row Records, were you responsible for Tupac Shakur's security?
Yes, sir.
How did you handle Tupac Shakur's security?
Well, I had two guys that were primarily always assigned to him. One guy was
How
a
did he
guy
have-
by the name of Kevin Ackey.
How did he have no security with him in that car then?
A lot at the beginning. Later on, towards the end, a gentleman by the name of Frank Alexander was the one that worked with him as well. And then I'll always have additional guys, like Al Giddings is one of them, fill in for him when those guys wasn't available. But generally always had one security guard with him After this particular song came out, in about May or June, we upped it to 2 security officers.
Now, you mentioned a particular song came out that changed how you handled Tupac Shakur's security. What song are you talking about?
It was a song called "Hit 'Em Up."
And is it fair to say?
Can we go through the lyrics of "Hit 'Em Up"? Can we go through the lyrics of "Hit 'Em Up"?
That in that song, Tupac is aggressively expressing his dislike for the members of Bad Boy.
Fuck that, counsel. No. I object. I object. Are you kidding me? You have an opportunity to quote "Hit 'Em Up" in trial, and you're not going to quote "Hit 'Em Up" in trial? Oh, counsel. Objection. We'll see where he goes with this. We'll see where he goes with this.
And is it fair to say that in that song, Tupac is aggressively expressing his dislike for the members of Bad Boy Entertainment as well as other artists?
That's fair to say.
And as a result of that, you decided to change the security for Tupac or increase it?
Well, I was a part of the discussion and ultimately had to approve it, but I'm sure Mr. Knight, possibly Mr. Shakur, and maybe the security officer that was primarily with them, we all agreed that he probably needed another guy with him.
Were you aware during this time a gang from Compton being used by Bad Boy Entertainment when they came to the West Coast?
We had heard those rumors and we were familiar.
And what gang was that?
Compton South Side Crips.
Now, the South Side Crips, that was the same gang.
All of you are asking if I'll play "Hit It Up." I'm going to wait till the end. I'm going to wait till the end of court. We will play some of it. I'm going to wait till the end of court, though, because if we have to clip it out because the video gets completely yeeted off of YouTube, at least we can cut off the end. First of all, no, we're going to have to wait.
That you had told us earlier that Mr. Davis belonged to. Is that correct?
We're going to have to wait.
Yes, sir.
And by Mr. Davis, I mean Keffe D.
That's what I believe he is, yes.
Yeah. And then, was there ever a time where Death Row and you and whatever other unofficial security Death Row had a clash with Bad Boy and the South Side Compton Crips at all?
Yes. We had it at a Soul Train's Music Awards. I previously stated that Mr. Davis was with him, and I even think I might have even said that he was one of the ones close to the guy with the gun. Never said he was the one with the gun, but there's been out there, social media, where a gentleman has came out and admitted that he was the one that actually had the gun that particular incident by the name of C. Gutter.
So do you remember, well, I'm going to ask you what your
he's telling them everything.
Is. Tell us about that incident. So we're at the Soul Train, what is it, the Soul Train Music Awards?
I do think Alan Jackson would have at least gotten to, first off, fuck your bitch and the click you claim. Yeah, I think he would have at least got into that. You claim to be a player, but I fucked your wife. Yeah, we bust on Bad Boys. Yes. I think he would have gotten at least through part of it.
Music Awards, yes.
And approximately what timeline are we looking at?
April, May of 95.
Of 95?
Sorry, 96.
Okay, of 96.
I'm sorry.
And you had mentioned before the song Hit 'Em Up. Was this before or after the song Hit 'Em Up?
That was before Hit 'Em Up.
Okay, that was before Hit 'Em Up.
Yes, sir.
Okay, tell us what happened at the Soul Train Music Awards.
We pulled in. Originally, we had an entourage of about 50 people with us.
Jesus.
But they only allowed two cars of us to get back in the back parking lot because that's where they had all the setup and the motorhomes and stuff like that.
Yeah,
we drove in the back.
Tour
Mr.
buses.
Knight, Mr. Shakur, and a few of the outlaws was inside of a Hummer. and myself as Frank, which was Tupac's security that night, Mr. Shakur's security that night. We drove in behind them. As we was getting out of the vehicle, or getting ready to park, Mr. Shakur saw Christopher Wallace and Puffy and a group of people, a few guys that I recognized from the South Side, in that entourage. As they were, Mr. Shakur immediately became enraged and started yelling
popcorn.
and confrontation between
This is
Mr.
the 90s
Small,
from the
Biggie,
inside.
and Mr. Shakur took place to the point where one of their guys brandished a weapon. And then that's when I pulled my firearm towards him and begged with him, pleaded with him not to raise the gun. There was some security from the Nation of Islam there. They got in the middle of it, broke us up. The gentlemen took off and ran towards the street in the parking lot.
I'm sorry, who ran towards the street?
The gentleman with the gun and couple of the people that was with him took off and ran.
Now, you said that South Side was providing that type of backup.
They were with them in entourage. Sir.
Do you recall whether Duane Davis was one of those people?
I believe he was. I know he was with them, but like I said, I don't believe he was the one with the gun.
All right, let's fast forward to September 7th, 1996, or that weekend.
Oh boy.
When do you come to Las Vegas for that weekend?
I came out that Friday. I believe that was the 6th. The Friday was the 6th. I think the 7th is the day.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So I came out that Friday. So we had a nightclub that was in the process of being open.
Keffe, well,
and out here, I guess there's some type of.
Chat, we can't believe Keffe shaking his head. His lawyer told us that he's full of shit. So Keffe disagrees. I think Keffe remembers it the way he remembers it. I think Keffe embellishes, but I don't think he's as much of a bullshitter as his lawyer would like us to imagine. I think he's got too much of an ego for that. But he's telling him everything. He's just telling him everything.
Cars that everyone that work around people that's having alcohol, I think they were called town cars or something like that at the time. I had to get all my security guards to have those particular cars for that night because the attorney that was assisting us in getting the club open said, hey, y'all got to be really on y'all P's. We got to have everything on point because if everything goes smoothly tonight, there's a good chance we're going to be able to get the permits transferred from the previous owners to Mr. Knight's name.
Okay, so I want to stop you there.
Okay.
First, you're talking about you got advice from an attorney. Do you remember who that attorney was?
Yes, sir.
Who was that attorney?
George Calise.
Okay. And then when you got the advice from the attorney was generally telling you got to be on your P's and Q's, so to speak?
Yes.
When you're talking about being on your P's and Q's so that the club can be transferred to Suge Knight, was Club 662 at that time in Mr. Knight's name?
No, it was perceived that it was. People believed it, even because of the name change. Excuse me. But it hasn't officially been, the paperwork hasn't officially, it never was completed. It was never done.
Now, you talk about the name change. Explain to us a little bit about the name change.
Well, we had a sign and all of that called Club 662.
Explain to us what 662 means.
662 on the keyboard of your phone, it will spell out the word MOB, which means Members of the Bloods.
Well, nobody has keyboards on their phones anymore.
I forgot about
that. And so the club itself, the name of the club itself rang out that it was a blood-affiliated club.
That's correct.
Now, what advice did Mr. Kalisis give you regarding being on your P's and Q's for that night in order for Suge Knight to be able to obtain approval for running that club?
So he advised, and the main thing that came out of that meeting was he advised all of my security guards, even though that they were authorized to carry guns, being off-duty police officers and stuff, that we shouldn't have guns on our possession inside of the club on that night.
So security didn't have guns. He's saying there's a reason, but he's also saying that law enforcement didn't have guns. What's the other reason law enforcement might not have guns? Was law enforcement coming from California or was law enforcement in Vegas? So inside the club, law enforcement didn't have guns. Well, off duty, didn't have guns. Interesting. I mean, everybody else did. And there was law enforcement outside, like armed Las Vegas law enforcement outside the club. Interesting.
So your understanding was, or at least the advice that you got was, inside Club 662, if you're working it for right-way security,
Correct.
you're not carrying a gun.
Yes, sir.
Did you communicate that to the people working for you?
So we had a meeting in Mr. Khalif's office. He said it. Mr. Khalif said it. My guys probably wouldn't have did anything if I didn't echo it. Today I can't say I echoed it and agreed to it, but I'm sure I did.
What you're saying is you don't have an independent recollection, but you think you probably did echo Mr. Khalif's advice.
Yes, sir.
And when was this meeting?
That Friday after they had all came from the town cars meeting.
Sir,
because I took them all
the way you're talking just changed. The way you're talking just changed a lot. When was that meeting?
What you're saying is you don't have an independent recollection, but you think you probably did echo Mr. Khalif's advice.
Yes, sir.
And when was this meeting?
That Friday after they had all came from the town cars meeting because I took them all to Fridays and we went and ate at Fridays after that meeting. So it was that Friday.
You're telling me it was a Friday because you're telling me it was a Friday because you ate it Fridays?
And so the process was with your folks, people working with you, was that they had to get their TAM cards or whatever temporary work cards required to do the work that you needed them to do in 662. They'd have a meeting with the attorney. The attorney tells them, hey, we're trying to get this club transferred to Suge's name. Let's keep it clean and don't carry a firearm.
That's correct.
Did you do anything else that night, Friday at all relevant to the events that occurred on September 7th, 1996?
The club actually opened on Fridays and Saturdays, but for some reason we didn't get a big attendance on Friday nights. But Saturday night, it was a different night.
So you knew that that night, September 7th, 1996, was the night that Mike Tyson was fighting Bruce Stockman. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And was that part of the reason why you guys were going to have the club open because of that fight?
That was the only times the club, under Mr. Knight, the Club 662 banner, we only did that about 3 times. And that would have been the 4th time. And so we only opened those 4 times, the Friday and the Saturday. And then we did it one more time where Mr. Shakur and Snoop Dogg did a St. Ives commercial, which was just a promotional private video shoot for a commercial.
Now, who was in charge of the
I had
security
no idea.
for Club 662 that night?
Well, ultimately I am, but I had a on-site supervisor by the name of Al Giddens. He was actually who I consider in charge of the club, but ultimately as the owner I was.
And then we heard from James McDonald. He's suggested that he had a role in security as well, maybe different than your role in security. Were you aware of James McDonald being there at the club?
Yeah, James was a headache for my security. They hated him. But he and I, we've been knowing each other over 52 years, So, that was like my brother. So, James used to do it as a hustle. What James would do is go outside, get guys that looked like they had a bunch of money, and bring them to the front of the line. And that drove my security crazy, but James was just out there working the door. Suge would have a bunch of his homeboys to come and be on the lookout, still, blood related, Paru related, to be around. But James was mainly doing a little side hustle.
Now, in terms of as the person in charge,
What I hear is that James was keeping it down. That's what I'm hearing.
Contracted to be in charge of death row security. Were you aware that Tupac Shakur was going to come to the fight on September 7th, 1996?
Definitely the plan. That was definitely the plan, and there was a reason that I knew he had to come, but that was definitely the plan.
Okay, well, tell us the reason why he had to come.
So we, Mr. Khalif, who he had something worked out, because that's why we had off-duty police officers. I don't know if they were off-duty. They were in uniform, so I don't know if they was working off-duty or they were on duty.
So you did have police there.
My guys were responsible from the door inside, where the police officers were responsible for the door and the street traffic control and the parking lot. And so I guess how they got that approved was
well, if you're guessing,
okay.
I don't want you to guess. Were you the person responsible for whatever event control or traffic control that the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department did?
No, sir.
Were you the point of contact?
I was the point of contact for the club, yes.
Yeah, but you were the point of contact for the club. And then the person, is it fair to say that the person dealing with whatever traffic control or event control or population control, whatever it was that the attorney, George Gleason's?
He was the one that got them there.
Okay.
Made the call to get them there.
Okay, so you weren't the one that called Metro?
No, sir.
So anything that you would have said regarding that is just kind of you trying to put the dots together, assuming what that conversation might have been.
And the only reason I say that because I knew we promoted it as a benefit for a retired boxer, for a police or retired. He was a retired police officer that was promoting or had something to do with boxing for youth or something like that.
What?
So that kind of is adding to the P's and Q's that would make Mr. Knight look better when the transfer of when they're trying to transfer this club. Hey, we're also holding a benefit.
That and also Mr. Shakur was trying to work off some community service hours that he needed. I don't know how they made it happen in LA County.
And so Mr. Shakur was scheduled to perform that night at Club 662.
You're telling me that somehow this party at the club, after party for the fight, is a charity benefit, and it's also a party, and it's also for Tupac's community service? Okay.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so you're telling us that it was your understanding that Mr. Shakur performing at Club 662 at this benefit would help him accumulate hours for community service.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So when was Tupac Shakur supposed to come to Las Vegas?
Well, they always came up on that Saturday.
Did y'all get Corey to sign it off? Corey would just sign that off. Corey would just sign that community service off.
I know that they arrived about 4 p.m. on that Saturday, but if they were scheduled to come out earlier or not, I'm not sure.
And then at some point, who's the security for Tupac that Saturday?
Mr. Alexander, but he was out there with me, getting the town cars and everything. Mr. Shakur actually rode up with, I guess, his fiance and a few members of the Outlaws.
And who are the Outlaws?
The Outlaws is a bunch of people, actually, but it's a group of rappers that works with Mr. Shakur that he was trying to help get their careers going.
And was Malcolm Greenidge one of the members of the Outlaws?
Yes, sir.
And I think he goes by the name Edie Amin.
That's correct, sir.
And Qatari Cox, was he one of the members of the Outlaws?
Yes, sir.
And then Afula, and I always get the name wrong, but Mr. Afula, was he also one of the members of the Outlaws?
He was as well.
They were in the car behind.
And you said Mr. Alexander was the person that's supposed to be working security, or the person assigned for security for Mr. Shakur, but that he was with you. So on Saturday, was anybody with Mr. Shakur?
No, sir.
And you had mentioned earlier that after the song Hit 'Em Up had come out, and that was probably, 3-4 months before this, you had assigned 2 security officers to Mr. Shakur.
That's correct.
So where's the other one?
Well, that was Mr. Hackey, Kevin Hackey. He was scheduled to also be attending and writing, and that's who I actually thought was going to be with him, coming up with him, because he normally was with him. You know, him and Mr. Alexander, they kind of worked out who would be with Mr. Shakur. And for some reason, he didn't show up. He now telling me he had a late arrest and he was stuck at the hospital all day dealing with her arrest.
In Los
So
Angeles?
the fight night arrives. Where are you? Do you go to the fight?
I went to the parking lot of the fight, so it was kind of hectic to get inside, but also got a call from Mr. Giddings, Al Giddings, who was my supervisor at the club, and they was having some logistic problems, some problems there, and I elected to go and get things in order at the club.
So you get to the parking lot at MGM, see it's a little crazy, and decide to head over to Club 662.
That's correct.
And was Club 662, it was on Flamingo, is that right?
1700 block of Flamingo, yes, sir.
Okay. Actually, can I see Exhibit 2? I'm going to publish Exhibit 2, which has already been admitted. All right, actually, Mr. Wright, you're not in a position great for any of this, but there we have. Can you see 662 up there?
I don't have my glasses.
No worries.
I'm sorry.
I got you. Permission to approach, Your Honor? Your Honor, permission to approach?
Oh, yeah. I can move about the courtroom freely.
Thank you.
I want to know how many other times security had hiccups and that nobody was doing security, even though 2 people were assigned to do security. Was this the only night? Were there other? I have so many questions.
You see clubs, there's a red 662 club on this map. You see it?
Yes, sir.
Is that accurately representing where Club 662 was?
Yes, sir.
So you leave the Las Vegas Strip and head over to Club 662.
That's correct, sir.
Did you handle the logistical issues at Club 662?
I guess. I'm sure we got worked out. Yes, sir.
And then, was Club 662, did you stay at Club 662 or did you head back to the Strip that night?
No, I stayed there the whole time until I was contacted by some other individuals.
Until
so
what?
We'll start, before we get there, how was 662 super busy that night or was it kind of less crowded?
The clubs generally didn't start getting crowded until about 11 p.m. I think we were there like 8:30. So it eventually got there, but I wouldn't call it super crowded at that point.
And then you said you were there and then you something changed. Well, we all know that on September 7th, 1996, Tupac Shakur was shot and Mr. Knight was at least grazed in the head by a bullet. Did you find out about that?
Yes, sir.
How did you find out about that?
2 gentlemen, Bunchery, true name was Alton McDonald, and a gentleman by the name of Neckbone. Well, his true name is Roger Williams.
Oh, good. I didn't think we knew who Neckbone was. Now we know who Neckbone is. Roger Williams is Neckbone's government, but okay, so it was Bunchery and Neckbone that called. Cool. Got it.
Because Neckbone, they came inside the club and came straight to me. It was like Reggie, Suge and Pop just got shot down the street. I thought.
Don't you think they were like, Reggie, what the fuck, man? Suge and Pac got shot down the street. Where the fuck's security?
They were messing with me because they like, where Reggie at, because I wasn't there with him. But then Mr. Khalees, who was standing near me, I guess he talked to some of the officers that was working out front, and he kind of verified to me that something happened. And then by that time, I see about 4 or 5 other units that were working at the club. They started taking out heading that way.
Now you mentioned 2 people, Bunchery, Alton McDonald. Does Bunchery have any relation to James McDonald, the person that testified before you?
That's his little brother. Yes, sir.
And then you had mentioned Neckbone, Roger Williams. Were these people employed by Right Way Security?
No, sir.
Were they part of Mob Pyro?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say, as we talked about earlier, that Suge would have members of Mob Pyro around?
Correct.
And while they weren't official security, would you say they provided a different form of security?
That would be a fair, yes, that's correct.
So upon hearing the fact that, well,
Hey, less
at that
up and up with the
time
law type of
when
security.
Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur were headed to Club 662, were you aware of their movements? Were you aware that they were headed over to the club at that point?
Not at that point. I hadn't heard anything. Frank hadn't communicated anything with me, and I just knew they would eventually will get there. But no, I didn't know any movement where they were at or when they were coming towards our way.
Oh, you had said Frank hadn't told you anything. At this point, had Frank met up with Tupac?
Oh, I'm sorry. Frank was with Mr. Shakur since about 4 p.m. on that day, 4 to 5 p.m. on Saturday. He was with him all that day.
So he didn't drive out with Mr. Shakur, but he eventually met up with Mr. Shakur.
That's correct. Him and another gentleman who initially was with him by the name of Michael Moore.
And was Mr. Moore also a member of security?
How do you know? Were you there?
He worked for Right Way as well.
Okay. And so then you have Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight headed to Club 662. To your knowledge, were there other people headed over? I guess we already heard about Neckbone and Buntree. Were there other people headed over to Club 662 with Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur? On driving over, was it more than one car, or were there a number of cars driving over to Club 662?
And I can only speak on what I know now.
Yeah. Okay, well, no, back then, did you know?
I just know who normally with them.
So after Buntree and Neckbone tell you that Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight had been shot, and you seem to get some confirmation from the attorney, what do you do?
Me and Mr. Khalees and Michael Moore, who was with Mr. Shakur earlier, who got, his primary job was to work at.
Okay, but if people were with Tupac earlier, where'd they all go?
The club. He and I jumped in the car with Mr. Khalees and headed towards the scene where we were told Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight was. However, en route, Mr. Khalees was on the phone, and we were notified that they were headed to UMC.
So did you go to UMC then?
That's correct, sir.
Now, taking a step back, did you see the car that Buntree and Neckbone arrived to Club 662 in?
Eventually, yes, sir.
And did you notice anything notable about that car?
Yes, Mr. Buntree, he had a Toyota Supra that was black, and he had one bullet hole to the driver's side fender.
Now,
not the Supra.
Let's go back to, you're on your way back to, or you're on your way over to UMC. What happens at UMC?
Get there. Of course, Mr. Knight and Mr. Shakur was in the emergency room. I didn't get to see Mr. Knight until about 3 hours later. I saw him, but there was a lot of people gathering. Yes, people heard what happened from the club. They started gathering there, and people were just starting to gather, and in the parking lot outside of the hospital.
Was Mr. Knight held at UMC for a long time, or like for weeks, or what happened with Mr. Knight?
No, Mr. Knight was released. I left prior. I don't know why I left. I left prior to him getting released about 4 or 5 that morning, but I know I was back at his house. I went and got his home secured, and I know I was back at his house about 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. that morning. I was with him all that day.
After all this, or sometime during this, do you make contact with your father?
Yes, sir.
How do you do that?
By phone. I called him a couple of times throughout that night. Told him what had just happened to Suge and Mr. Shakur. It's kind of stressful for me. Called him a few times that night.
How are you calling him?
It was kind of stressful for you. You were supposed to be providing security, and all shit went fucking sideways. Now, even if security was in a different car, I don't know what they would have done with the car getting shot up. Clearly, there was no protective driving. Nobody is in an armored vehicle, what have you. But you were just a little stressed. There is a disconnect for me with we're security. The people we are supposed to be securing both got shot or grazed and shot. And he's like, I was a little stressed. Okay.
By cell phone.
Oh, you had a cell phone at the time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there anything that you felt you had to relate to him in order to let him know what might be happening the next day in Compton?
Well, during that night or that early morning, I was getting information from people in the parking lot and around that, hey, they got into it at the MGM with some guys from South Side Compton Crips. And so I relayed that to him. They didn't know who the people were, just that they got into it with some guys from South Side. And I told them, hey, it's going to be trouble back in Compton.
When did you go back to Compton? Or when did you go back to California?
Yeah. About 2 weeks later.
So you were in town while Mr. Shakur was at the hospital?
The whole time he was at the hospital, and that following week as well.
What was your role while Mr. Shakur was in the hospital?
I had 2 guys assigned outside his door the whole time he was fighting for his life. And they were there just we had problems with, I remember a candy striper tried to sneak up and take a picture of him while he was lying, fighting for his life. And we were just trying to keep people out. Of course, Ms. Shakur, his mother, was in charge. But just mainly trying to keep people out that she didn't want in or got her permission to come in to see Mr. Shakur while he was fighting for his life.
And then you had said after Mr. Shakur had passed, you stayed in Vegas for another week?
That's correct.
Why is that?
Well, I'm the one that actually received his ashes and had one of my security guys by the name of James Green fly back with the ashes and eventually delivered them to someone in the family. I believe it was the mother, but if it wasn't her, it was somebody that she authorized to receive the ashes.
Okay, but you were the person that delivered the ashes.
James Green was.
You received the ashes and
Yes.
then gave it
To James.
Yes. I want to ask you this just straight. Did you have anything to do with the murder of Tupac?
Wow.
Absolutely not.
Related to Anderson, the revocation hearing.
Counsel
As a
conferring
result
table.
of the beating of Orlando Anderson at the MGM Grand, were there any legal proceedings that involved Mr. Knight?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that Mr. Knight was on probation at the time of the beating at the MGM Grand?
He was.
Actually, can we show 115? Actually, I don't even know.
Sorry,
that.
Dr. B just walked in and scared the ever-living crap out of me. Hold on. I'll be right back.
We can take the computer.
I'm not going anywhere.
I just have to open it.
I'll just be off screen for a sec.
It'll go off the screen though if I take it off here. You want to do it on your computer so he can see it up close, and I'll play it for the jury.
Hold on. George is now getting pets in the office just to close that loop because everybody walks into my office has to pet George. It's the rule. That is the routine. So George is now getting pets in the office.
Sure.
You guys, I'm going to zoom while they're conferring. trying
show
to get
it
the
to
video
you
to play.
up close,
Fair enough.
Mr. Wright, while Mr. DiGiacomo shows it to the members of the jury. And Mr. DiGiacomo,
Before you said you want to start it?
yeah, for the record, this is State's Exhibit 115B at 7 minutes and 4 seconds.
Okay.
So here, just actually, before we start playing, Mr. Wright, have you seen the MGM video before?
Yes, sir.
It's fair to say you've seen it more than once.
Yes, sir.
And that partly because it was part of a revocation proceeding that involved Suge Knight.
That's correct.
Now I'm going to show you
he was
115B.
Suge was out on
starting at
probation,
7:04,
federal and
clicking,
state.
1 second, not just yet. I'm clicking right. Now. This is the video that you've seen before?
That's correct, sir.
I'm going to pause. Starting at 7:20. 7:20. Did you recognize the folks that were hitting Mr. Anderson there?
Hitting or kicking?
Hitting or kicking, yeah.
Yes, I do.
Who were they?
The gentleman in the white with the black hat on.
Yeah, who's that?
Was,
We'll try and coordinate this again.
Lawyers fight with technology.
Can you see it?
I can see it, yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, then can you tell us the people who are involved in this?
That gentleman right there in the white is Buntry, Alton McDonald.
That's Buntry. All right. Is
There
Neckbone
appears to
there
be somebody
too?
in a gold shirt. Who was that?
That appeared to be Mr. Shakur.
There's a person in gray on gray. Looks like
Somebody in gray or dark clothes. Security's coming over there waving an arm, and the guy in the all dark or gray is just getting another 2 kicks in. Security's like, go away, and he's still kicking him. Good Lord. Security's swinging the arm, and they're like...
outfit. Do you know who that is?
The one that I saw that's right in front of Mr. McDonald right now is Roger Williams.
Okay.
I thought it was blue. I saw
Okay,
it blue.
maybe I'm talking about the wrong thing. You're talking about this.
Yeah.
I'm going to approach her. Show again.
Well, that's Mr. Knight, and then that's Mr. Williams. Yeah.
And then, so you see Mr. Williams, Mr. Knight, Mr. Shakur.
That's Suge back there.
Those are the people that are evident to you in this portion of the video. Is that
That's
right?
correct, sir.
And then we have another video of everybody leaving. Can you see that?
Some of these videos are easier to see when they're leaving.
See it, but
That's good. That's it.
He's like, I can see it, but what the fuck? I'm going to zoom till they actually show him something.
For right 115C.
and Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight, Buntry.
It's easy. They're the
Williams.
3 that are easiest to see in the front because the 3 of them are right in the front. That's Tupac right. That's Tupac right in the front that just walked by. Here, we'll play this one more time. If you see them, they're coming around the pillars. That's Tupac in the front with his shirt unbuttoned a bit. And then Suge's right behind him. And then Buntry's got the black hat on and the all white. So, Pac, Suge, Buntry.
Don't see Mr.
And then everybody else.
Don't see Frank yet.
A little easier to see from this, but they are moving. Yeah, Suge's trying to keep up with Tupac. Not well.
Okay, there go Mr. Alexander's the one with no sleeve on his shirt. And he's leading the pack now.
Did you see Trayvon Lane?
I don't see Mr. Lane yet.
Laura in the chat said, is this after they beat up the one guy? Yes, this is after Baby Lane got jumped.
I've seen him before.
This
I
is
don't
them
see him
leaving
right now, no.
that confrontation.
Let me look again.
Yep.
It's Frank. Mr. Shakur.
And I think those are fans that have realized, oh shit, that's Tupac, and then running behind them.
I'm sorry, I don't see Mr. Lane.
It's all right.
Okay. We're gonna zoom while he's squinting at the screen at these security videos from 1996. We've still not found a question. I'm gonna zoom till we do. Why? Because it's late and I'm hungry. It's been a long day. We're gonna zoom till there's a question.
Okay. Right there, upper right. Yeah.
So you see him.
Yeah, he has the hat on. Upper right corner's Mr. Lane.
So you see him leaving the scene, but you don't actually see him during the
Altercation.
You don't see him actually hitting
I didn't see him, no.
Mr. Anderson.
I didn't see him do that.
But he's with the group that's fleeing the beating of Mr. Anderson.
That's correct.
The lane they're talking about is not Baby Lane. They're talking about a different lane. Baby Lane is Orlando Anderson. They're talking about a different lane because they're going by government at this point, not by handles.
I'm going to show you.
Emily, they don't call them handles. I know, but I think it's funny.
Exhibit 60.
So, I can.
Do you recognize who that person is?
That's Mr. Lane.
It's modern context.
Do you recognize the person in State's Exhibit 7?
Did he just say 6'7"?
I gave you the wrong one. State's Exhibit 2.
Yes, I
recognize exhibit number
That's Mr.
7.
Davis.
I thought he said
I'll
6'7".
show you the person depicted in State's Exhibit number 3.
Mr. Anderson.
And lastly, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 72. Do you recognize what's in that?
It's a Defo J, yes.
Your Honor, I want to move these exhibits into evidence. No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
Can you show number 6? Sorry, this is mark 6, but I think it's 60.
060. There you
Is that the person you identified as Trayvon Lane?
Yes, sir.
Are they going to have him identify Keffe D at some point?
Is this could you take it? Is this a natural stopping point?
Yes, we can take a break.
Okay, I think we need one of our jurors needs a comfort break. Okay. All right. So at this time, we're going to take a recess. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected.
I love that courts have started just calling them comfort breaks. One of our jurors needs a comfort break. I bet they either raise their hand or pass a note.
Without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have a room back here at 3:40. Please rise for the jury.
All right, let's see if they put anything on the record, and then we'll zoom this.
Mr. Wright, did you need any water bottle or anything?
I have one. Thank you,
You've
ma'am.
got one? Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, no problem.
And Your Honor, if we could just...
Oh, they muted whatever. Oh, well, I guess they're not putting anything on the record because they just muted that real quick. All right, we're going to just zoom past that break. And though they are coming back on the record, the sound is not back on the feed yet, but the judge is talking to the lawyers. All right, we still don't have sound on the feed yet.
On record in State
There
versus
we
Davis.
go.
Back on record in State versus Davis, C377407. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Nothing to say.
Mr. Santh, anything we need to talk about before we bring in the jury?
No, you're not.
Awesome. All right, let's bring him in.
Staff the jury. Bring the jury.
Let's bring him in. As long as we don't bring him out, bring him out. We're going to bring him in. So the jury's coming in. And this witness is still on the stand.
Would it be easier to look at the monitor on the witness stand?
You may proceed.
Hang in there, Chad.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, would it be easier to look at the monitor on the witness stand, or
they were talking to
are you able to see that?
They were talking to the judge. They were talking to the judge, and they were on the record. Well, they were not officially on the record, but they were talking in court before this started.
Pictures this size, I can see both ways.
Okay, all right. So you're now looking at State's Exhibit number 60. Who is that?
That's Trayvon Lane.
All right. And can Mr. DiGiacomo, do you mind putting up 62?
All right, they're going through the show up photos.
Showing you State's Exhibit number 62. Who is that?
That's Mr. Davis.
That's
you know there. 63. Showing you State's Exhibit 63. Who is that?
That's Mr. Anderson.
And then we had talked briefly about it, so I want to just show it. Showing you State's Exhibit 72.
That's Baby Lane.
What is that?
That's the Defo chain medallion.
That's the chain that
And
got
we'll touch on that
snatched
in a minute. But
at the Lakewood Mall.
we were talking about the beating of Orlando Anderson at the MGM. Mr. Knight was on probation at the time you had mentioned. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And then after you guys got back from Las Vegas back to the Southern California area, did Mr. Knight have a legal problem as a result of his alleged participation in that beating?
That's correct, sir.
And can you explain that to us?
They brought him in. Initially, they brought him in, they said, for a 30 test for that he did with his probation officer. But
for dirty tests.
While he was still in custody, they then added the charge of he violated his probation for assaulting Mr. Anderson.
So he's on probation. He's on video, at least what appears to be participating in the beating of Mr. Anderson. And so he is charged with violating his probation.
That's correct, sir.
And
he's charged with a probation
do you
violation.
Participate in any of the preparation for Mr. Knight's hearing on his probation violation?
With his attorney, Mr. Kenneth, I attended several meetings, yes.
And then, are you aware of a meeting with Mr. Anderson?
That's correct.
Can you tell us about that?
So, we met him at his attorney office, Mr. E.D. Fall. It was in Seal Beach, I believe. where his office was. And
That's the same lawyer we heard in the interview with Keffe D. It's not a surprise that it's the same lawyer.
we met with him. The attorneys had an agreement where I guess they were going to make a settlement or something for and Mr. Anderson to come and testify on Mr. Knight's behalf, where I believe the settlement was for about $60,000 because some of the death row people had assaulted him, and some was saying
for the
for
assault.
him coming up and testifying on the behalf of Mr. Knight.
Okay, so just to be clear,
they worked out a little something, is what they're saying. They worked out a little something.
Here, prior to Mr. Knight's revocation hearing, there was a meeting with Orlando Anderson, the person who was beaten in that video. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then there was an agreement that $60,000 would change hands between Suge Knight or Death Row or some aspect of that side to Mr. Anderson. Is that correct?
That's correct, but that was made between the attorneys, Mr. Kenneth, who was also present, and Mr. Paul.
Okay. I'm not saying that you're the person that did that. I'm just saying you were that.
I was at the meeting, myself and Norris Anderson, who was the general manager of the company at the time.
Okay. And then at that probation hearing, is it fair to say that Mr. Anderson said that Mr. Knight was just trying to stop the fight and not participate in the fight at all?
That was his testimony, yes.
Okay. And that was after he received the $60,000?
That part I don't know.
That was after the agreement for the $60,000?
It was an agreement in place, though.
Interesting.
And then
that explains why he went to Suge's hearing and was like, no. Suge was trying to help. Suge was trying to break it up. Suge wasn't trying to beat my ass. Suge was trying to break it up. Right.
Is it fair to say that the judge disregarded Mr. Anderson's testimony and revoked Mr. Knight's parole?
Yup. That is total speculation.
Well, did the judge believe Mr. Anderson's testimony?
That's also speculative.
So Mr. Knight was subsequently violated for his probation and received 9 years sentence.
And as a result, when Mr. Knight was imprisoned for those 9 years, who was running death row?
Him.
After about 4 or 5 minutes of his incarceration, I became the general manager of the company.
Right. He started running death row.
We show the death row. What do you call that?
Pendant.
Pendant. We show the death row pendant. Can you tell us about the distribution of death row pendants to various people that were associated?
So, on the probation violation, Suge got violated. He was on federal and state probation. He got violated on his probation for being involved with the jumping of Orlando Anderson, Baby Lane, nephew of Keffe D. He got 9 years for that. So when he got 9 years on that violation, this witness took over death row records. Now we are going to hear a little bit more about this chain, this medallion that goes on the chain, because this is part of what popped off at Lakewood Mall before they all went to Vegas. And that's why they were getting into it with Anderson.
With death row?
Mainly the artists received them. And then people, close associates of Mr. Knight, they were given out to different people for Christmas presents of 1995. Yes.
Were you aware of whether or not Trayvon Lane had received a death row pendant?
He was one, yes, sir.
And is it typically wore on a chain around one's neck?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, Mr. Stamp, cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Wright, have you and I ever met?
No, sir.
You have a podcast, I believe, right?
YouTube channel. that I
Everybody got a podcast? I've got a podcast. Everybody got a podcast? You have a podcast? I have a YouTube channel. Sir, so do we.
talk on.
I'm sure you're probably anticipating the next question. In your YouTube channel, you have spoken a little bit about me, for instance, right?
That's correct.
What? What do you have to say about this attorney? Oh, fucking hell. What? I did not see that coming. You've been talking about me, for instance. All right, we're backing that up. Tell me everything, counsel. I'm so curious.
That I talk on.
I'm sure you're probably anticipating the next question. In your YouTube channel, you have spoken a little bit about me, for instance, right?
That's correct. And you have spoke about me as well.
Yeah. So in terms of your podcast or YouTube channel, and once again, I don't think it was anything derogatory. It's more like he's never tried a criminal case, or I think Hollywood-ass attorney. I think you had said something like that, right?
Well, yeah, did.
Nothing derogatory. I mean, you said never tried a criminal case, Hollywood-ass attorney. Yeah, I mean, you were name calling me. What the fuck? Sir, excuse me, Reggie Wright. Reggie Wright. You have not met a Hollywood-ass attorney just yet. Okay, sir. Whoa, this is fucking wild. I'm so amused.
In terms of your podcast or YouTube channel, and once again, I don't think it was anything derogatory. It's more like he's never tried a criminal case, or I think Hollywood-ass attorney. I think you had said something like that, right?
Well, yeah, did about 10 interviews in the last 2 months, so I may have said something like that.
Now, in terms of your podcast stuff, it's fair at this particular point. At some point, you had actually instructed Keith that, hey, he can actually make money doing the YouTube stuff. Remember that?
It didn't go quite like that, but I did pass his number to a few YouTube channels after he and I had this discussion about doing something on my channel, but I refused to pay him because I'm not giving some.
Wait. There's YouTube collab beef layered on top of all of this? We've got YouTube collab beef. Well, I said he could come on my YouTube channel, but I wasn't going to pay him. Oh my God.
One I believe is Tupac.
I gotta back up. This is fucking wild. Y'all. What we have here, gentlemen, is a failure to communicate.
YouTube stuff. Remember that?
It didn't go quite like that, but I did pass his number to a few YouTube channels after he and I had this discussion about doing something on my channel, but I refused to pay him because I'm not giving someone I believe is Tupac killer money.
Oh, shit!
You had a interview with a Mr. Monk. Do you remember that?
Detective Monk, yes, sir.
Was he a detective at the time?
He was.
Okay, so he's a detective at the time, and he sat down with you, and you had a conversation with him.
Holy shit.
And you basically told him that you had advised Keffe D about the, I don't know, how much you can get paid doing YouTube stuff.
You
remember
can.
that?
I don't remember that, no.
Now, you don't remember that, or you don't believe that?
I remember Kevin.
For those asking, how is this relevant? I imagine it's going to circle back around to whether or not this witness has any financial motive. I imagine it's going to shift back around to, does this witness have a financial motive? Is he making money on his YouTube channel? Is he profiting off this story? Does he have a reason to come into court and lie to be consistent with what he said on YouTube? I imagine that's where this will go. But oh shit. I did not see that coming.
But to say you can make $5,000 or $10,000, I didn't have any conversation like that with Detective Malls.
Okay, so you don't know or you don't remember. I just want to make sure we're different here.
I remember meeting with Detective Malls. I know I am the one that started passing Mr. Davis' number around to do more interviews to get him to talk. Yes.
Okay, so you.
Oh, you're the mastermind. Oh, you're the mastermind. Yeah, I started passing his number around so he would do interviews. So loose lips and all that. He's a talker. We were gonna give him the opportunity to talk. How did you even have Keffe D's fucking number? Yeah, I just wanted him to do interviews, and boy did he. Boy did Keffe D do some interviews. You should have just passed him a publisher. Who knew that that's really what he wanted?
Detective Malls.
Okay, so you don't know or you don't remember. I just want to make sure we're different here.
I remember meeting with Detective Malls. I know I am the one that started passing Mr. Davis' number around to do more interviews to get him to talk. Yes.
Okay, so when you volunteered to Detective Mogg, Keffe D's number, you said, I set him up with a couple of interviews.
Correct.
And because I promised you, if y'all ever listen, I promised him I would. We talk bad about each other, but I'll hook you up. I'm kind of know all these YouTubers out here, and so I kind of hook people up with them. Quote, you want to make some money? N-word, unquote. And then question was asked by Detective Mogg, so what do you get paid for your interviews? And you respond, I get about $2,500, $3,000 a show. You remember that?
That's accurate, so okay. I might have said that.
Now you also said $5,000. I got my F. He was crying about his taxes. You were referring to Keffe in that, right? He was crying about his taxes, Keffe?
I'm not sure.
I got him.
I mean, isn't everybody always crying about their taxes?
About to go blast him next week. He's getting $3,500. So they pay you because they get views. They get paid, man. YouTube, every million views you get about 6,000 to 10,000. And then
that's the channel.
Okay.
Not the person.
And then once again, I'm talking about the YouTuber. And so if you do a bunch of them and you get 100,000 and they break them up into like 5 or 10 minute segments and you can get a 15-second segments from me and you get 200,000 people to view it, you can make $8,000 to $10,000 off of me. And you just gave me $2,500, $3,000. You remember saying that to Detective Mogg?
I'm sure. Those sound like accurate statements, so.
I'm
sure I did.
He's like, yeah, that sounds like about how much he's like, that's how much I figure you get paid. You do an interview, you clip it down, you put it out in all these different videos, you try to get about 100,000 views a video. Boom, boom, boom.
And it's clear to show that there's a business with YouTube, right?
That's correct, sir.
And so when you post something online, you're posting it online with the hopes that you're going to get paid for that.
Yeah, and that didn't start until about 2021.
Sure.
Or 2020, after COVID. Yes.
Now, with regards to your role here, you were the head of security for Suge Knight.
Correct.
And I want to make sure I'm clear. Where did you grow up in Compton?
I mean, my address is 1628 East Pine Street, Compton, California.
Where's that at in terms of, because we're assuming, and you could tell this jury otherwise, that wherever you grew up or whatever your street was, you, by default, was part of a certain gang or color.
I never gangbanged. Always wanted to be a police officer growing up.
Yeah, but
however,
that's not
guys that I grew
that's not what he's asking. He's asking what neighborhood you grew up in and which gang was in charge of the neighborhood you grew up in. That's what he's asking.
up with, was in the sandbox with, played sportswear. Yeah, they were Mob Pyro's affiliate.
Okay.
Some police officers, some football players, several type of people grew up in our community.
And at some point, you get yourself out of it. You become a police officer.
I never was in it.
Okay. All right. Thank you for correcting me. You become a police officer for about 5 years.
90 to 96, 6 years. Yeah.
6 years, and you have to retire medically.
Correct.
And you had shared with us earlier that you created the security company. You were moonlighting, sort of doing your job during the day and then doing this other side hustle at night.
That's accurate.
And that side hustle became your full-time gig when you were no longer a police officer.
When he retired.
That's correct, sir.
And so in terms of who you were, the main service you provided services for would have been Death Row Records.
95%. That's correct, sir.
And in essence, I mean, was your number one client, right?
I agree with you.
Okay. And you spent a lot of time with Suge.
Eventually that grew, but yes. 94, not as much. 95, 96, yes, sir.
Okay. And you're providing services for Suge in terms of security, right?
For Suge or his company?
For the Death Row label.
That's correct, sir.
And you actually had created a company specifically for the security aspect of it, right?
That's fair.
And that's the Right Way
Protective Services.
Protective Services, okay. Now, as you're going about doing that, you had shared with us a little bit about some of the things you had done, and you shared with us that, hey, there was something that happened at one of the award ceremony. You talked about that, right?
At the Soul Train, that's correct.
And you said that at that Soul Train incident that my client was present when some other guy flashed a gun or something like that.
That's correct.
It wasn't
your client, no, sir.
And once again, your security, your former police officer, did you ever report that incident to police?
They ran. Actually, police detained the subjects outside the gate or towards the gate.
He's like, no.
What happened to him, I don't know.
He's like, no, they were right there. No, did you report it to police? They saw it. They were right there.
No, because I was more interested in getting my clients inside the war show.
And your father, just to correct my memory, is a lieutenant at the time with Compton? Or was he captain?
At that time, lieutenant, sir. Yes, sir.
And his role and what he was responsible for was the gang.
He just defaulted from like police to military.
So it would have been information he would have
back again.
maybe picked up, or you would have told him?
That's what people get confused about law enforcement. Compton is a city about 8 to 10 miles away from, well, that's by UFC is where this incident happened. That's about 20 miles away from Compton. And so Compton PD and LAPD don't share information with each other like people think in law enforcement.
Right, but you're talking about someone who's from Compton. You're saying that guy right there who's from Compton was present at that particular event.
Wasn't a big thing. It was just a guy that was some guys that brandished a weapon.
Right. So in your mind, it's not about this idea that this is a gang sort of thing. It's just some idiot with a gun flashing a gun, right?
I agree with you.
Okay.
When you have a bunch of Bloods and Crips in the same area, it's going to be a problem.
But they were also protecting Bad Boys Records.
Okay. Well, we can talk about that in a second.
And then there's that.
In terms of your role, though, in your company, you, at some point, you obviously are now working with Suge, and there's this idea with Death Row Records that there may be sort of, tension in the air. Was there anything going on during that time period prior to, September of 1996 that was happening that was telling you, hey, I need to make sure that Death Row Records is protected?
You always had an element because of incidents when you go out to nightclubs, the party scene. There's always some issue.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
And because you're dealing with someone like Suge Knight, and at that particular point, any of his other people that was working for him, like say the entertainers, right? You're talking Snoop, you're talking Tupac, that you would have adequate security to protect them, like say from fans and that kind of stuff.
I called it, my cell was to be good witnesses. Mr. Knight had just went through a situation with one of his artists, Snoop Dogg, that was on trial for murder. And they ended up beating the case. But they had got a large judgment, mainly because of the qualifications or the lack of qualifications of the security officer that was acting as security officer that shot him and killed the person. And so when you have a big company like Mr. Knight had, I thought it was best, and he thought it was best, or maybe his attorneys, I don't know, his label, that let's get some professional people around you.
And so for the most part, your practice was to hire people that were either off-duty police officers or retired police officers.
That's correct, sir.
And you did that because they were properly trained and you could trust them in terms of their judgment.
That and my cell was to be a good witness.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
But with regards to their roles obviously at the end of the day were to protect the people that were your clients. That would have been Death Row Records and whoever you assigned them to do.
As best you can.
Yeah. So in
Chat, the
terms of what
swiftness
happens
that y'all
here in
said
Las
murder
Vegas,
was the case that
your
they gave
testimony
me.
is you arrive here to Las Vegas and you're here on Friday.
Correct.
And you're here to get ready for what's happening on Saturday.
Friday night, the Coke Club did open. Like I said, it wasn't majorly attended, but definitely for Saturday night, yes, sir.
Yeah. And in fact, Tupac and Suge didn't arrive until Saturday anyways.
They didn't come up until Saturday, that's correct, sir.
And they drove up.
They drove up, yes, sir.
So they drove up, you're there, you're working, and you're at 662, right?
I'm at 662, yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm going to show you here an image. And I'm going to ask the clerk to mark as proposed defense exhibit next in order.
C, I think? Yes.
C?
Yep.
May I, Coach John?
This has been a very, very interesting afternoon.
That's Club 662, yes, sir.
Okay. And with regards to, I'm sorry, and with regards to that photograph, would that been an accurate depiction of 662 around the time period that we talked about here?
I agree with you, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, Your Honor, at this point, I move for the admission of proposed defense exhibit C.
Any objections, State?
Nope.
So admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
I'll show this to the jury here real quick. So this is a picture.
Shotted Starfish asked, was Puffy's record East Coast or West Coast? Bad Boy was East Coast. That was Puffy's label. Death Row was West Coast. That was Suge Knight's. So that's where the East Coast, West Coast. Well, that's part of the East Coast, West Coast of it all.
Picture of 662. Now, you had shared with us a little bit about what was happening on Saturday night. Attorney basically
I'm not
said,
mad
hey,
at
we really...
counsel, excuse me, the Barry's boxing benefit. Can someone get your lawyer? I want to see the entire logo because it actually looks kind of fire. Like, I'm not mad at this logo at all right now. Not for a minute.
You want to get this club, I guess.
Can you bring that down a little bit? I need to see the rest of that.
Maybe we do something that helps the community, or at least does an outreach. Is that what we're doing?
I think that was mainly to get the police officers there.
Okay. And with regards to that particular night and so forth, you said it's something to do with boxing. This is a Barry's boxing benefit. Is that what that was?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. So this picture would have been taken pretty much at the time of when this event had gone down in September of 1996.
I believe that night or that week, yes, sir.
And with regard to Barry's boxing, do you know anything about what Barry's boxing is about?
Just that he was a retired police officer that was helping young kids in the area with boxing. That was about it. Or association or a foundation to raise money for youth coming up is what I remember.
So, Mob James just testified a little while ago.
Okay.
If his representation was there was no...
Did the jury know that the last witness's name is Mob James? Did they know that? Because I don't think it ever came up in James's testimony, but now it's coming up.
No event like that was happening in September of 1996, would he be wrong?
Let me just say this. They don't be in the know like that, We're not as transparent as maybe we should be with the homeboys.
It was said,
but
thank you,
obviously this
Chad.
is sitting on the front sign of the entrance going into the facility, right?
I went in that club that night and I ain't never noticed that.
Well, let me ask you this, though. In terms of what was happening, was Mob James the head of security that night?
So James' responsibility is he had a lot of juice with the homeboys, and they have something they call Code Red, where everybody come out.
This is a different kind of Code Red. This is this is not the kind of code red you heard about earlier. This is different.
And support each other. And James was that person that, Suge looked to, even during the Snoop trial, when Snoop was having problems with his homeboys, coming up there, messing with him and stuff. They were hired to be outside the courthouse to keep them away. And that was James' role. So, and James was with Suge at the beginning. And quite frankly, he might be a little upset that my guys kind of took a lot of their roles or their responsibilities.
He's the unauthorized Olivia Pope of the Mob Pyrus. He was the fixer. He was the handle it. Legal, illegal, get it done. Right.
Right. So on this particular night, there's actually Metropolitan police officers that were they hired by you to be on the outside?
Well, I would say Club 662 or under Mr. Khalees and the person that was running the club under their direction. I knew they were going to be there, but I didn't speak to anyone from the police department to say, this is how much y'all going to be getting paid. I need you to do this. I just knew they were going to be working from the door out.
So, yeah, okay.
Yes.
And really the concern at this particular point that you had, as well as I'm assuming Mr. Khalees as the attorney, is you wanted to make sure everything was going to go well for the club.
That's correct. That's fair.
In essence, and to help Suge with passing up this particular club, right?
That's correct, sir.
So one of the things that had happened that you had shared with us is that Friday you meet with Khalees and you learn and you're instructed that your people are not to be carrying firearms.
Inside the nightclub.
Right, inside of the nightclub.
That's correct, sir.
All the way up until the time that they get to that door, they're not supposed to be carrying firearms.
Inside the club.
Are you aware that the Red Alert people from Mob James were all carrying firearms that night?
Well, I had problems with that. My guys were strict, the law enforcement. They didn't care about, they didn't have a relationship with James and them as I did. And so they would search them. And if they got one in, who knows? But there was always issues with them about being searched. But my guys would still, they were like, hey, if you want us here, we searching everybody coming to this club.
Right, so that was important for you, but Mob James says otherwise. He says everyone's
okay. If they snuck them in,
I don't think Mob James said. They said they had their guns. He didn't specify that everybody was inside the club yet, but whatever.
It happens.
And yeah, and with regards to your meeting with Mr. Klessis, once again, you're there, and do you have at that particular point any ownership interest at all in Death Row Records?
None.
So
Not
you
at that
are a
time.
separate entity. You are just the security company.
I mean, he's getting
hired to
paid by
provide
Death Row,
security for
but-
Death Row Records.
my company, right where it was making money, but I also received a salary from Death Row.
Okay. So
whoa,
in this meeting,
whoa. So wait a sec. So Death Row hired your company, but you were also on salary. Oh, okay. Right, I got it. So when Mob James was talking about the fact that you would never hurt Pac because that would take down Death Row and that would mess with your money, he meant something by that would mess with your money, because you're on payroll with Death Row individually, and then Death Row's hiring your company as well. Okay.
meeting is to help Suge get this club approved so he can make it happen.
That's correct, sir.
And your job is, really honestly, is just somebody who's providing the security to the club.
On that particular night, but I'm more, some would say at one point, Suge right-hand guy, but my main focus was Suge Knight entities. Wasn't just the recording artist, wasn't just the record club, it was everything that Mr. Knight was trying to invest in at the time.
So you're telling us that not only were you providing security, but you're also like an employee for Death Row Records?
Oh, that's what he said.
I was both.
Okay, were you drawing like like a paycheck every 2 weeks as an
He was
employee?
W-2.
I was, sir.
There wasn't no under the table stuff like Mob James would have been telling us?
We didn't do that. Right, we didn't do that.
And with regards to Mob James being paid, you're telling me that he would have been paid the same way with employee checks
That's
and
not
so
what he
forth
said
from
at
Death Row
all.
Records?
Bob James wasn't one of those employees. Like I said, he was just called on special events. I don't think James made his money by guys in the line.
James is the homies. James is the homies. That he's running a whole different game. That's a whole different situation. James is not on W-2 like that.
There were ballers or shot callers or whatever that he would bring to the front of the line.
So, just drawing your attention back
He's
to...
like, James was allowing himself to be paid off to get people into the club, amongst other things.
Let's say around 4 o'clock of that Saturday.
Okay.
Where were you?
At the Luxor Hotel.
Okay. And did you ever, what happens after 4 o'clock for you?
I didn't head over to the club until, about 7:30. Got a call from Mr. Alexander and Mr. Shakur. Mr. Shakur was very upset that night because Mr. Knight, always late. And he was really...
Let's not get too spicy about Suge's timeliness. He a busy man.
Mr. Shakur. Mr. Shakur was very upset that night because Mr. Knight, always late. And he actually took a taxi cab, I don't know if most people know, over to the fight because he was like, tired of always coming to the fight late, waiting on Suge, calling me because most people call me because they know I usually can get hold of Suge. And they used to have phones in the hotel lobbies back then. And I remember him and Mr. Alexander calling me, and he told me, he got on the phone because he was so upset. Until we taking the cab over there. We going over there right now. We'll meet him over there.
To be fair, this fight lasted about 37 seconds. So if you're late to the fight, you're missing the entire fight. But also,
he had the song was the interest for for Mike Tyson to enter the ring on, and he wanted to be there, and he got impatient with Mr. Light being late.
Now,
that's fair.
Up to this point,
also, it's fair to drive separately. He had the song that Tyson was walking into. Of course they wanted to be there. It's a Tyson fight. He's got the music coming in. Of course they wanted to be there on time. Let Suge roll separately. It's fine.
It developed into the person that if you wanted to get a hold of Suge, they would call you, right?
In the streets, meaning when we out and about. He had an office staff, assistants, Mr. Anderson and Mr. Kessler, Roy.
The law enforcement presence in this courtroom has continued to increase as this witness is on the stand.
We're in the office, but generally, if I call Suge, he'll pick up.
But with regards to you,
Lori, none of them.
Lori,
Lori, this entourage did not pay to see the fight. All of this entourage was all invited guests. So, but fair.
Like, hey, where's Suge now? He's right here.
That's correct.
So on this particular night, Tupac is upset because Suge is obviously late and calls you.
His bodyguard Frank called, but he got on the phone.
Yeah.
You know anything about Mr. Shakur, he's a hands-on guy. Yeah. And he eventually just said, hey, you can't get a hold to him, we gone. And they took a taxi over to the fight.
And so you have Frank Alexander, you have Tupac, and no other bodyguards protecting Tupac that night.
Yeah, Mr. Kevin Heckey was supposed to attend, but he didn't. He wasn't there, and I didn't know that he hadn't shown up yet.
But you are aware at that particular point, Tupac was the most famous rapper almost in the entire world, if not the entire world, and you only assign one person and another person calls him sick?
He didn't call him sick, he just didn't show up. But, yeah, I mean, it wasn't unusual for Mr. Shakur to roll around with one guy and his outlaw guys.
But once again, you're telling us it's only Frank Alexander that's coming from your
from your outfit, right?
That is correct.
And you also share with us that there's other people inside of 662 who are patting down the Mob James crew, but you can't send any more people over to be there for Tupac?
If I knew there was going to be an issue that eventually happened, of course I would have. I would have asked them to stay in the hotel.
Now,
if I knew what was going to happen.
You are aware that this was fight night, this was Mike Tyson, and that everyone in the world would show up to Las Vegas to be there.
I mean, that's an overstatement.
There's so many people.
Yeah.
And in your opinion, only if you believe that Tupac was somehow going to get into a fight or something along those lines, would you have provided more than just the one person? I'm just asking for your clarification.
I would have had an army around him if I knew something like that was going to happen, or suspect something like that was going to happen. But the gentlemen that were with them, and the ones that you seen kicking on that,
Right,
on Mr.
he was
Anderson,
rolling with his homies.
those were security as well.
Like, for real, though.
That was whose security?
Pac security.
Style.
But once again, let me make sure I'm clear. You, at this particular point, only have one security guard with all these other people from, I don't know, from Death Row Records who are not security guards. They're all gangsters, mob Pyru.
He was literally rolling with the homies, counsel. Like, for real, rolling with the homies. He's like, look, man, I can have one security guard, but he's also got all of the dudes. And they were in the car behind him. So, I mean, he has a point that he was rolling with the people he felt safe with. But counsel is looking for alternative theories. And one of the alternative theories is that this witness is involved.
Yeah, I trust more than I trust my security. Yes.
So more than you would trust cops and off-duty cops?
They're going to get shit done in a different way.
Mob Pyru guys?
I do personally.
Okay. Now,
well,
in addition to that, after
I mean, they're going to get it done.
They go in for the fight, right? I'm assuming that Frank Alexander probably didn't have a ticket.
You know, that was always an issue with Mr. Knight.
Yeah.
He promised everybody that they can go to the fight. And when we get to the door, it's always an issue.
Right.
But one thing about him, he will get his, at least Mr. Shakur, one security in, if not both, and myself. He will make sure we got in.
Okay, so they all get in for the fight, and then for some reason, Bruce Seldon takes a phantom punch, falls to the ground in the first round within a minute and 45 seconds, right?
A phantom punch.
You call it phantom? if you say so.
Counsel's trying to litigate something else. Counsel, we do not have time to litigate whether someone took a fall that night. We do not have time. Are we going to ask how much money everybody had on the fight? Counsel, we are not litigating this. We are not litigating this Tyson fight from 1996. No, we are not. No, we are not. I'm still pissed nobody quoted the lyrics from Hit 'Em Up. We are not doing this. No.
Punch falls to the ground in the first round within a minute and 45 seconds, right?
You call it phantom? If you say so.
I'm just looking at the tape, right? All we got is a syringe. So it falls to the ground, the fight is over. They leave the fight, right?
Hyped up. You see him?
Yeah, and Tupac was very hyped up.
Hyped up.
So, did you get a call from Frank Alexander saying, hey, the fight ended early, we're on our way?
Not one. And that's normal.
Okay. And I want to make sure we're clear about the type of communication you had. So, cell phones, I'm not sure were available to everybody. You had one.
Pretty much everybody had cell phones, but they were expensive. You called me after 7 o'clock, right?
Yeah.
Back then.
Yeah.
But
you can tell which jurors are laughing and which ones are. You got to call me after 7 p.m. Lori in CT said, the mafia, I understand better. Same. It's same. Truly.
Communication you had. So, cell phones, I'm not sure were available to everybody. You had one.
Pretty much everybody had cell phones, but they were expensive. You called me after 7 o'clock, right?
Yeah.
Back then.
Yeah.
But
he doesn't get
it. But
I feel like there's a young juror that's just getting picked on. counsel, you can't point at the jurors and be like, he didn't get it. Stop it. Though, do you see the prosecutor lean back to see which juror he was pointing at?
I did have Nextel phones. We had about 8 to 10 of them.
I think the lead prosecutor might have to explain to the junior prosecutor what he's talking about with "Don't call me after 7."
They did dual job.
It was cheaper.
My guys knew it better be emergency to pick up that cell phone. But the two-way walkie-talkies on the Nextels, you could use them to call. That's how we
Dude, the Nextels were rad.
On that picture with Buntry, you'll see one hanging out of his pocket. That's what the type of Nextel phones we had.
And so
the Nextels were awesome.
So going back again to what Frank has, Frank does have one of those radios.
Yeah, one, but later learned.
So depending on the plan, Chad, I realize we're now explaining, depending on the plan, it was either cheaper after 7 or free after 7. And on weekends, it just depends on the plan. The Nextel was the chirp. They were long distance walkie-talkies, essentially, instead of a cell phone. They were awesome. They were so good. I actually would love to have one again. They were so good. The chirp was so great.
That quarterback in himself, that it was dead.
So he is there. He doesn't call when you leave the fight. Now, does he call you after the situation happens with Orlando Anderson?
No, sir.
They all rush out, right? They all go back to, I think, to Luxor.
That's correct.
But you don't know that because no one calls you.
Haven't heard anything. Didn't know it was an issue.
So you're still sitting over at 662. You're worried about making sure the club passes inspections, and you're there and you're waiting. In the meantime, people get picked up at the Luxor, and then they're transported all the way to Suge Knight's house.
I mean,
once again, if you don't know, you can just tell me.
Yeah. I just assume
You're not just.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. Now, at some point, they're traveling down Flamingo, and the shot.
Amanda's talking about the charge per text message. I think there is a very old iJustine video where she is going through her phone bill. I don't remember the carrier, but going through the phone bill because they were charging her the per text rate for her tweets. And it was a 100+ page phone bill. And she's just going through bill after bill after bill. Or page after page after page of being charged the text rate for every single tweet. It was hilarious and probably shocking to her.
Occur at that particular point, right? But you don't know.
Correct.
And so you're sitting at the club and you don't know.
I wasn't sitting, but yeah.
Oh, well, whatever. I mean, I'm sure you're working, right? So you're working, and your concern is making sure the club passes and that the club passes for Suge Knight. Even though his attorney's present, all these cops are on the outside, and you have the security proficiency of Mob James on the inside, right?
And about 25 to 30 of my guys.
And so, once again, yes, 20 to 30 of your guys.
Correct, yeah.
Retired police officers or off-duty police officers.
Correct.
And they're all there.
Correct.
And at some point, you get notice that Tupac had been shot, right?
I got notified. Correct.
Was it through the Nextel walkie-talkie stuff?
No, sir.
How did that happen?
Mr. Williams and Mr. McDonald ran up to me.
Lou Grace in the chat said, when the internet was charged, oh my God, I charged our phone bill to $700 once on MySpace at age of 12. Oh, one day remind me to tell you about my CompuServe bill from dial-up back in the day. Yep. And the amount that my parents were like, what in the ever-loving fuck? What? It's got what? I didn't know. No idea. No idea.
They told me.
Okay, none of your people, but two of the people that were associated with the death row people.
With the entourage.
Okay, and they're the ones who told you that hey, something went down with Tupac.
Correct.
And so at that particular point, what did you do?
Like I said, I didn't believe him at first initially, but we're talking seconds now. Mr. Khalees somehow, verified that, yeah, something's going on. And then me observing a few of the police cars that were assigned at the working the parking lot or the taking off license sirens, going towards that way, made me believe that something's going on.
Now, did Suge Knight ever appear at the club and continue partying that night?
I don't know, but I have heard James say that before. But
what just from your Monday night sitting down with your people and going over what should have been done better, was there any conversation or any way that you learned that Suge Knight actually showed up to party the night of the shooting?
The party was over. The party was over. They probably were still there at the club, but it wasn't like no partying going on, especially after people heard what happened. I can see that.
Now, we talked a little bit about the death row chain. Do you recall telling Detective Mogg when he visited with you that you sold your death row chain because of hard times?
I had a platinum one. That's correct.
Now, later on, when you're testifying in the grand jury, you remember doing that?
I still have my gold one, if that's what you're asking.
So, when the question is asked...
That's not what he asked.
About your death row chain, you never tell Detective Mogg, for instance, that it's a platinum one, right?
I don't know.
Well, let me just
tell me.
Teratone, no. Teratone's going ASL in the chat.
The camera's on. You want to turn the camera on?
Oh, sorry.
Not the ASL.
So this
Y'all,
would be
we're not clocking you.
21 counsel of the surreptitious report or recording. So you say...
I want to hear about this.
Question that was asked by Detective Mogg. You were describing the chains as
interview.
cheap. He said he had asked you, got a $300 chain? Said, yeah, one of those cheap little chains because they were messing around with the same women and they got one and he got mad about it. My presumption...
We're talking about Keffe.
Yes.
Yes.
So what? What did expensive ones look like? Do you have a...
Wait. What Keffe got to do with what?
Detective Mogg, you were describing the chains as cheap. He said he had asked you, got a $300 chain? Said, yeah, one of those cheap little chains because they were messing around with the same women and they got one and he got mad about it. My presumption...
We're talking about Keffe.
Yes.
Yes.
So what? What did expensive ones look like? Do you have a picture of those? And you said, yes, sir, I can show you the one that Tupac would have. And then the question's asked of you by Detective Mogg, did you ever get one of those chains? And you respond, yeah, I had one. And then the question was, what happened to it? And you said, shit, hard times hit. And Detective Mogg commiserates and says, yeah, I hear you. You said, got to get rid of it somehow. And then Detective Mogg asked, what did you get for it? And you said, I got about $5,000, right?
Yeah, that was the platinum one,
Okay.
or the white gold one. You can watch, and I'm sure you have, several interviews, pictures with me with my...
Though I can understand if he's like, show me a picture of the one Tupac got, and he's showing him a picture of a platinum one. He's like, yeah, I had one of them too. You have to have more context for conversation because it could be nefarious. It could be nothing.
Gold chain on it. I wore them on several YouTube videos.
But fair to say, of course, that, when you said you had one...
Also,
it's
not
one
him
gold,
telling
it's
the defense attorney, go check my YouTube channel. Go check my YouTube channel. I'm sure I talked about it on there.
Platinum in this book, right?
Like I said, the one I sold was the platinum one.
Now, in addition to that, later on, when you're testifying before the grand jury, the question that was asked by one of the jurors was, and I want to make sure I'm clear because I don't want to mess up I want to be accurate with you.
Your Honor, I think this is improper impeachment or refreshing recollection. I'm not quite sure.
It's not impeaching or refreshing. He's not doing either of those things.
Let me just do this as a refreshing of his recollection, Your Honor. I just didn't want to...
So it's sustained. So what
are we
doing?
doing?
He said he doesn't remember.
Okay. So let me ask you this. You were asked by a juror...
Again, I think you have to ask the substantive question first.
Yeah, we're not doing this correctly.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think you have to...
You approach.
I can stand.
Fuck,
I apologize,
just
Your Honor.
approach.
Everyone approach.
Just approach. Thank you. I have one bug bite, like right where my bra strap is on the back, and it's, it just, we've been sitting for too long is why. All right, they're approaching on the.
Were you asked this question?
On, you can't just impeach. They are talking about the grand jury, and grand jurors can often ask questions as well. So he's referencing back to the grand jury, but he didn't ask the proper questions. It's not impeachment. It's not related to something else. So we've got to wait and see.
Sorry, were you asked this question by a grand juror?
Again, Your Honor, I think.
Fuck.
Again, you have to ask the predicate. He's trying to impeach and/or refresh recollection about something of substance. You have to ask procedurally. You have to ask the substantive question first, not when you're
Counsel,
asked
you're doing it wrong.
Are you talking about the chain question?
Yes.
We've gone up and down about the chain.
And so I believe what he's already answered the chain things. I don't understand. Are we impeaching or?
No, he's impeaching, saying that he's given an inconsistent statement in the past. So, overruled. He can proceed.
Do you recall being asked a question by a grand juror, do you still have your death row pendant?
Correct.
And you had said, yes, you do.
I do.
You didn't say there was gold, you didn't say it was platinum, you just said, I had my death row pendant.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, one
I
of
don't
the other
think
issues
I don't think
that
that's
we
inconsistent,
talked
by the
about
way.
is
But he's trying to say, look, he's doing this back and forth with this one's platinum, this one's gold, because he's trying to cover over an inconsistent statement. We'll see how much it matters.
And once again, I apologize. Maybe the state can refresh my recollection because maybe I was thinking about something else.
The state definitely should not be refreshing your recollection, counsel. But it's late and I'm getting
You
punchy,
have been
so.
convicted of a crime.
I am.
And
I should probably
with
just
regards
stand.
to that
That's a good
crime,
idea,
it
Chad.
was a felony.
It was sales of marijuana.
No, back up here real quick. It was sales of marijuana and it was also embezzlement. Is that what it was?
No, it
Money
was
laundering?
money laundering.
Ah.
What money going in?
And with regard to
How much marijuana were you moving, homie?
those two things, that happened in California.
No, actually, well, the reason why I got in trouble because
I was going to say, if you're in California, how much trouble are you getting in?
went across state lines to Memphis. It's actually Memphis, Tennessee.
Oh yeah, don't do that. Nope. That's a big no, big dog. That's a big difference. Memphis and California, not the same.
Because it was across the state lines, it was a federal case.
Correct.
And that happened way after you were a police officer.
Yeah, that's 2019, well, 2017, I believe.
Okay. And at some point, you become
right,
the general manager of Death Row Records.
That's in 1997, sir.
I mean, if you're going to be the general manager of Death Row, you kind of need a felony, right?
1997.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
So Suge Knight is in Las Vegas, and you were with them every single day. And in September of 1996, he just happened to get in this fray, and next thing you know, he's going to prison, right?
I'm sorry?
Ooh, was he setting Suge up to take over
Why did Suge
Death
go to
Row?
prison?
I don't think
He
he was.
violated his probation.
Right. So you knew, of course, that he was on probation, right? Before he came to
The
Las
whole
Vegas.
time I was with him.
You did?
From 1994, yes.
Yeah. And so you knew that the number one person from Death Row Records, the primary principal for you, potentially could go to prison if he got into a fight, for instance, right?
Correct.
And on this particular night, you weren't around for him when he was in this quote-unquote fight, right?
I was around with Mr. Knight about 70 to 80% of his life. So I guess a lot of 20%.
You think this man's going to keep Suge from getting in a fight if Suge wants to get in a fight? Sure. Suge! Can you imagine? Suge, but Suge, think of your probation. Sure. Sure, Jan.
I wasn't with him.
Okay.
Public, and when I say that, I mean public. Because a lot of times he laid up, sleep with somebody, I wasn't with him.
So in the most important time of Suge Knight's life, of having your protection, you weren't there for him.
Unfortunately not, that's correct.
And then you became the general manager of Death Row Records.
By his calling, not anyone else.
All right, no further questions.
All right, State, any further questions?
Just want to clarify that last point. In terms of who determined who was going to run Death Row Records while Mr. Knight was in prison?
Shug.
Sorry.
Counsel, stand up so we can hear you. We're on redirect.
Sorry. Who made you in charge of Death Row Records while Mr. Knight was in prison?
He did, and I visited him 4 days a week during that time while he was incarcerated.
Nothing further.
Anything further on that, Mr. Stamps?
Just one clarification. So
Okay.
Suge Knight made you general manager when he was in custody?
That's correct.
No further questions.
Anything else? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Of course. All right.
Is the judge saying of course because it's the same juror that has questions? I'm curious what the question is. The jurors have had good questions. They've been really interesting. So I'm curious. We're going to zoom to the jury question. That's a long conversation about a jury question.
All right, Mr. Wright, I have a couple of questions for you from our jurors.
Oh.
First, if they knew the cell phones were for in case of emergency, why wouldn't they call once the shooting took place? Why did you find out later in
That
person?
calls for speculation.
Not sure. I don't know why they didn't call me. That was Mr. Alexander's responsibility, and I didn't hear from him.
Okay. Was there anything in writing regarding the transfer of management power to you over Death Row Records?
I wouldn't call it power. Just, dealing with the day-to-day operation. The one that signed people, artists for him. I did everything for him. I dealt with his women.
Did the lawyers?
I dealt with his parents.
Did you just say I dealt with his women? Sir, did the lawyers write anything down official like?
Power. Just, dealing with the day-to-day operation. The one that signed people, artists for him. I did everything for him. I dealt with his women. I dealt with his parents. I dealt with pretty much everything while he was incarcerated. And generally, because I was going back and forth, seeing him, the 4 days.
He held it down.
I spent hours on the phone with him.
Homie, was it in writing? Did the lawyers write it down?
I was just a point of contact person.
So was there anything in writing regarding that?
Not to my knowledge, other than.
Okay, were there any witnesses to it?
Well, there's a young lady sitting in here right now that I signed, while he was incarcerated to the record label.
There was a writing?
That's not a witness, though.
I'm sorry.
You signed some? What did you
You
sign?
don't sign her as an artist.
No. That's not what she asked. That's exactly not
State,
what she
any
asked.
questions based on those answers?
No, State.
Defense?
I do.
Okay.
All right, so I want to make sure I'm clear. You become the general manager of Death Row Records, and what was your job responsibilities?
I did everything, to be honest. I brought Miss Shakur up to the prison to meet with him. I was helped talk to several, putting the albums together. When I met with Jimmy Iovine, who was our distributor at the time, negotiated deals with them.
I didn't think Jimmy Iovine was going to come into this.
Everything I did was approved by Mr. Knight, but I was his point of contact.
Did you ever have a power of attorney signed by Mr. Knight to sign on his behalf?
No, what I would do is have everything generated.
And take it up to prison?
I would send it. His attorney would come visit him on Tuesdays. If it was something real important, he would sign it on Tuesdays. And if I needed before then, he was married to a young lady by the name of Michelet. Or at least she thought they were married. And,
what?
She was signed. She had the power of attorney to sign.
Or at least she thought they were married? What do you mean? God damn it. We don't have time for a side quest. God damn it. What do you mean? What do you mean there is a side quest on she thought that they were married, but maybe they weren't actually married? Why are you telling them everything, sir? Why are you spilling Suge's business? Damn, my guy. What are you doing?
By the name of Michelet, or at least she thought they were married.
Shit.
And she was signed. She had the power of attorney to sign, but she didn't deal with anyone. And then we also had a rubber stamp that two of his female friends had.
Wait,
sign
what?
checks or to
Wait. So his wife that might have not been his actual wife had maybe a power of attorney, and then two of his other women or friends had rubber stamps so they could just sign the checks? Okay.
sign some contracts if they would take them.
So if there was anything wrong with the bank account, for instance, did you have to get someone else to handle that, not you?
I dealt with the bookkeeper, generated the checks, but his two female friends were the ones that stamped them.
And with regards to his two female friends here, were the employees of Death Row Records?
One was an artist, Michelet, and then the other one.
Is that the wife?
Miss Hawkins. She was just a girlfriend.
Now, you are aware that at the time that Mr.
Wait. Are we talking wife? Fuck. I don't have time.
Knight Suge was involved in this thing that happened in Las Vegas, and finally gets revoked on probation, that his record label was valued somewhere around, what, $500 million?
I heard 3, but
okay.
It was up there.
All right, so it's a pretty significant asset, right?
Correct.
Now, out of all of this, you are the general manager, you have access to all of it.
I guess I was the one he trusted at the time.
No further questions, John.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Wright. You are excused and you're free to go.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that's it for the presentation of witnesses today.
Oh, that's enough for
We'll be in
this good day.
recess. We're going to come back at 1 p.m. tomorrow.
Late start tomorrow.
Because I have a calendar in the morning. So I'm going to read the admonishment and then you're excused for the day. During the recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case. By any
I'm
means
also
of information,
surprised
including
he didn't
without
ask how much money he was making during that time.
the internet and radio.
I'm
No
also
formal
surprised.
express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll see you guys back here at 1 p.m.
Let's see if they put anything on the record. I'm just curious. I am surprised they didn't ask him how much he was getting paid during that time. With all the other questions, I'm surprised. Wow. Spam Master asked a great question in the chat. Spam Master said, but can the jury go listen to Hit 'em Up? No, they shouldn't go listen to Hit 'em Up because it's come up in this case and that would be considered doing outside independent research. Y'all can go stream some Tupac, but no, the jury should not.
For the record, the jury has exited the room.
Go cue it up.
Address outside their presence.
Nothing from the stage, Your Honor.
Not from the state.
No, Your Honor, I'll be asking the state for their witnesses for tomorrow, but I want to mention.
Okay, sounds good. We'll be in recess then.
Thank you.
See everyone back at 1 o'clock.
All right. Well, court will be back late tomorrow. Court is not starting till 1 p.m. Pacific. Hold on, let me make sure this is closed, which means we will not be back until 3, I think, Central. So I will be back like 3:15 tomorrow. We'll be closer in real time because tomorrow is in fact a half day. So court is a half day. And that's what it is. So I was not expecting today to go just off the way that it did. The last 2 witnesses of the day were incredibly interesting, had some moments like I have never seen in court before, and definitely laid a bit more foundation for what was going on in the 90s and what the fallout was after Tupac was shot. And both of them insinuated that Keffe D was responsible for the shooting of Tupac, one more directly than the other. Interesting, as we got into the testimony of Reggie Wright Jr., that defense talked about Reggie Wright's YouTube channel. And then there is YouTube collab beef with like Reggie wanting to have Keffe D come on his channel and have a conversation, but not wanting to pay him for it because he didn't want to pay him for it, and then giving his number out so Keffe D would go talk on other YouTube channels and like run his mouth. It just, the last two witnesses both have podcasts / YouTube channels. I'm curious to see with Reggie Wright Jr. what happened with the chain that they were talking about, the Death Row Records chain, because there was some insinuation that maybe he was being misleading with regard to selling one of the chains and not selling another chain, and if he only had one or not. I don't know if it's going to matter. I think it was trying to undermine this witness, but I think the witness's financial interest could have been vetted or pulled out a bit more. But the jury also asked questions about, hey, so all of a sudden now you're in charge of Death Row Records. Is that in writing anywhere? And he was like, no, I was handling essentially day-to-day operations, and we would package everything up for the lawyer, and the lawyer would go up to prison on Tuesdays and have Suge Knight sign everything. So Suge was still intertwined or interlinked with the running of Death Row, and he was running day-to-day operations as the general manager, but none of that was in writing, which is surprising to me because they're dealing with the lawyer so frequently that nothing would be written up, or he would be hired, I guess, as the general manager, and maybe he was hired as the general manager, and that was his name on the W-2, and there was nothing else. But the jury was like, was that in writing anywhere? Nobody asked how much he was making during that time, though, but they did ask how much Death Row was valued at during the time. The defense attorney suggested $500 million, and the witness said, I heard $300 million, something like that. Absolutely fascinating afternoon in trial. And it's just day 2. And it looks like the prosecution is kind of going through their witnesses in a natural order. I'm curious to where we go next. We've now seen the medical examiner. We've seen a number of law enforcement. We've seen a few percipient witnesses who saw the shooting, saw the aftermath of the shooting, and then 2 witnesses who were quite connected to this. Well, Suge Knight's on the witness list, so are we going to see him show up in court? Trust me, if we do, we're sending out a Law Nerd app immediately, and I will holler and probably fall over. Are they going to call Diddy? Diddy's on the witness list. His name has come up quite a lot. And if they call Diddy, are they going to ask, hey, did you put a hit out on Suge and Tupac for $1 million? Because Keffe D said you did in his book. See, he wrote it down right here. He put it in his book. It says so right here. This has been a fascinating day of court. There is so much. Tomorrow, I'm sure I'm going to have more thoughts. But the moment that stands out for me today is the second to last witness looking at the attorney, not at all wanting to answer the question, Mob James, and saying, I'm not finna put him in prison. You are. Holy shit. Holy shit. That was a day of trial, everybody. I'm so glad we were here together to watch it. It was absolutely crazy. But yes, chat, come get your lawyer. Talk to your lawyer. He's tripping was also pretty crazy. Literally, come get your boy. He's tripping asking me these questions. That witness was just everything you would want a witness to be in a trial. He was brutally honest. He answered the things he wanted to answer when there were things he's like, I can't believe you're asking me this, man. Come on. He was really upfront about it. He talked about his involvement, and he talked about it with a level of regret that felt very grounded and real. This is not testimony that would have happened 30 years ago. This is not testimony that would have happened 15 years ago. This is testimony that needed 30 years before it was ever going to be seen on the stand. Because now that he's raising his grandkids, he's like, I'm not going to pick them up and move so you can't find me. I'm not going to run away from this. Indicating that that's what he would have done if this was 15 years ago. He would have bounced and he would have been like, come find me then. It really was some, I think, powerful testimony, but also gave a glimpse into what his life and what life in Compton was like during that time. So I'm fascinated. It's just a really interesting day of testimony that you can call trial a lot of things, but you're not going to call this trial boring. You know what I'm calling this trial? This is a trial because of the defendant's ego. I still don't think we're here. I still don't think we're here without Keffe D writing it all down in his own damn book. I really don't. But man, are they just telling everything that was going on during this time. And I am absolutely riveted. Absolutely riveted. The other thing Mob James said was, we haven't talked about this for 30 years. And today's not the day. Yeah, well, maybe at the end of this trial, with Mob James sharing what he chose to share, we will see a little bit of closure in this case, finally. I guess we'll see. But absolutely fascinating. And also he said, you know, if you're going to call me, you got to treat me like a hostile witness. He wasn't hostile, though. He was delightful. He was reluctant. He was self-aware, but he was also charming. He was not... When we talk about a hostile witness not being based on vibes, he was not hostile, but he also wasn't a friendly witness for the prosecution. He was a great witness for them, but he didn't want to be there. He didn't want to be there. But I love that he was like, you have to call me as a hostile witness. You have to call me as a hostile witness. And the fact that the hostile witness shirt is on the day that a witness is like, you got to treat me like a hostile witness then. And the attorney didn't. He didn't cross-examine the witness. He didn't ask the court to allow it. He asked open-ended questions and let the witness say what he had to say. And it was fascinating, just fascinating. What a day in court. Where do we go tomorrow after all of this? Well, tomorrow we go to a half day, and thank goodness, because these have been long streaming days. These are long, long court days in Vegas. So I will see you tomorrow afternoon. Remember, court does not start till 1 p.m. Pacific. So it's a half day. Make sure you have the Law Nerd app. We're going to answer just a few questions, and then I'm going to bounce. I am hungry. It is late. We are tired. We got all the things to do. And I need to go see G, because G has been checking in, and it's going to be time to do the end of the evening family things. So, Law Nerds, let's answer just a few questions real quick, and then we are going to bounce. Thank you for rolling with me. Thank you for hanging out. Man, today was wild. I had that muted. I don't even know how that happened. I don't know what I did. That was me. I know we talked about the Nextels. I still, the sound of that chirp. We talked about all the things. We talked about absolutely all the things. All right, let's get to a few questions, and then we'll see how much Emily wants to brave the YouTube algorithm. It's gonna be a problem. It's gonna be a problem. It just might be worth a problem. Kathy at Oz, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. CC Headband Cupcake Law Nerd, thank you for the gifted memberships. Welcome to all the new members. Thank you for the gifted memberships. Remember, memberships get distributed by YouTube. We don't have any control over that, no matter what we've suggested. And they seem to go by, A, you have to be a subscriber, and B, activity in the chat. So feel free to chat. Jocelyn said, YouTube failed me. I got 0 notifications. Get the Law Nerd app. We will not fail you. We will send the app. Music to my soul. G knows about the second Audible account. Okay, so here's the thing. G knows about the spicy Audible account because Dr. B teases me about it. So G is incredibly astute. He forgets nothing. He remembers everything. Literally everything. So yes, G is aware because Dr. B has teased me about it. And there was an incident where Dr. B was trying to get, I think it was a How to Train Your Dragon book, and couldn't get logged in. Ah! You scared me so much. Did you hear me talking about you?
Mom.
You totally scared me.
Mom. Enough is enough. This stream has gone way too long.
The stream has gone way. You just finished court.
It's too long, Mom. It's been like, what is it? 5 hours, 6 hours, maybe 7 hours.
Do you see where it says how long it's been on my monitor?
8 hours, woman. You have a problem. Golly.
It was a long day of court. I was just telling the law nerds that I needed to wrap up so I could come see you.
Yeah,
You just did you trip?
Yeah,
Are you
right.
okay?
No,
Are you okay?
I don't trip.
You did. You are tripping right now is what you're doing. Did you
You're
trip on my mat?
I'm tripping, you're tripping.
No feet on the internet, Griffin. These are the first rules of internet, child. No feet on my desk either. All right. I'll be out in a minute.
Oh, okay then.
Thank you. Sassafras. Yes. He's ready for me to be done streaming. So we were trying to download. Are you done?
Trying to download what, Mom? What do we not know?
We were trying to download How to Train Your Dragon books, and Dr. B was logged out.
Pathetic.
Of the skill issue. Skill issue? Dr. B was logged out of the proper Audible account. Dr. B was logged out of the proper Audible account and then was trying to get into the other Audible account. Didn't realize there were two Audible accounts. And that all became a whole thing. a whole thing. Yes. G is a chaos gremlin. And yes, Dr. B couldn't log in. Pathetic is skill issue. It's a skill issue, which is the Corey Richards trial, apparently, because that's G. One never knows. One never knows what's going to happen. So it's the second Audible. It's not necessarily it's the spicy Audible, because this was before you could actually segment your Audible accounts into a kid's account. And I didn't necessarily think that Dr. B would not just be like, oh, this book seems like it's about royalty. Let's just read it. And that's how B ended up with The Bonds of Hercules in the non-spicy Audible account, because he thought it was actually a book about Hercules. And when B saw the title Butcher and Blackbird, he was like, what is this about? It kind of sounds like a gastropub. I was like, yes, they serve orzo and ice cream. It is indeed a gastropub. And we can't have him stumbling into the wrong section of the Audible account. So we have separate Audible accounts. Sorry, that is a deep cut. Some of the chat is like, oh God. And the rest of the chat is like, I have no idea what we're talking about. Yes. But yes, Dr. B was like, Butcher and Blackbird. It sounds like a gastropub. I'm like, shit. There was a night while I was reading that, I'm like, what's for dinner? He's like, oh, orzo. I'm like, are you messing with me? He's like, why? What? No, he had no idea. We had to have a conversation about it. Either way, Cindy, thank you so much for the 50 gifted memberships. I absolutely appreciate it. Welcome to all the new members. So yes. It the neurospicy and spicy EDB household is never a dull moment. It's never a dull moment. But we are going through the Cinder series with G, and we are very much enjoying it. So thank you. You are welcome. Kate's the Great said, thank you for covering, Emily. Loved the summary podcast yesterday and loved the law nerd emojis. That is Team Baker. Huge thank you to Team Baker for making sure that the case briefs summarize the days so that when the days get long, or you're like, did I miss a bit? Don't worry. I can't even imagine what our case break is going to be like tomorrow. Because, oh boy, there is so much that happened today. There is so much that happened today. There is so much that happened today. Thank you, Peggy, for the gift of memberships. I appreciate it. Anna said, this is the best witness we've seen in a while. Love how he explains things without being condescending. Yeah, the homicide detective and cold case detective, Rios, was absolutely just fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. The witnesses today were all great. Some of them just had a lot more to say than others, but the witnesses today were great. They were very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Ash Elizabeth said, I can feel how much he cared for how every case mattered to him. He took them personally. Knowing their names, I really liked him. Wow, how refreshing. I really liked him too. Maybe he has a book or a podcast. Apparently, I have new podcasts to listen to, which is fantastic. The Lauren said, Cinder books like the Lunar Chronicles. Yes, that is the series name. We have just, since Cinder's the first one with G, we just call it the Cinder series. Laura said, do you think Snoop, Dr. Dre, and Diddy are watching? Well, I don't know how much access Diddy'll have. Oh, no, Diddy can't watch. He's on the witness list. So Diddy's on the witness list. But I don't know. Snoop and Dre might just be like, I mean, we were there, so we know what we know. They might tune into particular witnesses to see what the witnesses said, but they're like, we were there. So, we know what we know. I'm real interested to see where we end up tomorrow. Charla said, G is my spirit animal. I will let him know. He is unfiltered at all times. He is also fed up with me streaming late at night, even though we talked about this with this particular case being on Pacific time. But alas, my kiddo wants to hang. So law nerds, remember, there is a restock in the Law Nerd shop. I do not know what is left, but the Hostile Witnesses shirts, the hats are restocked. The hat I'm wearing today is the facts, not fuckery version. We also have the straight facts version that doesn't have not fuckery on the back. This one. Emily, how many hats do you have on your desk? Many. I have many, but this one, just the facts. Straight facts, facts, not fuckery. I can probably turn on another light to make that easier. This one. This hat. Here we go. That hat. See, it's too bright, but not for the hat. So we've got the two different hats, two different fonts. One says not fuckery on the back. The other one doesn't. We have restock on pens and our other shirts and all the rest of it. So for all of you that are like, wait, did Dr. Dre ever get out of the basement? I'm sure Eminem let him out eventually. What did Dr. Dre say? Nothing. Do we tempt the Law Nerd gods? Or the Law Nerd gods? You are the Law Nerd gods. Do we tempt the YouTube copyright gods? I feel like this is why we have sponsors, and you kind of have to be here live. And if you're not here live, you might miss something. I mean, we can always edit it out at the end, right? We can always edit it out at the end. We'll just do, we can't do the whole song. We can do a little bit of the song. How about that? We'll do part of it, because I think we can do part of it. We're not playing a clean version of this song because that's offensive, but yeah, we'll get there. Give me 1 sec. I think we gotta do a little bit. But where are we? Did this video already start? It sure did. Hold on. Where are we? Hold on. We gotta back up. So, Law Nerds, if this is the last thing you see of this video, just know that per the copyright laws, even though it has come up in a murder trial, and even though I do believe it is fair use, sometimes the record labels are really hard to fight with, and I very much want to make sure that everyone can watch this video. So if there's nothing after this, it's because of that. It's a great song, though. It really is just a fantastic song. So, first off, this song definitely started to disrespect people. But according to Keffe D in his book, California Love also really pissed people off, because in California Love, a lot of the places that Pac is calling out are blood set locations. So it gets even worse. We'll get there. Don't worry. I'm sure there will be more. So thank you, everybody. And thank you to our sponsors who allow us to, well, remind YouTube that when music comes up in a murder trial, it's only appropriate that we go back and do our research. So, you know, grab your Glock when you see Tupac is a little eerie in this context, for sure. But Law Nerds, I'm sure you'll be streaming some more Pac tonight. I didn't think I would be streaming Pac with y'all on the internet in my 40s. as I'm narrowing in on my 30-year high school reunion, and 30 years since Tupac's murder. It's still a little bit surreal. Still a little bit surreal. But here we are with the trial for the murder of Tupac, with Keffe D on the stand being pissed off that everybody's spilling his business. I'll see you guys tomorrow afternoon, because we've got half an afternoon. At some point, I'm sure California Love will come up. Oh, it's such a good song. And I went to college on the East Coast, and we were still bopping California Love. That's my song! 100%. All right, Law Nerds, I'll see you tomorrow. Have a great night. Take care. Replay crew, good to see you. See, there's time to get caught up before tomorrow's a half day. Thank you, Team Baker. I'll see you guys soon. Bye. Thank you for joining me. Make sure you don't miss a live stream or any of the updates on the cases that you care about most with the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android, so I can keep you in the loop, because you never know when something's going to pop off. Thanks for being here, and thanks for being a Law Nerd.